right, hello everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Alpha League playoff game between Joko and Jimmy 1980 Orcs versus Tyranids. My name is Slowwolf. I'm going to be one of your casters for today. I'm introducing my two co-casters right now. We've got ourselves an EDT, the winner of the previous season of Alpha League. Hello, welcome, welcome.
Hello, what's up guys? EDT, Evan here.
And we are also joined here by Raulo, who was cast in a game earlier this week. Ended up having a very close game, but a strong showing with his Dark Angels against the Blood Angels player. Very good game to watch. You guys can go ahead and check that for yourselves. Welcome to the party, Raulo.
Howdy, howdy, hey. Glad to be here.
Alright, so a couple of announcements before we get totally started with this. Just a reminder that there's no backseat gaming or anything. We now also have a prediction that's up for the next 30 minutes. If you have been watching for at least a few minutes, you have some channel points. I mean, this is kind of a test run for when we have our own Twitch channel for the Alpha League. But go ahead and predict who's going to win. It's going to be either Joko or Jimmy. It's going to be Orcs or Tyranids, respectively. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at things. So if you want to go ahead and take the lists for yourself, you can go ahead and put ! lists in the chat. It will spam a link for both of the lists. You can go ahead and click them at that point as well. With that said, though, I think we can probably just get into the game itself and take a look. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, well, let's get in. So, at this point, we do have Orcs versus Tyranids. A very cool matchup. Typically ends up being a bloodbath, and I've had a lot of fun watching battle reports with these two armies in the past. In the red corner, we have Joko and his Orcs, and it's a very special list. EDT, would you like to go over this list, please?
Sure. So, he has a lot of mobility, right? He's got all these war bikes and whatnot. So he has the Deathkiller War Trike, he's got the War Boss on War Bike, and then he's got some boys to fill out his troop slots within his battalion, and a couple Gretchen also filling out that troop slot. He then has a Mega Knob squad, which with the Custom Shooter and Power Claw, a pretty solid unit. Think Terminators if you were Orcs, essentially. Then in the fast attack slot, this is where he's got a lot of his points spent. So he has the custom boosted blastas, the mega track scrap jets, and the shock jump dragstas, which I managed to pronounce.
Yes, and did a good job pronouncing them. Now, each of these buggies, like there have been buggy lists for Orcs in the past, but what do each of these things specialize in? They tend to have specialties for each of them. Also,
Yeah.
what clan are all these guys in?
So he has taken the clan, the Death Skulls, right? Which are...
Oh, yeah, it's reroll, one hit, wound, and damage roll, I think, per unit.
I believe so.
Yeah, it's real good. And a 6-up invulnerable save. Like, it's a really strong faction trait for a faction like this that usually has t-shirts. That said, okay, so yeah, let's start off with this. Let's start off with the shock dragsta, which I believe are these guys in the front. Yep, shock jump dragstas.
Yep.
These guys are special, not just because they have a really strong shock rifle, but then on top of that, they can teleport all over the place, as long as they advance and get a high enough roll on it, which, if you give them the right, custom job, is the case. They just get to advance 6, which is enough to get them to teleport all over the place. So it's really, really, really sick. Now we go on to the other two that I'm not so familiar with, which are the Megatrack Scrapjet. What does this one do?
So it's got, I believe he has it with the rocket,
Yeah, the rocket cannon and twin big shooters, wing missiles, and a nose drill.
Yep, so it's got a bit of shooting. When it finishes a charge move, it gets to do D3 mortals on a 4-up.
That's really good.
It has +1 to hit rolls for its twin big shooter.
Alright, so it puts out a decent amount of DACA and can absolutely ram into people and do some decent damage with its jet.
Yep.
And then we've got the custom booster blasters. Now, what do these dudes do?
The custom boosted blaster. So those are, let's see. It's got the... It also has the spiked ram ability, I believe. So it's doing mortals when it charges. I mean, pretty much they're all set to shoot and charge type of thing.
Makes sense.
And it's armed with a little bit of DACA, right? It's got the
Yeah, Burner Exhaust. It seems to have like
Flamers.
4 D3 flamers. Yeah.
Flamers. I think it can throw a grenade too.
Stick bombs. But it also has a rivet cannon, which seems to be really sick. Assault 6 at 36 inches, strength 7, AP minus 2 damage is really good for getting rid of Primaris. And most Space Marines now, actually, since they all have 2 wounds. So that's pretty solid. Then we move on.
Everything's just moving 12 inches, which is just pretty great.
Yeah, at the very least, and they're probably all advancing anyhow, so...
Yep. And like you were saying, all those guns are assault guns anyway, so...
Alright, moving on, and the last thing in this detachment, I think... is that a Mega Dread? That is a Mega Dread.
Nice.
It is a big stompy boy. It's 16 wounds, toughness 7, 5 attacks, 3 up save. It's got a pretty good melee, decent damage at distance. It's got Ramshackle to make things just do a whole lot less damage, and it seems to have something called Mega Charge, which I honestly don't know what it does. I really wish we had an Orc player on the chat, because right now I'm the stupid one that asks all the questions. Everybody else is supposed to be the smart one, and I think that all 3 of us look at Orcs and go, what?
Yep, that's exactly what we do.
So that said, I think that this
fair.
thing's this guy's a big stompy guy. He's absolutely a threat at melee, and it seems like he's got some decent range. What with 2 assault D6, like big shooters effectively, and then a kill cannon, which is more or less a battle cannon with standardized damage. Each time a charge
really
roll is made. Curry says that for Mega Charge, each time a charge roll is made for this unit, roll an additional d6 and discard 1. What? So on top of that, it gets into combat with its Dread Ripper Claw, which is strength 14, AP minus 3, d3 plus 3 damage, with 5 attacks. That is really, really good. On top of that, it still has Here We Go. So when this thing wants to charge, it will charge. So this guy is a big wall. Kind of has to be dealt with and can rip apart pretty much anything. That said, we then move on to the next detachment, which I believe is a Grot detachment.
Yeah. So he has a Weird Boy in that detachment with Warpath and to jump. So those are the pretty classic Orc spells. To jump to relocate a unit through Deep Strike, essentially. And Warpath is, I believe, makes them better in melee.
Yeah, plus
Extra
1 attack per dude. Yeah.
Then just 10 Gretchen, and then 2 units of 3 Smasher Guns. And I assume he's got the Grot mob, Specialist mob is the clan that he's taken.
Yes.
It helps the Grots out, which the mech guns are, right?
Yep.
So is that the one that lets they're rerolling 1s to hit? Is that right?
I believe so. It also gives the Grots an invulnerable save, which is just like, again, very nice for t-shirt saves. I really like this army. It's a really cool idea. It gives the Orcs what they want, which is to get up close as fast as possible, and gives the Gretchen what they want, which is to hide as far away as possible. So that all works out. Now, that's not all we've got on today's list. On the other side, we've got Tyranids, and there are some pretty... And these are pretty interesting. So if they're your favorite, Raulo, how about you go through what their list is?
I will gladly go through this. This is almost exactly what I occasionally run. But so we've got 2 detachments here. We'll start with the first one, which is a Kronos detachment with just basically everything on the left side of the board here.
Yep.
So we've got the 2 Neurothropes there to cast a lot of your psychic powers. And of course, they have a stratagem where if you're within a certain range, I forget the exact distance, and you try to cast a psychic test for 1 CP, they can make it so you only are able to roll 1 die on the test, and they can still deny you after the fact.
Right.
And of course, we've got the squad of Hive Guard in there, loaded with Impaler cannons. So
squad of 6 too. Like, they are going hard on the ability to double shoot.
Oh yeah, and rerolling 1s, ballistic skill 3, it's great.
It's the best indirect fire in the game right now, I think.
Oh, it's been the best indirect fire. It's amazing. Outside of that, though, we've got 2 squads of 10 Termagants and a squad of 3 Rippers there to get on objectives and be annoying naturally. The one that you don't see that often is we have a Spore Cyst here, which it's fun. That'll be pumping out Spore Mines and a lot of Barb Strangler shots. Spore Mines are actually probably the big thing, though. Just get in the way of stuff.
Yeah.
God, that's so annoying how those work.
And they can do mortal wounds if you ignore them, and you really don't want to have to shoot them, but...
Yeah, it's not fun. And of course, we've got a good old Exocrine here. Gonna put down some heavy fire from far. And if he wants to, increasing damage. And then, naturally, we've got a Kraken detachment
Oh,
with
no.
Swarmlord and some Dimacarion. So you know the drill. Advance 6 inches, double that, give onslaught, slingshot it after the fact. Hey, I've essentially moved across the entire board and I'm right in your face.
Yeah, and these boys hit extremely hard. They are only like 250 points. They do a disgusting amount of damage. They have 18 wounds, a 3-up save, followed by a 5-up feel no pain if they kill anything. They do a bunch of mortal wounds after they killed stuff because they just eat things all the time. They're really, really, really cool.
I love the changes to them because I've got a couple Dimacarions myself. I've had them since like 7th edition.
And they're super cool. Like, they're extremely tall, very big beasties, but they're horribly agile. They're the worst of everything that Tyranids has to offer. Fast, destructive melee that is going to be up in your face immediately.
They're perfect distraction Carnifexes as well, because they're only 230 points right now.
Yeah, and like, they're better than Carnifexes since Carnifexes die a lot easier than these boys do and don't do as much damage.
Exactly. Also, they come with the 5-up invul save now, which is great. You don't have to kill for that.
Yeah.
The kill just gives you the feel no pain.
Yeah, which is really resilient. Like, it makes them really hard to get rid of. Like, let alone one of them, 2 of them makes it so that you're guaranteed to have 1 on turn 2, pretty much.
And there's also a Malanthrope, so -1 to hit.
So long as they're within range.
Well, yes, but that's to prevent the Alpha Strike mostly. I have a feeling. Which again, it's orcs, so it doesn't really matter. But
yeah, but like it means that in order to hit on 5s, they're gonna need to they're gonna need to put out the stratagem Daka, like Modaka or whatever it is, in order to be able to hit on the 5s and Daka on the 5s as well. So yeah. Yeah, and the Malanthrope isn't the Malanthrope's aura isn't faction locked, is it?
No, it's only specific to Hive Fleet, so it will not affect any of the Chronos stuff.
Okay, worth mentioning. And then filling out the detachment.
Just 3 squads of 10 Termagants and a Lictor, which I always look at Lictors strangely. I haven't liked them since they changed how they worked halfway into 8th. But a lot of people still run them, normally for deploy scramblers, which notably, he did not take.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about secondaries then, and start looking at the scoreboard. So, as it stands right now, Joko's picked Engage on all fronts, Bring it down, and Priority Targets. How do you feel about those 3 picks? And Priority Targets, by the way, for this mission, which happens to be, the Priority Targets mission, Priority Targets is the auto pick. It is the strongest secondary in the game. If you don't pick it in this mission, you're probably doing yourself a disservice. So, let's talk about the secondary, though. For Joko, Engage on all fronts, Bring it down, and Priority Targets. How do you feel that this is going to do for our Orcish friend?
Engages Joko?
And either one of you. You know what? How about, and this is for Joko. How about you go first, EDT?
Yeah. Sure thing. So, Priority Targets, obviously, like you said, is a given. I think they showed the data on what secondaries people scored the highest on, and Priority Targets was by far the highest scored secondary in the game, just because kind of sitting in your deployment zone and holding your objective gets you 3 points a turn. So unless you're really getting tabled, you're not going to get anything less than 15. Engage on all fronts, he's got mobility, so it makes sense that he'll be able to get to where he needs to go with that one. That's a pretty easy no-brainer, especially on this triangle deployment. You can get into every single quarter pretty easily from your deployment zone turn 1. And then Bring it down. The opponent has a bunch of these big beasts, right? He's got the Exocrines, he's got the Demos. So I guess he's banking on kind of killing enough of those to get some points. He'll get 3, 6, 9...
Swarmlord and Swarmlord counts as well.
And Sporocyst?
And the Sporocyst.
Okay, so he could get the full 15 because this is old.
This is all pre-fac, keep in mind,
all
folks.
All pre-fac. So he should be able to get 15, I believe, assuming they're all over 10.
Now, mind you, that means he's tabling all the monsters, which is asking a little bit, but he still needs to kill them, so going for a secondary that you need to do regardless is a good plan.
Yeah, I agree. I think he'll just be getting those as he kind of takes out the biggest threats to his army.
Now, the other player here, Jimmy1980, he's gone for a very similar kind of list. In fact, it's the exact same secondaries, which brings up the question. if he's going for the exact same secondaries, that means they're effectively competing for engage on all fronts. And then on top of that, bring it down is going to be a very easy score here. Again,
I counted it. There's 30 points he can get off of bring it down.
Yeah, so that means that he's pretty much guaranteed the 15. And it's kind of the same deal. Yet again, he needs to kill the bikes, he needs to kill the buggies, he needs to kill the Mega Dread, and hopefully kill the guns in the back as well. All these things are things that need to die for the Tyranid player to be having a happy day. Going for it for points makes perfect sense. Now, engage on all fronts is an interesting pick here. I'm looking at it, first off, well, it's also worth mentioning everybody's kind of moving around their objectives now, as it is the beginning of the game. Right now, when it comes to those two armies, engage on all fronts is a very contested, very risky secondary, I find. It's guaranteed to work, but it does mean you're effectively fleeing your army out there against an army that really wants to be close, in both cases. How do you feel about this this interaction here between the two armies?
I honestly think that's what's going to decide it, because they both have to fling themselves at each other. They're both going to do it nonetheless, and they're both going for engage, so it really just comes out to who comes out on top in each quarter. And especially with this deployment, they're both going to be in every quarter on round one. They have the mobility to do it without even thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and let's see, another objective has been moved. It seems as if Joko had first pick, so could pick to move one of the objectives, one of their objectives, I think, first. And it seems like they moved this objective closer to their side, like the objective in the northwest corner over to their side. Then Jimmy had the chance to move 2, and then had the objective in the northeast corner to move closer to the deeper side of his deployment zone, and then moved the Joko's second objective right out into the middle, where it's easy to shoot and charge. Finally, it seems as if Joko was able to move the last objective kind of like somewhere in the middle, away from Jimmy's deployment. So this is a very interesting way to kind of look at these objectives. This mission is really cool because of the moving objectives minigame that pops up. Whether or not you go first or like deploy first or second actually matters, because whether it depends, like it forces you to either pick up on pick first, pick last for moving objectives, or pick second and third.
Yeah.
How much does that matter, do you guys think?
It's pretty important. The thing is, it kind of depends what your strategy is. If you're, if you get the first pick and you're playing aggressive, you might pull your opponent's, the one in your opponent's deployment zone forward to try to get to that, if that's something that you're able to achieve. Otherwise, you might actually go second because you want to move the two. You want to move 2 in a row where you'll have kind of more impact on it. So it can impact the game to some extent. But I will say people generally will take the more conservative route and pull both of their home objectives back into the corners. But as you can see on the table, I believe the bottom left corner, you'll see that home objective got pulled forward.
Yeah.
So that kind of inclines what the game plan is there.
It really does depend on the list you're running. Like if you're running your standard Space Marine mostly gunline list, you're going to want to pull your objectives back and such. And Joko wants to do it because he's got the guns. But both of these lists, pulling the objectives out into the open is beneficial because they're both trying to get these giant charges in and just start killing stuff in close combat.
Now,
I would have moved the objectives more aggressively.
Really?
With these armies, yes.
Well, I like to think that some of them are placed fairly aggressively, but you're right. With the exception of Objective 5 and the southeast objective in the bottom right corner here, like the vast majority of them have been tried to be like pulled further back. The Tyranid home objective being a little bit further out means that in order for it to remain in the Tyranid's care, there's going to have to be somebody kind of like just barely hiding inside these ruins, which do not have windows on the bottom floor, or do, actually. It's a little hard to see.
I think they do.
They do, but they're boarded up. So you can't see through the bottom floor. So that's going to allow for this to still be held, but because it's so much closer, the orcs do have a chance to steal it at some point throughout the game. Compared to Objective 2, which, honestly, is going to be hard for the Tyranid player. Like, the Demacrons can only really go in through one entrance, which is this middle, like, charnel house of a focus point over here, in between the two buildings. If the Demacrons do try to go through there, there's largely going to be some screens in the way, I imagine. Like, that's going to be interesting to try. It's going to be really hard, I think, for the Tyranids to get onto Objective 2. So the northeast objective there.
It's plausible, because it depends what he screens with. You know, if it's Grots, he can probably shoot through Grots. And also, Dimacharions can move over models.
Yes.
So there is that. But yeah, I definitely agree Objective 2 is very difficult. However, the other objective, I don't know what number this is.
Well, this is... sorry, you know what? I'm working off of like a weird northeast, west, south kind of thing. I put spacebar as one of the observers in the game, and as a result, as soon as you hit spacebar, you're in a certain direction. Perfect. North is up, west is left, east is right, south is down.
Okay, so this southeast objective, on the other hand, the orcs are gonna have to go for that, and the Tyranids can easily go. Like that's a safe. That's supposed to be a safe objective that's now in the middle of nowhere. So it's like, yes, you can get to, and of course for priority targets, he'll stay on too. But he's going to be losing the primary unless he's out here trying to hog that other objective down there.
It's also worth mentioning that all three of those objectives have been pulled closer to the Tyranid lines, which, although their home objective here in the southwest is a little bit exposed, it means that the Hive Guard can easily control all three objectives, managing to double shoot anything that's on them, no matter what, pretty much. That's going to be a big problem for Joko, is my feeling. Depends on where the Hive Guard are deployed, though, obviously.
Obviously.
Now, what about the Exocrine? We got, like, these big artillery pieces and these bigger models that can really only fit through certain areas. Like, I'm looking at the Megatrax Scrapjet, like the big Mega Dread. There's only, like, one window where it can fit through, unless if he puts it out in the open on the east side of the map. I
see the Exocrine being put right out on the open on the west side of the map, just because it gives it that causeway to shoot down the entire center.
Yeah,
and
relatively
he's
easily.
Gonna have to put the Mega Dread mirrored to that, just because there's very little other places he can put it unless he wants to go very north corner.
Yeah, something interesting is that the Orc player's army footprint is pretty large when you have all of these vehicles. And so, like you were saying, maneuvering down these lanes, there's effectively 3 lanes that they can go through. And I could see kind of now that top left objective is so far from the Orc player's deployment zone, him getting there is going to be pretty tough. Yeah. Unless he commits to it from the beginning. Whereas if he takes the middle, he can then shoot down to the bottom one. If those two will be easier for him to control. But the top left one, he would have to commit like a pretty solid amount of his forces to get there.
The other thing about this bottom right objective, the southeast one, is that it is actually in a very interesting spot. It is completely obscured from the center area. You can easily just put some Orc boys on there. The thing that makes it vulnerable is this south area, is the south lane from the Tyranid side. And the north end from the Orc side, but it is invulnerable to whatever's going on in the middle. Whereas the other objective, you can still be in the middle and shoot what's going on in the northeast. The objective that's really close to the Tyranid deployment. Like the setup, the way that everything was pulled, is going to be, I think, pretty much integral to how each player decides to move around. And by looking at this right now, I can predict one of two things that that Joko's going to do. Either he's going to go hard onto this southeast flank and then just be like, yeah, I've got the middle and I've got this, and even if you take the middle, I still have a fairly safe southeast kind of like objective. Or, and I think that this one's maybe a bit more likely, he's going to go hard and make sure that the northwest objective is just cleared repeatedly as often as possible, and tries to take it, and then takes the middle, and then just forgoes this bottom objective as much as possible.
Yeah, I could see on these kind of missions, like, you sometimes want to just create a triangle of control, and given that the triangle would be his deployment zone and then the one in the middle and the bottom one, since those are closer together, I could see him trying to do that. Likewise, the Tyranid player will be able to exert their influence on the top left triangle. So you can see how that goes, and then the battle will just end up in the middle, with the Tyranid player having a bit more say over the bottom right objective than the Orc player has about the top left objective.
Yeah, makes sense.
I love this about the Dimacarion. Yeah, it's hidden in the ruins, and it can just run right over them.
Yeah, and honestly, the Macrons are going to be a huge deal. I've seen them wipe an entire White Scars army in, like, one turn. It's brutal. I think it was Colin from Biffpod that was playing Tyranids against a White Scars list, and it was complete nonsense. I remember throwing up a little bit in my mouth watching what they were able to do. I'm jealous. If I'm being completely honest, I'm jealous of Demacrons. They are a fantastic model. And the Orcs, I think, are definitely... Like, okay, let's go ahead and make predictions. Because there is a prediction that we can go ahead and make, if you guys want to go ahead and give it a shot. There's another 4 minutes left for the predictions. I'm also going to go ahead and put up a poll. New poll, here we go. Asking who do you guys think is going to... who do you guys think is going to win? In this game, is it going to be Orcs or is it going to be Tyranids? Go ahead and answer the poll, or in this case, like, you know, go ahead and make your predictions, and then at the end of the stream, more points. Consider it a high score situation.
I've got a fun poll that we should run. Is how should you pronounce Dimacarion? Because you say Dimacron like a savage.
All right, so how should you pronounce Dimacarion?
You just shorthand it to Dima, and then you don't have to worry about it.
So, okay, how do you say it then, Raulo?
I say Dimacarion. Some people say Dimacarion. Some people say Dimacarion.
On. I say on. And
EDT.
EDT, how do you say it?
Dima.
Oh, he went for the meme. He's gonna win.
Alrighty. Poll has started. It'll be 10 minutes long. Go ahead and give it a whirl. And again, if you guys want to go ahead and make that prediction, it is currently in the Orcs side. It's 65 to 35% in favor of Orcs actually winning. For right now, with LP Curry and Jen Wilhelm making the biggest predictions on either side. You guys have another couple of minutes. Alright, so let's go ahead and go back to deployment for a minute. We've now got a pretty clear picture of what Joko and what Jimmy are trying to do. On the right side here, with Joko in the blue corner, which is a lie compared to what I thought. I thought he was going for the red corner, but, you know, deployment colors, who cares? We got our Mega Dread down exactly where Raulo predicted, with a little Gretchen screen in front of it. In the center, we have 2 squads of Gretchen, also creating a mob here in the middle, making sure that there's a screen. In the right ruins, we've got access to our boys. Boys. We got our weird boy to teleport them all over the place, and a Mega Knob squad sitting there behind obscuring terrain. In the center area right now, we still have the Shock Jump Dragstas. It doesn't matter where they are. They're going to teleport all over the map. And then you've got the Smasher Guns that have currently gone down. Currently, the priority objective is held and has a fantastic screen in front of it to stop the Dimacarions, whatever you want to call them, from getting too much further into the Orc deployment. So about halfway through deployment there. And then on the Tyranid side, lots of null drops, but now we're finally needing to put down the big boys. We've got a few Termagant squads that have gone down. Swarmy's hiding inside of a ruin here. We've got Neurothropes. We've got a Malanthrope straight in the middle, but he should be within 3 inches of at least one of these monsters or something, or within the range of a monster of some kind in the near future. And in order to give them the Lookout Sir rule, one of the Demacrons is hiding behind one of the line of sight obscuring ruins. The other one probably going to be doing the same thing. And we have a Neurothrope on the 2nd floor because
I'm curious where the heck he's going to put the Hive Guard.
I think he's got a little pocket right here reserved for them in this northwest ruin, near his home base. This seems like a perfect 6 Hive Guard spot right here in the bottom side.
He will be touching the floor and then be visible if he is there, though. So that's...
He wouldn't be, though, because all the windows are blocked. You still have to fire with line of sight in mind. And all of these windows are completely blocked out.
I saw windows, and I thought you could see through them.
No, sadly.
Yeah, only the short ones are shot through. Which is curious.
That is the standard WTC runes layout at the moment, where the taller ones have no windows.
I like that, honestly.
We can also point out that the Dima moves 12 inches, and like you were saying, the Swarm Lord's double move ability is not stuck to like infantry or anything, so
Mm-hmm.
he will be able to double move the Dima.
And
20.
Oh, look at the Spore Assist
Also-
placement.
Yeah, it's just gonna put spore mines and absolutely block that causeway. I'm calling it.
Mm-hmm.
But the other
fact that-
one is, oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say with Kraken, he can double an advance roll, and he rolls 3 dice on the advance.
Yep.
And with Onslaught, he can advance and charge. So
Mm-hmm.
it's an absolute slingshot that will cover the entire board. He can move 20 inches in one go, and then move an extra 12 and still charge.
All right, it seems
Yep.
as if the Spore Assist is being redeployed somewhere else.
Aw.
Do you think he would? Do you think he'll bank on getting Catalyst off, or do you think he'll just kind of go 24 and be happy with that?
I think he'll be happy with throwing 124 and maybe giving the other one Catalyst, because if they kill that one model, boom, it has Catalyst already
Yeah,
built in.
exactly.
So,
That makes
I
perfect
think
sense to me too.
He's either going to try and just throw both of them out there, one just be in the middle of the board as bait, probably with Catalyst, or he's just going to slingshot them one at a time.
Yep.
It really depends on what he's going to try and do.
Depends who goes first too, and if he's reacting or if he's on the aggressive play.
Very true.
Also, that's obviously why you see there is a screen in front of the Mecha Dread.
Which I didn't actually see that until
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
pointed
it's
it
right
out.
there, but it's just like, it's there. It has to be. Joko
I was
knows how to play the
looking-
game, it turns out.
I was looking straight up down, so I couldn't see the blue outline. And the Gretchen are the same freaking color as the table. I
Yeah.
kinda hate these clear bases, at least on this table for these darn models. Oh, that would drive me insane. I
Sorry.
don't think that buggy does fit through that ruin, but that's for the players to call.
That buggy there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see what they think about that one. Okay, yeah, he has decided that they are currently discussing that. We'll see what they decide. Again, we're not judges, neither are you folks, which means that whatever they decide in the game, that's what they've got. So currently that's what they're making a decision about. They're currently measuring the base. They're seeing whether or not it works.
It'll be tough luck if he can't fit that through.
Yeah,
I don't think-
it'll mean that he'll have to
I don't
deploy it
think he
elsewhere.
could.
Yeah, no, I think that that's exactly the decision they've just come to. Let's go ahead and actually turn on the voice chat for people in game, so that way we can hear the players for a minute or two.
Moves. Did you put the, yeah, you put the clock on me?
Oh yeah, clock. I forgot about the clock.
Yeah, they both have about 95 minutes of time. This includes deployment, so make sure you deploy quickly.
Sorry, I'm still placing the units. Flank moves.
Yeah.
That's an easy.
Yeah,
first
with
step.
regards
Second
to,
one there.
The clock and everything, I will point out, being one of these slower players, that it's great to be meticulous, especially with Tabletop Simulator, where you can get down to the 0.1 inch of measurement. But like sometimes, for me at least, like what I'll do is my deployment will be a bit slow, turn one might be a bit slow, and then kind of in the later turns, you've kind of put yourself in the position by taking the time out on the front end that then the later turns flow faster. So I'm not too worried about kind of slower players. I think it's fine if it starts slow.
Oddly
Yeah.
enough, I always finish. I always kind of go out of my way to finish my deployment, just bam, 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 as fast as possible. And I've noticed I've always done this with the chess clock. Is just suddenly my deployment goes from taking 15 minutes to taking 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's one of those things where, because of the armies I play, positioning is so unbelievably important that I will absolutely take as much time as I need to go out and deploy, as it will save time later on. And like again, taking 5 minutes to think before you start placing things really, really helps. Now it seems that I was wrong. The Hive Guard are going up on, you guessed it, the second floor of this ruin.
Third as well.
Oh my gosh. Look, this is what happens when there's no windows in the ruins. I'm going to have some words with the terrain maker.
To be fair, he can charge that unit if he makes it to the bottom floor.
Yeah, pretty much, because these are 2.5 inches, I think, tall per level, so it should be good. But yeah, the way that the obscuring terrain works in this game right now in this tournament makes it so that it's very easy to just hide behind stuff and then use the terrain whilst also not being a victim to anything at all. I've got my own opinions, but maybe that's a personal podcast situation. For right now, this is how it's being played, and how it's being played is very intelligent. The Hive Guard are currently hiding, they're completely invisible, and they're making the best use of vertical space, something that a lot of players might not initially think to use in a situation like this. Vertical space is still space, and if you can use that space, do so.
Keep in mind that WTC.
Now, Donut Troll Barkeeper.
Hive Guard are infantry. I don't see why not.
Well, I think it's meant to just keep it from being too cheesy. But that's for the WTC. This is not the WTC. And the WTC is not like the be-all, end-all in terms of rules. So it's worth mentioning that, you know, check with your tournament organizer to see what you're able to do. Even stuff as, like clear written now as how Mont-Ka works with falling back is potentially still in dispute. So, like, check with tournament organizers before you, as you're making your list ahead of time. Do not do it the night before. Anyway, it is a specific WTC ruling, if it is anything. An Alpha League, and remember, this is still pre-FAQ as well, because the FAQ came midway through the league and right before the playoffs, and nobody wanted to change their lists. Like, we didn't want people to have to spend millions of years changing their lists right before the playoffs started. It would have been a pain in the butt. So, these are all still pre-FAQ rules that we're using. And there's the Exocrine pretty much almost exactly where you said he would be. Raulo, really good prediction there.
Yeah. He's got this whole middle causeway to shoot down.
Even through dense terrain, he has that +1. It should work out.
Yep.
By the way, there is the end of the poll, by the way. Apparently, Daimak Karon, the way I say it, is the correct way to say it, according to chat.
Darn. There's only 3 people that voted. That doesn't count. There's only 3 people that voted.
Well, one other person voted for you.
There.
No one agreed with EDT, so at least feel good about that.
There.
I did.
Yes, you did.
Daimak Karon is on there.
I said just Dima.
Oh, just Dima. Okay.
It's the just Dima. It's Dima.
I'd say Dima's... Nah.
Well, yeah, whatever it is. Daimak Karon, Daimakarion. It's up to you. It's up to Trevi from Tabletop Tortoise or whatever. Like, yeah, there's the Tactical Tortoise. There we go. You've got your options.
People voted. I could have used my stream point.
Well, okay.
Absolutely rig that election.
You could have. And did you? No, you didn't. You did not.
I was trying to be fair.
Well, fine. We can make another poll later on down the line. We can go ahead and see if people want to make mini bets as to who's going to end up having more points by turn 3 and stuff like that. Ooh, now that is a good poll. Okay, so that is definitely a WTC ruling, Donut Troll Barkeeper, and that is a neat ruling, but that is not the case here. If it's infantry, it can be up there, and if it's got fly, it can be up there. So if I was playing Tau, for instance, and I could balance a Riptide up on top of one of these buildings, let's go.
To be fair, Alpha League does have one rule involving stuff with fly and vehicles, and that it does actually have to fit to be able to sit.
Nerds. Well, the good thing is I never abused that rule. So
because we've had that happen before, where people are trying to stick, these skimmers and venoms up on this like little inch spot ruin.
Yeah,
but that is a rule we have. If your vehicle, you got fly, something like that, it does have to be able to fit with the base to be able to sit up there.
Makes sense. Okay, so Riptides cannot go up there. Good to know. Now, Jen Wilhelm, we are not having that poll, because me trying to write that out phonetically is going to result in me also going mad.
Wait, what is that supposed to be? A Taurus Raukeris?
Yes, that's actually the best reading I've heard of that name in my life. It's the Tzeentch Super Greater Demon from Forge World.
Oh! A Taurus
Greek.
Raukeris, yes, yeah.
All right, we're almost done with deployment, by the way. Orc player still has to put down the War Boss on Warbike. And the Ripper Swarms and Lictor are definitely in Deep Strike and reserves right now. So, Tyranid player is done deploying.
I'm not the same. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot Rippers could burrow strike.
Yeah, they're really, really good. I love Rippers, and one thing that this Tyranid list doesn't have are the Ripper Swarm, like the flying Ripper Swarms. Which,
Oh, I don't know why you would ever pay the extra points for Sky Slashers.
Now, it's interesting you say that because they actually got a lot of good press from Trevi recently, specifically for the ability to run up and tag whatever you want them to, almost like turn 1. Because they are effectively just missiles. They can easily do like movement blocking and stuff turn 1 as well, and they are still relatively cheap for what they do in that respect. So yeah, like they can do a little bit of work for what they need to do, and that makes them annoying against stuff like Imperial Guard or whatever. And if you're up against a list that does not care about them, I mean, they still fly and they can still like run around and movement block and hold objectives if need be. So
I guess that's fair. I guess. I assume I wouldn't do it though. And also
okay, and the Warbike goes down. So Warboss and Warbike, by the way, and this one is this one's the big one. It's got the biggest boss. It's got everything that it needs to in order to become an absolute monster in close combat. This thing moves 14 inches, advances super fast, has 6 attacks at AP, its strength lots, 14 I think with the biggest boss. 6 attacks at strength, like re-rolling hits, re-rolling wounds, and everything with Dekilla Claw. Like, it is a nasty, nasty, nasty time. It's an
I'll say
absolute
from
missile.
experience that will murder anything short of the Swarm Lord on the Tyranid list.
Yeah. Like, even the Demacron's in a bit of trouble, especially if the Demacron hasn't had a chance to eat anything yet. So.
Oh, the War Boss, even if it has, will still more than likely completely murder it. War Bosses on those War Bosses are mean against Nids.
So, looking at the deployment, who do you think ended up deploying better, you two? Why don't we start off with the EDT?
Sure.
Like, you two take the floor for a bit. I actually have to get out of my chair. So, cover for me.
Gotcha. All right. So why don't we look at? Well, I just think the Orc player is in a tough spot given what I was talking about, the footprint of his army. Like, we determining where he could fit, where he couldn't fit. It really kind of funneled him into certain lanes, which have limited his options for how to play the mission.
The players did decide that the buggies could not fit through this hole, which means he only has these 2 causeways.
Right.
Which funnels him very hard. And it's funny because before the game started, when they rolled the mission, I heard Joko specifically say, "Oh, I love this mission." And then they rolled the map and he said, "I've never played on this map."
Yeah. I think he was referring to priority targets and enjoying the free secondary points there.
Yes, but this map might actually really hurt him.
Yeah, 100%. The Tyranid player, I mean, I think chat has favored the Orcs at the moment. I think it'll come down to how durable the Orcs end up being against the Tyranid players' attacks, essentially. The Tyranid player can put a lot of hurt in between the Exocrines, the Hive Guard, the Demas. We'll see like how effective. Basically, whichever player has a more effective turn. So not necessarily who goes first, but whoever has the first effective turn will probably kind of shape how the game plays out.
Well, yeah, because if Tyranids go first, they really can only do so much. They'll put some hurt here and there. A Daimo will get in, but it's only so much. And the same thing reverse. If the Orcs get first turn, what are they really going to be able to effectively do?
The Tyranid player probably wants an extra turn of shooting before the Orc player gets closer.
Very fair.
But it's not that much of an advantage because the Tyranid player might want to just take a round of shooting and not overextend, perhaps.
Definitely.
And if the Tyranid player goes first, he might feel inclined to be very aggressive, and that could be a bit of an overextension, because if the Tyranid player takes the midboard and into the bottom right objective with those gaunts, they'll lose all of pretty much everything they put there.
Yeah, I don't think that the Gaunts could take the bottom right either. They'll have to hide behind the ruin. like the upper left rune in that corner,
Mm-hmm.
in order to get obscured or something, in order to remotely stay alive. And I think that because how important OBSEC is going to be in this army, because like there's gonna be bikes rocketing all over the place, and the only thing that will be able to take objectives from them is the OBSEC. It's important for the Tyranid player to either hem the Orc player in, or keep your OBSEC alive. Wait a couple of turns and go for more of a late game push, maybe. With those gaunts.
I think he might even want to go second if he wins this roll off.
Which he still can do.
And it's like, yes, he gets the shooting with the Exocrine and the Hive Guard, but the rest of his army, it's just really easy to overextend.
Mm-hmm.
He might
Reroll.
he might not even like you could
Again!
Oh, double six! A 5 and a 6, and Jimmy takes it. So Jimmy has choice and takes first. All right, let's go ahead and start up another poll then, folks. Who do you think is going to have? So let's make a new poll. Who do you think is going to have the most points by the end of turn 3? What do you two think?
Well, for Bring It Down especially, I think Jimmy, he's going to be able to max that out a lot faster than Joko will. So I think by the end of the game, they might both have maxed out. But at turn 3, my money's on the Nids.
And you, EDT?
Well, so in the Orc players list, all the mega tracks, the custom boostas, and the dragtas, those are all 2 points per one. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
Because they're not bikes; they're vehicles.
They are proper vehicles, yes.
Gotcha. So, yep, I would agree. A Tyranid player will have a early lead on Bring It Down.
I'm going to say the Orcs are going to have the most points by the end of turn 3. Controversially, especially because they're going second, but I think that because of the fact that they are going second, they're going to have a better. If it's done properly, they'll have a really strong counterpunch. There's a chance that although they're going to lose on Bring It Down, they're actually going to start fighting back on the primary, do better on Engage in all fronts, and maybe even be able to steal priority objective once, which would be pretty brutal. So we'll have to see. I'm going to go ahead and make that bet, but it's probably the wrong one.
Gotta have that representation, eh?
Exactly. I'm going to go ahead and be the advocate for the other side here, just to make sure that there's at least some controversy.
To be
Is the
completely fair, though,
contrarian.
these are literally my 2 favorite things to ever see on the board, save Astra Militarum. It's like these 3 factions. It's just like, love to see them. Love to see them. It's a nice little rest from all the Space Marine on Space Marine action we regularly have.
Yeah. Tyranids and Orcs are also a really fun matchup because both armies are so aggressive and have so much, like, they have to fight each other. They always want to do that. And so as a result, it's always going to be a bit of a bloodbath. It's always going to be highly tactical. These 2 armies just play well off each other, I think. Oh, Kraken Advance coming out here.
Oh, there it is.
And it's a 4. You don't have any options. I'm sorry. Jimmy, they rolled a 4. Creeper, yes, that is Raulo. We are your casting team. We got Raulo, we've got myself, and we've got a EDT as well.
Creepers found me. Oh, no.
Well, he is a creeper.
Yeah, he's a very custody player that runs a lot of meme lists that I personally got very tired of going up against day after day.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I went up against the same Dark Angels list that beat me in my pod the first episode of playoffs. I didn't even get to play against a different army. I just went up against OBSEC bikes again. So,
God.
That was
yeah,
fun.
Yesterday I had my mirror match against Curie, and I should not have played that game yesterday, but I did. So, I'm out of the playoffs to say the least.
Now, this is an interesting attempt at an advance here. Keeping track, I assume, of the fact that these guys only have a movement of 6, the advance of a 4 made them a 10, and they're trying to stay within 8 inches because of the woods. Still some very interesting pivoting around and such. But hey, whatever works. And as predicted, they are going to hide behind this building here as best as possible to keep them alive and put them in a position to potentially take an objective later on in the game. Just a reminder, folks, there is currently a poll going on for who do you think is going to have the most points by turn 3. Go ahead and make a vote for that. If you have any viewing points whatsoever, if you've been watching the stream at all, then you have some points. Go ahead and spend them. Mind you, I could probably make that a little bit easier if I just, lower the cost for making a vote. Anyway, I'll remember that for next time.
Oh, it costs to vote?
It costs points or bits. I
Okay.
emphasize that you should make it points. You should make it points, though. And I'm going to make it a lot less points because this is very much all within, like, we're currently trying to work with and experiment with the idea of using polls and stuff. So the first vote is free. Oh, maybe. But like, yeah, I'm trying to experiment with adding polls and stuff to keep people engaged and add some bets and stuff like that.
Wait.
So yeah.
What did he do there? Did he metabolic overdrive? I think he did. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use that stratagem.
It's a good stratagem overall. It just has some caveats, some terms and conditions. It's not amazing for offense, but it allows you to effectively just double move. Which means now that the orc player has to deal with this objective and pull themselves out into the open, I imagine. Currently measuring, I guess, the distance that the threat range of the weird boy. I wonder what for.
I mean, in the movement phase is when you want to be measuring what your opponent's denies look like.
That's a good point.
I talk about this like a lot. Like the movement phase is actually kind of when every other phase happens, because in the movement phase is when you want to be checking what your range is, what you want to check what your opponent's threat range is. By the time you're moving, you want to know what your charge range is going to be. You don't want to just move and then say, oh, it's actually a 9-inch charge. These are all the things you want to sort out while you're still moving models. And checking deny range is a good one.
Absolutely a good point. It's also worth mentioning that with the Chronos attachment, that range is also the range where he could have a model and do the stratagem to deny?
So the stratagem is you can only use one die on your psychic test.
Gotcha.
And you can still deny after the fact. So I've done that before. It's like, oh, you want a warp time? You can only use one dice. Oh, you rolled a 6? I get 2 dice to try and deny that.
Yeah. And the Termagants are in range of that, so that's something. I wonder if these are the Chronos detachment or not, though.
I think they're Kraken, because they rolled the 3 dice on the advance.
That makes sense, yeah. Okay. Well, one Dimacron has decided to jump right over the building, because that's something that Dimacrons can just do.
Have you seen that model? They're literally jumping in the sculpt.
Yeah, they are pretty cool. And a little advance at another 5 inches, meaning that this boy is potentially able to advance, what?
If he wants to double it, it would be a 22-inch move.
What is going on? Okay, he's measuring. Okay, cool.
He's also trying to avoid the forests, I think.
Yes, I would agree that that would be a good plan.
Since he gets to leap over the building, but he doesn't get to ignore difficult.
Yeah, doesn't make sense. I don't know if you hear Jim say, gets to leap over the building, but doesn't get to ignore difficult ground. For some reason. Can jump over a 10-inch structure, cannot jump over a 4-inch tree.
The crater is really, tripping him up.
Did I just completely mistake you for Jim? I think.
Yeah, you called me Jim. That's okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nicely done.
I'm Evan. EDT.
EDT. What's the T and the D stand for?
It's just my initials, but yeah.
Well, it's one way to do things.
EDT 247, because that's who I am all the time.
Hey, there's some cleverness.
Oh, I get that. That took me too long. 24/7. God dang it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna pitch my channel a moment here, because
you know what? Go for it.
Cool. So I just started a channel on YouTube where we're doing bat reps and tactical videos. So yeah, I'm EDT247 on Discord. I won the last season of Alpha. kind of use that momentum as a springboard to get competitive players in my area together. So we got some guys together, and we are streaming bat reps now. So go check us out. We're the Competitive Standard 40K. Catch us on YouTube. We just did a cool bat rep with new Death Guard versus Blood Angels. It was a nightmare, and I won't spoil it for you. We also did a battle with Mortarion and got him. He got one shot turn 1 by a bunch of Raven Guard Eradicators. So we're just fueling the meta over there at the Competitive Standard 40K.
All right. It seems like there's some interesting thinking going on here from this Damacaron. Damakarion, Dima. This monster seems like it's poised to actually go ahead and take the bait of the Gretchen mobs. Maybe. What do you guys think about that one? Because I'm looking at it, and I'll explain why I think it's interesting and why I think that that bait might actually not be a bad plan to take. If the Damacaron does manage to go far enough, take the bait, and then like kill the first Gretchen mob, pile into the second, it is going to be sitting there blocking that central area completely, which means that the only parts of the Orc army that can move are going to be on the flanks. Do you think that's a good plan?
It's decent. I can't actually tell if he's going to move it there or not.
I can't either for sure, but it's right out in the open. It either makes that charge and does that, or it's going to be shot to pieces. I mean, there are a lot of smasher guns. A lot of smasher guns. Way too many smasher guns.
I don't think I don't remember what smasher guns do. Hold on.
So those are one-shot grot cannons that wound on 2d6 against your toughness. So it's not even like a 4-up to wound or anything like that. It's just, oh, can I roll a 7 or higher on the dice, and then it wounds the Damacaron for a d6 damage weapon. It gets to re-roll the wound, it gets to re-roll the hit, and it gets to re-roll the damage roll. With the Death Skulls, but in this case, it doesn't get it because it's a grot. And second, they're also in the grot mob, which allows them to do re-rolls of 1s to hit because they're a vehicle. So
it does have more ballistic skill because it is a grot, though. So
hitting up 4s.
Exactly. Alrighty, well, who do you think is going to have the most points? An even 50-50 split between Orcs and Tyranids, by the way. If Demon wipes a unit, it gets a 5++ feel no pain. Yes, Creeper, that's correct. That's the other reason why I think that has to happen.
Ooh, actually, that's not that hard because they changed how the digestion thing works.
Yeah, it just does like d6 mortal wounds if it kills a model or something like that to the unit that it was hurting, and that's on average 3 with the number of attacks it has that are going to be killing very easily. Yeah, this boy's gonna absolutely wipe that first squad of Gretchen. Like, I think that mathematically the squad of Gretchen's wiped even if he starts rolling hot on those invulnerable saves. And then piling into the second squad of Gretchen means that nothing else goes and happens. So he can move after he's shot. Maybe he wants to clear the Gretchen with the Hive Guard and then slingshot the demon back or forward, depending on the outcome of the shooting. Yeah, that makes sense too. The Hive Guard are, Eyeball says, within range of a couple of interesting targets, but if they shoot into the Gretchen mob, it does mean that the Dema could attempt to charge on Pink, kill it, and then tag the Megatrack Scrap Jets instead, which is a really big play, actually.
Yeah, that would be huge.
You cannot double shoot before he moves the Dyma, though, because the double shoot is at the end of the shooting phase.
Yes, but the double move for the Damacaron will get them in range of Pink or White Gretchen mobs, in this case. And if he shoots the White Gretchen mob and kills it, which with the Hive Guard is a possibility,
it feels like such a waste of shots.
Right, but if that allows the Damacaron to tag the Megatrax, that could be a really strong play. We might be seeing that out of Jimmy, but we do not know for sure.
No, it's only 12 shots. So say he gets to reroll 1s. So hits, I don't know, 10, maybe 11.
I think mathematically that means that he's hitting with 8, rerolling 2 of those, probably hits with 1 or 2 of them. Yeah, he should not kill one squad of Gretchen in one shot, but he might thin it out enough that he could pile into Pink, like charge into Pink anyway, wipe both squads maybe, and then like swing his butt to tag the Megatrax. It's possible. It's possible. I could see some melee shenanigans here. I might play Tau, but I do like those melee shenanigans.
Who does not?
Most other Tau players, honestly. the bad Tau players.
So no one.
Yeah, pretty much.
No one plays Tau, obviously.
Shush.
Because they're not at top of the meta anymore, as everyone knows.
All right, so that's the end of the movement phase. Let's take a look at this for a second. There's a psychic phase coming out. I'm going to go ahead and let the players speak for themselves a little bit. But the end of the movement phase...
Rerolling.
That definitely goes off.
And Phenol Pain for him too.
You got Catalyst.
Well, Phenol Pain. Storm. The Exocrine.
That's a big one.
He said Symbo Biostorm wrong.
Oh, he said the word wrong. No, but in all seriousness, Symbiostorm going off is a really big get here. Meaning this Exocrine's shots now explode on 6s, which is grotesque. We've got what seems to be Catalyst and Onslaught on the Damacaron.
Yep.
Swarmlord's going to go ahead and push him forward.
I mean, double shooting Exocrine is...
Oh no.
Whew.
Yeah, it's going to be a big hurt.
2 damage instead of...
Well, at this point, the Tyranid player does know what they want to do. But in what order?
Yes.
6, please.
D3. Oops.
Nope. Ice.
Does it explode?
Nope.
And that's one Megatrax Scrapjet dead. So the Hive Guard are going into the Megatrax. Fair enough.
Oof. I just noticed Symbiostorm is a 6+, and naturally...
Exocrines have the +1 to hit, which means they can explode on 5s. Yeah, it is brutal. And now...
He's shooting the other Mega.
Yeah, he's going to shoot the Megatrax Scrapjets again. The Warboss and Warbike is still within lookout sir range of a couple of guns.
He should be issued into dense cover, so it should be -1.
Not to mention the Scrapjets themselves.
Now.
Yeah.
Not 5s.
He is going for the Booster Blaster, actually.
Ooh.
Thank God for that.
It's funny because if he's going up against an army that, you know, he's not familiar with all the units so much, he's had to make a quick determination at the beginning of what where his target priority is, which is honestly something that players who go against Tyranids are often put in that position.
Okay, 6 is to save.
2 6s to save. Nice hot roll there. Booster Blast goes down to 5 and is still very much alive.
That feels like a hurt on the CP, because that means he spent the 2 on the extra damage.
Yes, he did.
He didn't get the kill there.
Well, he got the kill on the Megatrax Scrapjet, which is a good start, but... Yeah, the Booster Blast did not taking a bit more damage there. I don't think it was likely to die, but...
Check here.
So Hive Guard are shooting into...
How did that first Scrapjet die?
The Exocrine shot it, and then with the second shots that it gets for staying still, shot the Mega Booster after. Booster Blast after.
Okay.
Yeah. The 3 damage was necessary to kill the Megatrax Scrapjet, though, since they have 9 wounds. It's a perfect multiple of 3.
4 shots on.
Yep.
Some blaster here.
Alright, so we're splitting shots around the Hive Guard.
4 shots.
Should still be -1 because dense cover.
Okay, the Hive Guard have 1 reroll there because of Chronos. And because of the -1 from the woods, just because your artillery does not mean that dense cover doesn't matter. Wounding on 3s. 1 wound. AP -2 on that Booster Blaster. So the Booster Blaster is definitely... Oh my god, that Booster Blaster lives a blessed life.
This is literally every Orc game I ever play. They just make all of their saves for some freaking reason.
You have to be a lucky man to play Orcs and enjoy it.
Paint yourself blue.
Or a lucky lass, your choice. Just paint yourself blue.
Is into.
Which, to be fair, this army is blue. Or half of it is, anyhow.
A good chunk of it is, and he's playing with a, he's playing against a blue player. Does that matter?
No.
Okay.
They're, no. They're not orcs, obviously.
Avi. Alright, down go the dice. Okay, Hive Guard, re-rolling all the ones eventually. So far, really good return on investment. Huge return on investment with those re-rolls. Now, the wounds aren't an awful story. 5 saves.
In the box. There we go.
Okay,
All of them. Just roll them together. We don't have to.
Yeah, you can roll them together because it's one target.
It's only one model.
And dead.
So 6, 8, 10.
Barely.
Float.
Fuck.
And it blows up.
This one.
That's not fun.
No, so that's the one problem with feeling vehicle-heavy lists is that there's a good chance that your vehicles are going to start exploding. And he picked the central
Can I
one
give it
here,
to
which
you
is
back?
spooky.
Then, because it took a little bit longer.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate start for Joko. I mean, you can see kind of some of the benefits of going first, and probably why the Tyranids player took that. Just that early shooting that's uncounterable at this point is it doesn't feel good to come out of the gate down a 30 or force or a quarter or force.
Alpha strike.
Yeah, indirect fire definitely has a huge benefit when there's some line of sight, to say the least. But on top of it, this is one of the few deployments where there's not actually anything immediately screening the middle of the map.
I noticed that.
Which makes
I was kind of frustrated by that, honestly. It's disappointing to see, but it is one of the few layouts where the center objective is pretty out in the open.
Now, that said, it's worth mentioning that every map I played on had plenty of line of sight blocking in the middle, which made my poor Tau very sad. But in this case, the Tyranids player is super happy. Tyranids actually have an incredibly good shooting phase most of the time. And this is kind of showing it off. The Hive Guard and the Exocrine doing at least a little bit of work, and it could even be crazier with stuff like Hierodules sitting in the back, or double Exocrine with Dimeric Symbiosis. In this case, we don't have those things.
Yeah, even a second Exocrine would have been, but having the one go to flat 3 is really where a lot of that strength is.
Absolutely.
And there's our advance.
There's our Swarm Lord. Yep. Swarm Lord forcing forth a Dimacron. Dimacron's going to be looking at both of these Gretchen mobs right now and saying, delicious. That's going to be a very blocked up, congested middle. The Orcs are going to have to find some other place to be. However, the Orcs do have a lot on the south flank. In addition, the shock jump dragstas do not care. They will just teleport around the map and shoot what they want to shoot, so long as they're given the option and the opportunity. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, getting boxed into your deployment zone never feels good, especially when you're losing models, you get boxed in, but the fact that they have speed means that, like, you know, he still has a chance. He's not Death Guard where he's boxed in and that's just it.
Yeah, but even Death Guard can just out-survive and eventually push out for late game these days. So,
although, if you're stuck in your corner for half the game, scoring's going to be a bit rough on you.
Yeah, but going second, at least, you know, post-ETC, post-FAQ, would be a little bit easier. In this case, however, yeah, it's definitely putting the Orcs on the back foot. Losing 2/3 of your Scrapjet squad is pretty brutal as well. Since they are, like, a good chunk of your... you know, big killer damage. I'm wondering if maybe there should have been more effort put into keeping those guys as safe as possible, just because of how much damage they can do to a big model like a Dimacron or an Exocrine, compared to, say, the Boosted Blastas, who are currently sitting there with auto cannons, as compared to big rocket launches with a flat 3 damage.
And
yeah, I mean, we were just talking about how big his footprint of his army is. Like, when you take models that have big bases like those bike trucks are, that it's hard to fit all your stuff behind obscuring.
it's quite right.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing that's worth mentioning is that the Macron is, I still bet, is going to die on this first turn, just because this Mega Dread exists. It could probably just come out and charge from around the corner, because I don't think the Dimacron can get past both of these grot screens.
The biggest thing about the Dimacron in the first place is that it's one of the best distraction Carnifexes Tyranids have. It's like, oh, it died. Okay, that was only 230 points. And you spent, what, half your army killing that, and everything else is fine? Alright, I can live with that decision.
Yeah.
That's how I used my Dimacarion for, like, the last 2.5 years. Just like, okay, yeah, I'll throw this at your knight. It'll die next turn, but, you know, I can live with that.
Alright, so this seems to be some more shots being fired.
Using your Dimacarion for the last 2.5 years? Whoa, this guy, way ahead of the meta.
It was still kind of bad back then. Although, when I first started using it is when all Tyranids were amazing, but every book we had since the start of 8th just slowly kept nerfing them for some reason.
It turns out that when Tyranids are really good, stuff happens. Alright. So, all of them damage, all of them go through. That's 6 damage. It's alive on 1 wound. Okay, so the Mega Scrapjet is still alive after some more shooting from those Hive Guard.
Do I want to reroll the 1?
You already spent a CP on the advanced reroll.
Yeah,
Alright. Both players are currently talking about where they spent their rerolls and all that stuff, so it seems like the Scrapjet survives another day. Yikes.
Barely.
But, like, yeah, definitely barely. It'll have 1 turn to try to make its rocket cannon work, and that's a bit of a tough one. So here comes the charge phase. This is a big phase for the Tyranids this turn, even though there's only going to be 1 thing charging.
Remove that.
Even if he rolls double ones, he's in.
on the white grot mob, yes, but I think he wants to move into the pink mob. And like charge over the wall to potentially charge both the Scrapjet and the Gretchen as well, since you can charge over models and units like this.
Can he? Does it specify that?
Well, is that not what the Dimacron does?
Hold on, give me a second. Make a normal move, advance, falls backs, or it makes a charge move. Yes, it can. Okay.
So
That's
it could charge the Mega Scrapjet, the War Boss, and the Pink Gretchen all at the same time with how large its base is, based off of what charge roll happens.
Let's see if that's
That is new. I like that.
So it's
That's
literally
fun.
better than models that have fly, because models with fly don't even get to free move over terrain like that.
Yeah, there are precious few models that can do that. Wraiths on Necrons can ignore terrain when they're moving through it horizontally, and a variety of other things
Harlequins
as
are
well.
another
Harlequins, yeah, flip belts are nasty for that as well. Anything with that ability in the previous edition is still very useful in this edition for that same reason. It's one of the reasons why I really like Wraiths.
He'd have to roll minimum of 10. It looks like.
Yeah, in order to get his base to the other side, which is a rough call. And I'm wondering, like the thing is dead next turn, so it's kind of doing what it needs to be doing already, but ideally it goes in and tries to do some more. We'll see whether or not Jimmy decides to go for the gamble though, because the safe bet would be to go after white, potentially. I'm not sure why blue. I guess to free up the Mega Dread for the Dimacron next turn, but. Once those 2 Dimacrons are gone, the melee contingent of this army is pretty much gone.
It's just a Swarm Lord then at that point.
Yeah, which means that the Orcs are probably okay. At this point, the Dimacrons need to try to keep the Orcs at bay, so it's not so much about killing things as it is about blocking things with these boys. Being as sturdy as possible and making sure that the Orcs can't get much further, and potentially, if lucky, killing the... other things as well. So there's a chance that he goes. I think that the best chance right now is that this Dimacron goes for the big gamble.
No.
Tries to roll his hot and goes after the War Boss.
Hold on. He's saying what he's charging right here.
Yep.
But yeah, I think it's really hard because I didn't get those. I thought I would kill those.
Well, we mapped that out earlier, didn't we, folks?
Not with 2 shots. Yeah, I thought they would not be more. I didn't saw those questions. I didn't saw them because they don't have a base.
See,
I they were
my complaint comes to fruition.
That's fine.
I can see him just fine.
Okay.
Y'all are blind.
I cannot see those damn Gretchens.
I put them there to charge block you, so. kind of work.
Nah, he can't make that.
I have to take that guy.
He's going for the blue ones, I
The
think.
blue. Yeah. It's,
All right, well that's definitely one way to do things, but
we'll kill them, but then they will be.
it still means that dude's dead. But at least he's blocking Mega Dread from going for the middle.
I will say it does feel appropriate that the Grots are not move blocking him, given how tiny the Grots are. And the size of the
I suppose so, yeah. I mean, they don't have to, but it does mean that in order to make it to the War Boss, for instance, like he has to roll a 9, which is not impossible, but, you know, it's unlikely, even with the reroll.
Right, he doesn't get to just step all over them.
Yeah, and that's what the Scrapjets were there to do as well. To try to make it as...
For your War Boss.
To make it possible to actually
No,
make
he's
it.
going for the War Boss.
Yep, okay, so, like, I would agree with that choice. It's a gamble that I think is worth it.
So I think it's going to be a 10 just to get over the pink grots, and if he does that,
Well,
boom,
it's about a 9 to make the charge there and to make the charge to the War Boss at the same time, allowing it so he'll have to charge the Gretchen and the War Boss at the same time. But like that's fine. It's the only way to make it into both. The only way to make it to the War Boss is to make it into both anyway. So he needs a 9 to make it in. He needs a 9 to make it over the Gretchen. It's pretty much he needs a 9 or 10 or higher. He does have a reroll, so it's not impossible.
Let's see them double 6s.
It's not boxcars,
No.
but he does have a CP reroll for specifically the situation. No, okay. So the Dimacron is still in a position to be able to move block this central area. He's being a big nuisance there.
I lost the CP.
But it does have Catalyst just in case if he didn't make the charge. So it still does have that 5-up Feel No Pain, but it is effectively done nothing.
Yeah.
Not what you want for your Dimacron. I think I actually would have been very happy if he had just gone to white as
So
well.
bring it down. I have how many? 2, 6.
I mean, he made a gamble based on like
4.
you know, pick up Gretchen or
Engage on the front.
you know, I
Kill a
don't-
war boss potentially.
Yeah.
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 So engage on all fronts for the full 3 points. So okay, turn 1. Tyranids are looking like they score a lot of points. 4 points for bring it down, engage on all fronts for 3, and priority targets for 3 as well, putting them up to a full score of 20. Yowza. Good start. Where do you think this puts the Orcs, though? What do you think the Orcs are going to be able to do this turn?
Kill a Dimacarion, maybe some Gants.
That's certainly the goal.
Okay.
We'll see what the shock jump dragsters go for.
Yeah, since they are so flexible, they have the ability to effectively deep strike wherever. I think that there's a really good opportunity for them to just jump across here to the northwest corner, shoot, well, whatever they want really, and then just charge into the Termagants, remove them from the objective,
Yeah,
maybe?
think about it. You have that you have to be away from me.
Yeah, the other thing is the mech guns are great tech against like Space Marines, but into this matchup, they really are not doing much.
No, they're not going to do a whole lot. I agree. They are going to be helpful against the Macron, but...
Yeah, he can still like roll on that, but rolling over a 4 to wound Marines is a lot easier than rolling a 7 or 8.
Agreed. I would agree. However, if that Exocrine decides to pop out too far, like the Smasher Guns can do a lot of work. If the other Dimacron pops out, same sort of deal. Termagants are still like dealable with ish.
Do you really want to put Smasher Gun shots into Termagants?
No, I imagine that the Smasher Guns are going to actually be really good for backfield screening. Once the big targets are down, they're just going to hide and try to deny as many bring it down points as possible, would be my guess.
The Dima is T7. The Exocrine, I believe, is T8. So
It's T8.
Yeah, so it'll be a bit easier to take down the Dima than the Exocrine with the mech guns in particular.
Now, the Dima is definitely, I think is definitely toast. Between the War Boss and the Mega Dreads being right nearby to charge them this turn, there's a lot to be said for the amount of punch that the Orcs have going against this dude, even with Catalyst on. The Dimacron's going to have a bad day, is my feeling.
It should be dead, but again, you know, what was like, you killed 2 Megatruck scrap jets and all this other stuff. I'm pretty sure that's worth more than a Dimacarion, honestly. And if Joko spends his whole army stuck in this bottleneck against this Dimacarion, Tyranid player's happy.
Yeah, I don't think that he will, though. There is still enough room to kind of move around and get some movement through the middle. And more importantly, these Mega Knobs are going to be able to go out, charge, help scale, move towards the middle. And then the Hive Guard have a bit of a problem. They need to start figuring out what they're going to do. There still is also, the ability to teleport and then charge, which is currently still in the back pocket of this weird boy. Like, as it stands right now, yeah, it's not looking great for the Orcs. But the Orcs, if they can get rid of all the melee punch the Tyranids have, the Tyranids are literally pulling a Tau. Like, they are sitting in the back, they are shooting, and that's it. And they do have really good shooting with the Hive Guard. But if those ever get tagged, or if the Exocrine ever gets tagged, there's only a Swarm Lord to dig them out. And he's like, okay, he is good in combat, but he doesn't have quite enough attacks to remove, well, say, a squad of boys, or all of the Shock Jump Dragstas, or even the Mega Knobs.
You just call my Swarm Lord okay?
He's good, right? Like, look at him. He's got what, 5 attacks to start off with? And he's hitting
6.
like relatively well.
He's got
6.
Yeah.
So like 6 attacks plus the prehensile pincer tail. It's fine, but they start off at strength
9.
9.
8 now. It's
8.
It used to be 9.
8, then 7, then 6. So it keeps going down. The movement slows him down as well, despite the fact that he doesn't care that much, thanks to everything else. Okay, look at this. Boost the blasted, just boosts into the woods, giving them a little bit of safety as well. It now has range on this Exocrine, and it's not awful at taking out stuff like this, but you know, a rivet cannon's just a rivet cannon, so it's not going to do very much.
To be also fair, like, there's not really, like, boys. Like, yeah, there's this one squad of boys over here, but, like, is it really going to make it all the way to the exocrine in reasonable time?
No,
Table?
I mean, like, a jump exists. The jump exists, and therefore they can teleport. So can the Gretchen. But,
that's going to be hard, because you got, again,
there's a lot of screening with the termagants and all that stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's not very likely.
And there's still Ripper Swarms and Lictors that are about to pop, like, that can pop out to get engaged on all fronts, to continue to screen, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you expect the Mega Knobs to use the Dima for some extra movement and punch it in the face?
Potentially. There's also an argument to be made that they could hide in the back for another turn, wait for another turn of screens to come out and die, and then afterwards...
The jump or something?
Yeah, exactly. Like, they are going to be dejumped. If they walk out into the open, the Hive Guard have an easy, just, I will shoot this thing. Ooh, the Shock Jump Dragster's coming out, hitting cover so that way they can see through these ruins just a little bit. And I think that those are going after the Exocrine, which makes perfect sense for these things, because they have Strength 8, AP -3, D6 damage a pop, and they are Death Skulls, which means they are re-rolling the hit, damage, and wound rolls. Yep, that could do some damage to that Exocrine for sure. Now, that last Shock Jump Dragster hasn't done anything yet. We've got the Mega Knobs just moving into the ruins. I'm pretty sure they're not getting de-jumped anywhere, would be my guess.
Yeah, the thing I was going to say about the jump is that against the Tyranid player who has all these gaunts everywhere, you are kind of risking not getting the jump on the turn that you want because he has so many screens.
Yeah, one thing that I could see, though, is that he jumps the boys into the northwest corner and then charges these termagants off the objective.
That I agree with.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, and especially with the 6-up invulnerable save, they are mathematically difficult to remove, even with Hive Guard, and then at that point, it's like, okay, so what do I shoot with the Hive Guard? Do I shoot the Mega Track? Do I shoot the Shock Jumps? Do I shoot the Mega Dread?
Yep, and if he picks up the Exocrine, then it's really just down to that Hive Guard shooting.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they can shoot twice, but eventually, if this keeps up, like, they're going to have a hard time shooting through absolutely everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it does run through the CP, which he has 2 left.
Well, so at the moment, the Tyranid player hasn't really committed anything else to the bottom right objective, which, other than those gaunts, which are obsec bodies, but at the point at which they're removed, he doesn't have much else to get there. Like we were saying, the 2 Dimas are the only options, and so where he puts the second Dima will be kind of interesting to see.
Absolutely agreed.
You know, at this point, does he commit the Dima there to go, deal with the Mega?
I was thinking that he might send it into the Mega, or the other option is he might send it into the Scrap Jets.
Yep, and just abandon the corner with the Mega.
Yeah, or wait, not Scrap. Yeah, the Shock.
The Shock Jump Dragsters?
Shock Jump Dragsters.
Yeah, the Shock Jump Dragsters are like are a very tempting target. Being only toughness 6, 8 wounds a pop, and then being like the only thing that can really reliably kill the Exocrine right now with the Megatrax now dead. They are a juicy target for the Demacron for sure. And if he kills the ones that are in the corner there, it does make it really easy for this thing to hide, or at least be a difficult target for a good chunk of the Orc army, which will allow it to live a second turn, which I think is well worth it. At this point, like, the Demacron has to be kind of considered like a queen piece almost, because of how valuable that one is going to be when the first one goes down. If the first one goes down. There is a chance it lives. It's not likely, but there is a chance.
It's
absolutely
not likely at all.
Yeah, and I think that the Orc players... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You got it.
No. Well, all I was going to say is that on top of that, the Demacron is actually positioned in such a place that right now, depending on charge rolls and everything, it can slingshot a lot of this Orc army onto the middle objective, which is not what the Tyranid player wants at all.
Yeah, I'd agree. That's what I was talking about, using that free movement from that charge. If he kind of shoots it with... Looks like he'll shoot it with the mech guns, right? And then kind of finish it off with the punching... Terminator guys, whatever they're called, Mega Knobs. But what I was going to say is, what your point about the second Dima being kind of the queen from his army is pretty accurate. It's he has the mobility to go kind of in any direction he wants right now with that 24-inch move, and so it will be interesting to see when he uses that, because you don't want to use it too soon. You know, he needs to be really careful with how he expends that kind of final resource.
He did not. Joko did not go for the northwest objective.
Alrighty.
Maybe he figures he'll just get enough OBSEC bodies and take the home objective, which is the priority target objective.
Yeah.
Um,
Which
the
is a
thing
big
is with-
deal.
But the thing with that is that it actually isn't too big of a deal because
It's scored at
score
the end
pri-
of your turn.
yeah, so you score priority at the end of your turn, so it's not going to deny the orc player, the Tyranid player, his priority. It will give Joko an extra couple points on priority. You get 5 instead of 3, but at the end of the game, presumably both players will still be maxing that out. So denying his priority target is not as effective of a play as it might seem. Because certainly the Tyranid player will be able to remove these 10 orc boys.
Yeah, you'd think so.
It's very plausible.
He could try to string them out when he charges to get onto both objectives. But-
He might.
Which in that case would deny primary.
Oh, he might be trying to charge the Hive Guard.
That would be the big play. Charging the Hive Guard and removing their ability to shoot instantly makes the orc army, that much more durable. And I'm talking like 100% more durable. Imagine what that turn would have looked like if the Hive Guard did not have the chance to shoot. The Megatrax would still be alive. The Boosted Blast would still be on full HP. Like, without those Hive Guard, the Tyranid, like Jimmy's army, is very weak. And being placed on that, being placed up there, they're actually easier to charge, is one problem, because and, you know, it was clarified in the FAQ, but because engagement range is 1 inch horizontally and 5 inches vertically, it actually makes the charge distance shorter, for
Can we
some
get
of
a
these
zoom
boys
in
to
on
make it better.
that placement of the Hive Guard?
Yeah, you got it.
Let's
Yeah,
check
like
that
there's a
out.
couple on the second floor here, which means that they just need to get to tap the rune on the bottom floor, and voila.
Mm-hmm.
That's a neutered Hive Guard unit.
And you know, it's one of these things in deployment, right, where when he's putting those gaunts down on the bottom floor, he might, you know, maybe haphazardly do it, but you know,
He
the
left a
question-
gap here. That could
Right,
be-
like, is there a gap to fit a orc boy in right now? 'Cause
yeah.
if there is, then,
Not quite. It seems as if they're just far enough away from the wall that they're outside of engagement range, but also you can't fit a boy in there.
I
Well,
think
he-
you can fit
he's-
a boy in there.
either way, he'll be able to touch the outside of the wall, which will be engaging the Hive Guard with 1 inch horizontal
Oh, yeah.
engagement.
No, the Hive Guard are absolutely touchable at this point. Which then brings up the question, why not put the Hive Guard on the ground floor and hide them outside of that melee tag range? And put like the Termagants a little bit closer, so that way if you're going to touch anything, it's going to be a bunch of useless gaunts that you don't care about?
What we thought he was gonna do.
Yeah, but no, Jimmy decided to put them up on the vertical, and that could be a problem. Now, it's not a guarantee. A 9-inch charge is not easy, even with an Here We Go reroll. But it is definitely easier to do for the Orcs than it is for many other armies in this game.
There we go.
Here we go, boys! Woo! Like, it could absolutely be a problem for these Hive Guard. If that Hive Guard unit gets tagged, that is a deleterious issue for the Nids, that they will be instantly on the back foot. Now, is that game over? No. But is that definitely a problem? Heck yes. And that puts Joko in an excellent position to do some stuff. Mastery of both Tyranids and Orcs revolves around making sure you know how to use your melee phase, and currently, Joko seems to be trying to show off what they can do with these boys. But we'll see. We'll see. That is a very good point, though, and I expect that will be the case.
Yeah, the other thing is that a lot of times the Tyranid player has plenty of smites to get out of that problem without calling back the Hive Guard.
Not this
And
case.
not
No,
this case.
he's got four. He's got like three smites right here.
He has
Yeah,
3
and
smites,
even
right,
if they
which is-
max out on damage, that's not enough to kill 10 boys.
Yeah, it is.
Well, if they roll to get the D6 damage each time.
Not to mention, he also has a Psychic Scream.
Yes, that's true.
it would be still tough to get 10 boys removed.
And you do need line of sight for all those, which means that the Neurothropes would have to
Also-
make themselves a problematically easy target. Because they'll be behind this wall, which is blocking line of sight.
The other thing is Hive Guard have surprising amount of attacks, and boys are not that durable.
Yeah.
Or Tyrant Guard. Or, wait,
I mean, they
yeah.
have 2 attacks each. So unless if one of the Hive Guard jumps down to get within engagement range, then at that point they'll have like 6 attacks, hitting on 4s, wounding on 4s. It's not great, sadly.
If it can kill 1 or 2 boys,
It might make a difference, but
that makes
we'll
a
see.
lot of difference.
Yeah, but it's enough difference that the Orcs will be able to, like, okay, I will save the 2 CP to auto pass them to make sure that these Hive Guard do not get the chance to shoot next turn. the difference that would make is absolutely worth like an entire game. I think is super worth it.
Yeah. The interesting thing there is that because the engagement range is 5 inches, I think the top 3, all the hive guards actually would be able to fight it seems, because they wouldn't need to fight through engagement; they would be engagement themselves.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's also the Gants. I'm not sure if they would be in engagement range or not. They might be, which if they are, you know, an extra 6
Couple
attacks.
of attacks. Yeah, 6 attacks though. Hitting on 4s, wounding on 5s is not great. It's better than Tau,
surprised.
but it's enough to potentially help. Yes.
I have seen 10-man Termagant units kill Marines in close combat. Oh.
That is upsetting to me.
They were my Marines, so it made me happy. Honestly, I thought it was funny.
Now, I don't see that one happening mathematically, but it could.
I just say the number of attacks there combined with Smite, so you scream. It's.
I mean, it's good, obviously, but.
Wait, he might be charging the. I heard Swarm Lord mentioned in there.
Here, you know what? Let's go ahead and listen to the players for a minute, see what they're saying.
Bad timing every time.
Happens all the time, no worries.
How's this clock looking? It is paused, so something's going on right now.
Yeah, they're looking at rules.
So Slowwolf is
Wait,
about us while he's moving the camera.
they mentioned you. Did you?
Yeah, I
hear
heard that, but it's something about moving the camera, and I'm not sure what you're talking about because I have not moved the camera in some time.
They're getting the ruling. The one has to be physically stand in the location, which usually means at least half of the base must be on the floor. So I think that's a no, because you can't really put them more than an inch outside of the wall and still be able to like make them stand up. That's fine.
Okay, so what they're talking about is currently, right now, Jimmy's having a hard time coming to the terms with the fact that the Hive Guard might actually be in a great deal of trouble. He's trying to see whether or not he can stay outside of engagement range.
Can't move your models after the fact anyhow.
Yep, it's a bit too late for that one. You're in the playoffs. You should know better at this point. But fact of the matter is, the Hive Guard are where they are, and legally speaking, it's fine. But there's no way to put them more than an inch away from the wall and have them not just fall off.
It also looks like he could make an 8-inch charge into the Hive Guard.
Well, no, it's definitely a shorter inch charge. I agree. Because the wall, because the way the 5-inch engagement works, it's like an 8.5. So they just need an 8-inch with here we go. Like yikes! They have +1 attack due to they've been warpath, they've been dejumped. These boys are looking to put in some work.
Well,
the other
they're
thing is
not going to be able to get engagement range, so that they'll get into engagement range, but they're not going to be able to fight through models into engagement range.
They have to roll super high to get most of their models in there.
So it'll be anyone who gets on the floor, so however many bodies you can fit along the wall, so probably like 4 or 5 maximum.
Yeah, and it's not about killing the Hive Guard at this point. I don't think that that's very likely either, unless the boss knob goes bananas. But like, even just tagging them is such a huge win for the orcs that is a that alone would be worth it. Like killing them, bonus. Tagging them, the goal. For sure. At least that's what I think.
And he does have the power claw on the boy, which, as we know, can hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean it's strength 10. You know, it's 4s to hit, but like strength 10 with 3 attacks is certainly going to do some work with D3 damage. It might kill 1. If he's very lucky, it'll kill 2. But yeah, that requires quite a big deal of luck for that to work out that way. And the Gaunts down here, now that's another interesting thing, is that if they attack, then the Gaunts potentially could get hurt as well, depending on how they're placed. So we'll have to see what the two players decide there. So making some shots now with the smash guns. The smash gun now touching the ruin means it can see through. 3 shots, hitting on 4s, rerolling 1s with the Grot. That's all 3 hits. That's a bit of a problem. And a Daka Daka, which means 4 hits Oof. Okay, so 4 wound rolls
So,
now with these
first
smasher
one.
guns.
Oh.
Nope.
Does not wound. Second one does wound.
Does, yeah.
How much does you have?
4.
Same or higher?
Equal or higher. Or
Okay,
the
next
last
one. Oh my god, 3 wounds. That's a big problem. Now, these guns, by the way, for those of you who don't know, smasher guns are actually really good at this kind of thing. AP minus 4 d6 damage is grotesque. So, 2d6 damage. The Macron takes 5, but does have catalyst saves. That could have gone better. That could have gone worse, but there's a lot more smasher guns where that came from. So 5 of Feeling the Pains. Rolled well. The Demacron only takes 2, is down to 16 wounds. So that's just one smasher gun, though. There's another 5 left to go.
They increased its wounds by 4? I missed that.
Dude, it's so good. And it's 250 points now, I think, but it is
30.
super good.
It's still 230.
It's still 30? Yikes,
Well,
dude.
no, it went up by 30 points. It used to be 200. Now it's 230.
All right, now the Mega Dread is putting in some shots here with its gun, which happens to be the kill cannon, I assume. This is the autocannon bit. Lots of Dakadakas and stuff like that. Of the wounds, we have... Okay. He shot something else?
I think you're shooting Gantz.
Yeah, he was shooting Gantz with the flamers, it seems, then. The boom bits, sorry.
Hitting all 5s. Rerolling one of them. And then wounding on 3s. Or AP2.
Alright, 5 up saves coming in.
The same.
2 damage each.
So, that's 2 damage into the Demacron from the Mega Dreads.
1 damage.
Kill cannon, 1 damage. Catalyst doing the work as per usual.
Okay,
And it's 230 points according to Hawk. So Hawk and yourself, Raulo, are correct.
Hooray.
okay, so
I was
these
really
two
hoping it was
smasher guns
250 though.
Also have to target him. It's the only thing in range.
Okay.
So smasher gun on the left.
2 shots at the smash gun this time, not the 3 from last time, so it's not gonna be as nasty.
Reroll one because crockmap.
1 hits. Still worth something.
Wounding on that.
That wounds. Alright, we need a 5 up invulnerable save, but that could be another d6 damage on this Demacron. Dima says owie owie. That's another d6 damage. 4 damage. Not a bad roll. Like that is highly respectable. So let's see what happens with this catalyst roll. 2 5 ups. Well done. It's only 2 damage then from that thing. So only 4 damage
Also,
taken from smash.
this should actually be mentioned. We didn't bring this up. It does have adaptive physiology. Whenever it kills a model, it can heal a
Can I see next
wound
time?
up to 3 wounds per
this?
turn.
Oof.
You can't see it.
So it
That's why
can
I
heal if it gets into some grots or
Okay.
just kills the
Thank you,
scrap
Mr.
jet or something.
Yeah, if it survives. I'd be impressed if it survived, but it is indeed possible. The Mega Dread is not there to make friends of the Demacron, it seems. It's looking like it's going to try to charge to get onto this bottom objective. And to guarantee its... guarantee that it is an orc objective from here to the end of time. But the Demacron still has a lot more stuff going into it. Alright, so 3 damage here from another one of these smasher guns.
No, I don't think that was a smash gun.
Okay, stop making so many funeral pains.
Joke will get a little bit frustrated with the catalyst.
Then I have a wing missile, which hits on a
Oh, the wing.
I think this is the
it's-
booster blaster shooting.
Yeah, that must be the booster blaster. It said something about a wing
And
missile.
I have,
Which I think is actually on the Mega Track? Yeah, this is the Mega Track.
So did we start the clock?
To be fair though, anytime I've ever played
All
Tyranids,
fives.
80% of the saves I ever make are always the catalyst saves. Nothing else.
Dakadakas unfortunately didn't do anything.
Not forced by the.
Oh, it did one thing.
Because one of them hits on a 4, the other one hits on a 5.
The black dice are the grot guns.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I know that I have an ability for the one of the 2 big shooters I can sack on plus 1
Okay.
hit. And I should be winning on
3.
5s. Yeah. 3 wounds, no AP.
So these are
Threes.
everything else.
Naturally.
1 damage each.
Yeah, that was the twin big shooters off the Mega Track Scrapjet, and these feel no pains are absurd!
No, this is about average, honestly,
That's
for what I
the
see out of catalyst
everything to
saves.
the
Ugh.
Speed Boy.
This is the reason they got rid of this
back
on
in the
most Death
day-
Guard units.
Back in the day, I used to throw these on Gene Stealers, and I've had a single Gene Stealer survive like 20 mortar shots off of mostly catalyst saves.
Fire Claw.
Like,
Misses. Okay. And
There-
then
it's
he has a
ridiculous.
bunch of boomsticks.
All right, lots of shotguns coming out of this war trike. Boom, boom, boomsticks. One of which seems to be a grot one because of the different colored dice.
Daka.
eesh.
And wounds on 5.
Okay, it's a wound for the boomstick though. Not that it does all that much. It's
I got my boomstick. No.
failed save.
Damage?
5 up, feel no pain,
1 damage.
which he fails. Okay, so the boomstick, out of all that stuff, actually ends up doing more damage than the majority of the Mega Check Scrap Jet.
I'm gonna spend a CP. Grab shot.
Yes, Glarg,
and
that's
send
exactly
range,
what it should
and
read.
one.
because
Boost
then it
Blast
will
is being
fail
used
all
crack
the
shot.
time.
Sorry. Yes, 4 flamers, and they are D3 shots each, and instead of the D3 shots, they are 3 shots each.
So he just maxed out the
So, yeah, okay.
burner shots, I think.
So let's start with the reback cannon. Hitting on 5s.
Oh no, 40. Okay, that many D3s. It's just lots of flamers.
Wounding on 4s. Going
I'm an idiot. It's a rivet cannon.
Okay, so that's a mortal wound in addition. And he's AP2 2 damage.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
rivet
no,
cannons are pretty
reroll-
nasty
rerolling
actually.
1 now because that's all. Ah, no, they are just all damage
Yeah,
each, and I have
rerolling
one
one
mortal
total.
X.
In other shooting.
Death Skull reroll is better
So,
than
that
literally
was the
any
reroll
other
cannon,
Yeah.
reroll thing. So
It's
you always
insane.
get that.
Okay.
Wait, you can reroll one here and one here and one here and one here. Yeah,
It's 3 separate
better than-
rerolls.
So,
Okay, so that's
yeah.
2 failed saves. That's
5.
4 damage into this thing. Or 5 damage, I heard? Oh, right, because of the mortal wound that happened as well. Yeah, okay. Okay, he takes 3 damage. The Demacron's starting to look a little hurt now at 8 wounds
And
left.
then,
Finally
flamer
bracketed.
shots.
Alright,
These are
the
wounding on
boost
5s.
blast continues.
That many? AP1.
Yep, so that was the maxed out, the crack shot maxed out the burners, the burner exhausts. Has to make some saves. Failed a few.
So he failed 3. What's the
Yep,
damage
and
on
each
this?
one's 1 damage for these flamers, so it's still going to probably... Yeah, there's the full 3. Okay, so Dimacron's down to 5, which means it's within charge and kill range due to mortal wounds alone. Yikes.
That's X1.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. It's AP1.
But here's the thing, again.
Fire, so
Hey, his
fire,
entire
fire,
army
fire,
shot this
fire,
model
fire,
that I was
fire,
expected to
fire,
die
fire,
anyway.
fire, fire, your
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely worth it.
Which one?
First one, exocrine.
Ooh, I just realized those.
Oh, there's some
Gans
shots
are
going to the
outside
exocrine.
of-
At this point now it's low enough that Joko's feeling confident enough that he can kill in close combat? Probably. With the Warboss and Warbuck and a Death Killer War Trike coming in. So he's putting in the rest of the smash guns into the
And getting
exocrine.
a daka because of the 6.
So right now it's 3 hits? No.
Okay, the first
Because of the dense
one
terrain,
has nothing.
it's not 3 hits.
Second one,
Does
Does
not
nothing.
hit. Yeah, so
shame. Okay, next smash gun next to him. Put him in the
just
same.
1 shot with the smash gun. Hits
Hits.
though.
Hits.
Wounds? No, not this time.
Negative.
Does not hit. Shame.
T8's hard to break through.
Fired out.
Yeah,
two dice.
turns out T8's a big deal. Just ask Death Guard.
Might as well.
thank you.
I'm gonna put.
We got some sluggers
3, 4,
coming into the Termagants.
into
Hitting
your-
on 6s.
Look, Glarg, I'm telling you,
Daka Daka!
Catalyst has the highest odd of passing out of
Death
any
Skulls,
save
okay.
Tyranids could ever
So
hope
1
for.
hit, Termagants get wounded on a 3 here. It's a wound on the Termagant.
One
Can
has
he
no AP
save?
and your guns.
No, that's 1 dead Termagant. Whoopsie days. Now that does mean it actually does force a leadership issue because there's nothing that Synapse, I think, immediately within
Okay.
range. No, there is a Neurothrope right here.
So
That should be
that's
just within
put
range.
your exocrine.
It's a 12-inch on the
Uh,
Neurothrope, so
It is
yeah.
within range. Yep.
The other
The-
squad, however,
The other squad is going to fail on anything but a 1.
yeah.
But it's likely to get charged instead, putting the Gretchen on there.
And both of them fails to
Which are difficult to remove even for a full squad of 5 guard that are able to shoot.
I'm gonna double check
That's really
that this guy doesn't have anything else.
Yes, I failed to wound.
Yeah.
Nope, he does
And
not
then
have
Neurothrope.
anything to
I
give
still
himself
might
an
keep it on.
18-inch synapse. He does have a resonance bar
I
though.
didn't do anything to him. Should be fine killing him. Other short-term Blackstar into the exocrine.
Okay, shotgun turns
Four.
into the exocrine. Whoa!
Like that.
Oh no!
2 daka. And rerolling. 1 of them.
Nope.
That is really, really not good.
And on force. And
Rerolling 1 because Death Skulls. That's all the wounded at AP minus 3 or 4?
on the extra crack.
Oh, it's AP minus 3, and they're D6 damage apiece. If this is the one I think it is.
Success! Saved one.
I assume the 6 saves. So I have to do them separately because I get rerolls. So the first one is gonna do 5 damage.
Yeah, you keep that.
Second one is gonna do.
Oh my gosh, that's 11 damage onto the Exocrine.
Alive.
It's alive! That's what matters.
Yeah, but now it's heavily hurt. Its ballistic skill went from a 4 to a 6.
We have a lot of rockets.
It's practically dead already.
Can't ask for better than a 5 and a 6 on damage rolls.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, you could ask for a 6 and a 6.
Yeah, but like that's just being greedy, dude. Alright, it's the custom booster blast is the burn exhaust is just outside of 8 inches, it seems.
Rivet cannon there, and that's all he's shooting.
Yeah, so the rivet cannon is going to the Exocrine at this point. There's no minuses to hit, so these are hitting on 5s.
So, 6
This would be
shots,
so big if he can just plink damage it.
on 6s, rerolling one of them, and getting a daka.
Daka, 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 daka.
One hit.
Uh-oh.
The 5 to
Nope.
Rerolling one because of the Death Skulls? No. Okay, so the Exocrine lives. It's still really badly hurt.
shooting.
Yeah, shoot some else at it.
I don't think there's much else to shoot at it, though.
I don't think he's shot
Okay,
the booster blaster.
charges.
Oh, no, he has.
So,
Yeah, you know, he shot at everything. Like, this booster blast was the thing that just tried to shoot the rivet gun into him, but it's still alive on one. And the minus one was coming from the Malanthrope, it turns out. That was a dum-dum.
so into the Damacron.
Okay, into the Demacron, we got our first charge. Easy charge. The Megatrax Scrapjet is going to be able to move around relatively easily.
Can you fit through it? Can you fit through it?
He should.
Oh.
Looks to me like he could. But it's up to the players, obviously.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, Warbass charging Damacron.
Yeah, this is the part that's going to absolutely kill. 4 inches should be enough. It's not, though. It's going to reroll because of Here We Go. Rerolling them both. No! The Warboss doesn't make it. That's a big problem.
The 5, that's an issue.
Yep, that was the thing that was going to kill him, pretty much.
That is an issue.
Oh, no.
Now, the Deathkiller Wartrike does have a Snaggle Claw of its own, which is not the
I use
worst.
Warbass in the morning, then they make it.
Okay, so the Mega Knobs, we made it in, and that will be enough to kill him for sure. Like, if the Mega Knobs, it would have been nice to keep them back, keep them safe, but in this case, hey, getting them out there is really, really good. That is a lot of power claw attacks.
It sounds like you don't believe in our Lord and Savior known as Catalyst.
Not in this case. These, like I would normally believe in you, but the Megatrax Scrapjet can do some mortal wounds. It has the nose drill, which is still really good. Strength 8, AP minus 2, D3 damage a hit. Hitting on, like, you know, decent weapon skill. 4s. We got the Mega Knobs hitting on 4s with Power Claws, which absolutely can rip and tear. 3 attacks apiece, that's 15 attacks. 16 with the Sergeant, I'm assuming. The Deathkiller Wartrike does have a Snaggle Claw of his own. I do not think this Demacron's going to make it. And if they absolutely have to, you know, they could try charging somebody else in. The fact that the Warboss didn't make it, that was a big problem.
I'm gonna laugh if it lives. I know it won't, but I'm gonna laugh.
If it does live, that is a huge problem for Joko. Let's go ahead and talk about that, actually. What happens if the Macron lives? It probably gets a kill, right? Because it doesn't degrade on anything, apparently?
No, it should.
But, like, however it degrades, it could probably get a kill on something, on one model, right? It has a decent number of attacks to do so.
Yeah, it degrades. It degrades on its weapon skill,
Alright.
and ballistic skill, and that's it, actually.
Yeah, so, like...
movement. It degrades on
movement, yeah. But, like, it'll have the ability to kill one thing, get some wounds back, get that 5-up feel no pain for free. It'll probably be able to kill, then after that, put in some reasonable damage onto, like, I don't know, the Mega Knobs or something afterwards. Yeah, there's definitely, like, this could be a problem. So the charge, however, the really important one, the big story for this turn, the Knobs make it in. The boys have decided to tag the Hive Guard, and that there is a game-changing charge. And it wasn't even hard for the Orcs to do.
Nope.
Yeah, that was big. Like you were saying, though, from the what the problems be if the Dema lived, which I don't think it will. But like, I think he might, unless he strings Orc Boys back onto that center objective. If the Dema lived, it could actually kind of stop him from getting the middle objective.
Yeah, and I think that would be well worth it. Oh, also the Mega Dread made the charge into the Termagant. Just in case you want to know how hard this Termagant was dead. The other cool thing that this knob charge does, it probably takes the objective as well, because now OBSEC has happened, and now is based off of number of models. And I'm pretty sure that the knobs being 10 can potentially put in can potentially steal the priority objective, which is a big deal.
Yeah, it's going to shut down some primary score.
Yeah, if they're not dealt with, which they will be by the end of the turn. But, like, it forces the Tyranid player to have to, like, get in on that objective and kill them and do all this other stuff.
Well, I just mean in terms of primary scoring, you know, it's tough to lose your home objective and that 5 points. That's pretty crucial.
Oh, the Mega Track does do the mortal wounds, D3.
And he's gonna do one full mortal wound.
Just one mortal wound into the Macron. Okay, so there's a chance.
Mega Threat. Oh, sorry.
The Mega Track Scrapjet does do the trick, in terms of at least one mortal wound, but will it be stopped?
No, not the Mega Track. The Mega Track.
There's so many megas in this orc list. What's going on?
That's why I said okay.
So the Termagant's still alive, contrary to what Jimmy thought.
This is end of charge phase ability.
And the Demacron does not. Okay, so the Demacron's down to 5.
And then I'm gonna activate the Mega Knobs.
Mega Knobs go first, because they have the best chance of killing this Demacron before anything else happens, and then that way the Mega Track Scrapjet could just advance, it could just pile in and consolidate towards the middle objective.
Your Death Killer Watch, like, does he have a
What?
He'll be able to get a good amount of models on that.
Oh, he might use the command point so a monster can attack after it dies.
And then I'm gonna spend the CP
Fight on death,
hit them harder.
To just try and kill something immediately, because it is Siding Talons, so he will get to re-roll all of his attacks. Which
Now that will mean he's down to less than 2 CP even. Like,
it'll mean he's down to 1.
Yeah,
No,
he'll be practically
0.
out of CP.
Yeah.
He'll be practically out of CP, which means no more double shooting. So even if the Hive Guard do get dug out, like, they only shoot once a game now. Like, unless if it takes 2 turns to save up enough CP to do it, Tyranid player's out of CP, which is a problem.
Well, even then, he has to dig them out.
Oh, did he just wound 7 times? Oh, no. Okay, so these are Power Claws. Each one of these that does that. Okay, that'll be 5 D3 damage from Joko. Oh, geez. 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 damage going into this Demacron. Demacron does have to make a bunch of 5-up saves now.
God, I can't math.
Or 10 saves, sorry. 10 wounds.
8.
10 damage.
10.
Yep, okay, so even if it's a 50-50 pass rate for the Catalyst saves.
+1 for each. Just hit them harder.
10?
Oh, and hit them harder, boost it up by 1 more each. Okay.
Yes.
15, so...
That's a lot more.
In the heart of the dice.
Possible.
I do want the Demacron to die just because I love orcs, but like at the same time, good luck. Jimmy does a good job, but it's not enough. The Demacron goes down. Let's listen and see what happens. Oh, there's a curse.
Like 3 over.
2, 1, 5, 6.
At 15 wounds, you saved like 6 of them. Yeah, you saved 6 of them out of it, so it takes 9.
Okay. Does he explode?
All right, does he go crazy?
Please do.
He does. That's a big win. It's only D3 mortal wounds, but
because it's a monster, right? Where's my book?
well, it has death throws. It's
It
right
does
there.
It does D3 mortal wounds to everything within 3 inches.
Death Force is destroyed, roll 1d6 before removing. On a 6, it lashes out within 3 inches, suffers d3. So basically, all of my units are engaged. Oh shit, I forgot to roll more out for my Gretchen. Sorry.
Didn't Joko catch an explosion earlier in the game,
Oh,
too?
morale for his Gretchen
Yes,
has to
he
happen
did.
first. Apparently they forgot about that. They pass. Never mind. The Gretchen are fine because of course they are. Luck, orc luck is something crazy.
They're really brave.
Orc luck is insane.
Both Gretchen rolled ones.
Yep.
So,
I rolled double one for the morale.
Absolute insanity, Joko. What's wrong with you?
Okay.
You luck vortex.
He did eat up.
So the
all
Mega Trap
ones,
Scrapjet
though.
dies. Does it explode? No. So the Mega Trap Scrapjet is gone, which is a problem.
Probably a set Mega Noob.
Alright, so there will be nothing on the middle objective here. This Scrapjet was the only thing that was able to actually go in and start contesting it.
Then you're
Kill a knob.
Killer.
Oh.
Nope, the War Trike only takes 1. It's down to 7. And now the Mega Knobs take 2. The Mega Knob lives. And then the Macro goes down. It does reap a hefty toll before it does everything else, so.
Okay, and then you get to pile in.
So that's consolidate there. Now, if the Death Killer War Trike wants to go out there, I think it's welcome to be the Tyranids guest, especially now that the Hive Guard are gone, but the Exocrine still being there means that those Mega Knobs are kind of the only thing protecting this character.
Okay, do you just want to...
So it can't go for the center, I don't think.
Should I roll it?
It's they're currently pinned. No, the Termagant has just been removed.
you hitting right?
He's gonna try and block you.
I wouldn't roll for that either, to be fair.
Yeah, no, the Mega Dread, just for reference, everybody, was currently killing the, was definitely going to kill that Termagant. It'd be hitting on 3s, killing on 2s. Like, there'd be nothing to do there. That is a Redemptor Fist level of damage.
So 4 hits, re-rolling one of them.
Yeah, he's dead. Now he's dead.
2s to wound, re-rolling one of them, and if you absolutely want to know how much damage this guy took, that would have been a minimum of 12 damage plus 43.
It was just
Plus 43, which averages to another 8. So, like, you know, just 20 damage on a Termagant. I think it's dead.
Hits, yeah, everything in the Hive Guard, hits on force.
Re-rolling one of them because the... Yep, okay, so that's 2 hits on the Hive Guard. These are wounding on...
2s, I think.
Yep, 2s because it's strength 10. The toughness 5.
He has a power claw and he's strength 5, strength 10. Yeah, he wounds on 2s.
And these are AP minus 3. So the Hive Guard, I think they only have a... What kind of save do they have? It's a 4-up. They would not get a save, so it'd be 2d3 damage to one of these Hive Guard. It only needs to do 3 damage, which is a little below average, actually, for one of these claws.
Okay, let's see damage. First one is
Nope.
2 damage, and the second one kills 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he kills one of the Hive Guard. That's about expected, to be fair. Rolling a little bit harder than that would have been possible, but even killing one of the Hive Guard here is a neat deal. It's something. And tagging them alone again was like the main deal.
Should be an engagement.
Now, does the Knob not have an additional attack due to Warpath? Yeah, that's why he had 4 attacks. Okay, I'm
if I
done.
take them I'm not in engage and the range more.
He's I will move you.
Alright, and then the pile-in is going to go ahead and try to keep the Hive Guard.
2 Hive Guard would have had to die to get out of engagement
and,
range.
have to attack with
Yep.
the Orc Boy, who has 4 attacks as well. Hits with 3 and wounds with 1.
Alright, so the Hive Guard will live.
I have not used it yet.
Yeah,
Wounds
easy.
2, so I can't. No, wait.
Alright, so the Hive Guard are still tagged.
Yep.
So one of them is down to 1. And then I'm gonna pile in and track him back.
Alright, well, the Hive Guard's down to 1. Now, it'd be kind of funny if they decided to move, stand still, Metabolic Overdrive, rolls a 6 to kill one of them, and then just get out of engagement range. Is that even a thing that could be possible? Maybe. But they'll have to use all the CP that they're getting next turn, which is all of...
10, right?
Well, some of it, in order to be able to make that happen. Alright, so 10 attacks coming back. Which I'm not sure if that's how that one works, but...
6 is... Save 1.
One boy dies. It's not enough to cause any sort of morale issue for these boys.
There's nothing else. Yeah, nothing else.
So, engage on all fronts. Okay, suddenly things are looking pretty okay for the orcs as well.
Oh, wait, is he 6?
Yeah.
Way more than 6, yeah. Okay, cool. So by the end of it, orc player, Joko, right now getting engaged on all fronts for 3, bring it down for 3, and priority targets for 5, since he holds both the priority targets currently, which is a big deal.
What's the word?
Yep.
You are also...
Not that big of a deal, though. because
Can I have more
like
of
we were
that?
saying, he's gonna get they'll
Yeah,
probably
but
both max
I
priority
also-
at the end of the game.
Probably,
Yeah,
but if the
one.
orcs can continue
Yeah.
to stick it
No,
down
but
the Tyranids' throats,
And I have
like
five.
unless the Demacron goes in on this middle section, kills all the Mega Nubs and the Deathhail Wartrike, and somehow survives everything that's coming in after him, there's no way to get this priority objective anymore for the Tyranids.
But
And
the
there's
Tyranids
still a chance
only have
for
to-
Yep.
No, the Tyranids just have to control their objective every single turn.
I think he means primary over priority.
Oh, I see.
How many do you have here?
Did you say yeah? Do you
Oh, no,
mean
I meant to say it was
priority or
priority.
Primary.
They could be able to hold it, but if the orcs continue to be this aggressive, there's a chance that they actually might stop being able to hold it. Like, it's not hard to kill 20 gaunts.
At that point, though, at that point, the Tyranids player is tabled.
At
Yeah.
that point, you've lost.
Yeah, exactly. And then, I mean, we'll see what happens. The Tyranid player will probably still be able to put in a decent amount of punch, but with those Hive Guards still tagged, that is a full turn of double shooting that they just don't have.
Vengeance.
Demacron. Ooh, can't quite move past those boys on that side without being within engagement range of those boys. That's a problem. This is going to have to go down the other side. Which does present a very interesting choice that the Demacron could do instead. And one that I actually agree with. Oh, nope. Not quite there yet either. So at this stage, I'm going to go ahead and tune down the players for a second. Gentlemen, looking at this board state right now, and looking at the points that the Tyranid player now has access to, which is including the hold 1, hold 2, because they do have, well, access to at least 2 objectives, I think. Oh no, they only had access to 1. What do you guys think is going on with these, with the Tyranid player, the orcs? Where do you think people stand? How's it looking for Joko and for Jimmy?
I think the Orc player got some momentum by denying that 1 round of primary, and in games like this, you'll often, like, if it comes down to the end, kind of losing 5 here and there on primary is huge. If it's primary that they can't make up later, and at the moment, the Tyranid player, I don't think he'll be able to make up the primary, especially if the Orc player keeps up the pressure that he's doing. I don't see a turn where the Tyranid player gets a hold more, which means at most the primary is now capped at like 35 for the Tyranids player. And so assuming Joko can hold 2 every single turn, which is pretty reasonable, depending on how some sorts of the denial plays go from the Tyranids part, he has Obsec still, he can do stuff with that for sure. So it's going to be up to the Tyranids player to deny primary, because I think at the end of the game, priority targets, engage, and bring it down will all be roughly around the same score, with the one exception being bring it down being perhaps more favorable for the Tyranids player, because there's so many 2-point units that are that basically 2 points scored for bring it down for each like vehicle that the Tyranids player kills.
Yeah, and there are a lot of them that they need to kill, but I'm wondering if they're starting to run out of tools to necessarily do it. What do you think, Raulo? How's this looking for you in your eyes?
I think this will require a lot of skill precision and good old Nuffle being with him to be able to actually pull this through. This is a very bad position because he won't be able to go for the southeast objective unless he dedicates a lot to killing that Mega Dread. I think that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Which, frankly, nothing short of the Swarm Lord or the Diamond Carrion can really go all in and do that. But he's definitely going to probably try and slingshot this Diamond Carrion to get rid of these Dragstas. Or this
So, does the
Blasta.
Sorry, does the Orc player have anything on the middle objective? Because it doesn't look like it.
No,
it
not
does
currently.
not.
Right. And so
with the Mega
therefore,
Trash Scrapjet dying, he's got nothing that could go on there.
right.
He could try and deny holding more if he gets something on this primary objective.
Right, he
as
could
well.
double move the Gaunts into the bottom right corner just to tie up, so that Joko only gets a 5 on primary.
Yeah, he could with the
With the bottom right
metabolic-
Gaunts, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
He can metabolic overdrive. He can
And
get
the-
something
none of
on
that-
this middle.
Yeah, none of those Orc units have heroics, so he'd be fine to double move the Gaunts into the bottom right corner and deny that primary.
He could charge the Dimacarion into the Mega Knobs, because he'll still be able to do that and hold the middle objective.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the choice, though. Not only did I see some measuring in the general direction of the shock jumps, but the shock jumps are one of the very few things that can actually kill, the rest of the monstrous creatures in the army easily. Getting rid of them is not only worth 4 points between the two of them, but on top of that does remove a huge amount of the damage that could be dealt to the Dimacron. And the Dimacron will then also be relatively safe because of the obscuring terrain that will be blocking it from, like, 3 of the, from pretty much all of the scrap launchers, from the smashes.
Here's how I would run it. I would see if I could smite and psychic scream those boys off the table. If not, I would charge the Dimacron into the jumps, shock jump dragstas. And if I could, however, I would then unload the Hive Guard into the dragstas and throw the Dimacron at the Mega Knobs.
I don't think you're going to be able to smite the Hive Guard to safety, though. That's definitely...
It's not likely, but it is possible.
So we see him moving the gaunts around a bit right now. I wonder where he'll go.
Well,
he was measuring to the bottom right at first, and then he's kind of moved away from that. I don't think that he has to worry about a hold more, so I do think like denying primary in the bottom right for that 5 points would be a really great way to bring back the scoreboard.
Yeah, and it's certainly an option. They'll need to charge the Mega Dread to do it, and that's not necessarily something you want to do, but it's something that
he could double move it.
He could metabolic overdrive.
Oh, yeah.
Through the ruin if he high rolls.
Mm-hmm.
He did roll triple ones on the advance right here, though.
Yeah, and I think that kind of makes a decision. It's like, okay, how about I block your ability to actually get on the center in time? Maybe? I don't know. It would also provide a speed bump so that way the Mega Knobs couldn't get far enough to actually start threatening the core of the Tyranid base. It's a tricky decision. I think I like the idea after going for the objective, like you guys have stated, but... we'll see what Jimmy does. I think that this is just a really tough situation to be in for him right now. Especially because those termagants don't have synapse support right now.
I think he spent a CP re-rolling the advance right there.
Yeah, that would make sense. Although it should be down to 2 if that's the case, and that would make sense. So that does put him up to a... Well, that would normally give him 12 inches, but the main issue there is whether or not he can actually get the advance that he wants. And without Onslaught, he won't be able to charge. The Gretchen are OBSEC as well. And they would have more models. So it's maybe not even worth it to go after that bottom point, even with that massive advance.
If he cast that spell on them, he has the spell to make them advance and charge, right? So that'd be a lot of moving pieces, though.
Yeah, and then where's the advanced charge coming from? Let's see.
Onslaught, which I think...
I would imagine the Swarmlord has.
Swarmlord has it?
What's the range on that?
It's like 12 inches or something. Like, it's not small. It might be 18. It's probably 18, honestly. And... No, Neurothrop has it.
Yeah, okay. I'm imagining it's the one closest to the Hive Guard, the yellow one here.
No, it's not. That one has Symbol Biostorm. No, wait. Shit.
Yeah, where is Onslaught? I would imagine it's usually on the Swarmlord if it's on anybody, but... we'll have to take a look at the lists. You can go ahead and check out the list for yourself, actually. If you put an exclamation mark lists.
Oh, it is the yellow one. It is the yellow one.
It's on the Neurotherp.
18 inches.
Exclamation mark lists, folks. You can go ahead and shout at us in there if you want. Okay, we got the Deathkiller Wartrike is measuring currently heroic intervention range, trying to stay outside of the 3 inches. And it's hard to apparently select 3 inches, it turns out. Well, he's outside of 4 at least, so that's something. But yeah, heroic intervention range being 3 inches means that, like, yeah, the termagants are perfectly safe from heroic intervention range, are currently posing a question to the orc player, which is, can you take this objective from me? Which the answer is probably yes.
But so
it
that's my question, right?
Yeah.
Is like, what is he really accomplishing by putting a body on that objective? Because that objective wasn't held by an orc player.
He's not accomplishing much. No, I agree with that.
And so he could have done nothing and be in the same exact position.
I just noticed I couldn't see them earlier. There's grots on this objective down here.
Yeah. That's why the advance, even with a 6, was like, it's not worth it. Because unless if he can advance and then charge into the Gretchen, kill enough of them to wipe them off, wipe the few on the objective off the objective, and then secure with OBSEC, and these are Termagants, not Hormagaunts.
He couldn't do it without casting Onslaught, which I think that would be outside of 18.
Yeah,
You'd
exactly.
have to like string back and do some sort of play like that.
Yeah, I think that my play at that point would be maybe use the Termagants to move block the Mega Dread. Make sure it can't move for like a full turn, and force it to deal with a bunch of Termagants, which is probably worth it.
Yep.
Like, the Mega Dread probably doesn't want to move all that much anyway, but, like, at least putting him there means that it can't start stomping up the middle of the board around the other side or anything. Honestly, it's a weird unit it's a weird situation for the Termagants to be in, period. They're kind of left out there stranded. And a lot of the army for the Tyranids right now is backlined. And with, again...
I still don't know why he put the Spore Cyst back there. That baffles me.
That, I think, is back there to stop the jump from coming in from behind, and then potentially tagging the Exocrine and all this other stuff back there. But still, I would agree that imagine if it were up with the Shock Jump, or it was initially placed, which is where the Shock Jump Dragsters currently are, the Shock Jumps would not have had the ability to shoot the Exocrine. It would still be at full wounds. Currently, it's hitting on 6s, 5s if it stands still, and is not given anything else to help it stand still.
Loved the idea of the Spore Cyst being there, because it could pump out Spore Mines over there and just completely block that lane. But
yeah.
He didn't do that. So.
Yeah, and potentially threaten the middle with Spore Mines, which do mortal wounds. It's not nothing. But it would also be something that would be easy to charge, tag, and then just be like, okay, you can't shoot me this turn, I kill you on your turn, and then out it goes. So.
Well, what's it doing in the corner?
Absolutely, like literally just screening for to jump, which now is not going to be a problem anymore because Joko has dejumped everyone, or everybody's moved out of the way. Now that said, there is a chance that if these Mega Nubs live a turn, which they should, the Exocrine's not hitting on anything super great, and the Hive Guard are tagged. Then the Weird Boy could just move forward, warpath them, dejump them, and then suddenly we got problems.
I was just saying that, like, he could have easily. I mean, I guess he decided this before deployment. Like, he could have screened with the Rippers. Speaking of.
Yes.
I think you screened everything out. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, the Rippers are an issue. The Lictor coming out is definitely still a thing that can happen, but
there's really nowhere to put them.
Nowhere great, no. That's the problem with Ninth and Deep Strike. Against armies that have the ability to move around the board as quickly as this one does, with the Dragsters and everything, yeah, like it's legitimately tough to put anything with Deep Strike down. Do you think that that's had a pretty strong effect on how armies deploy in 9th edition, really, in this tournament? Or has it been like a largely negligible thing? People are going to Deep Strike what they're going to Deep Strike anyway.
You'll see a lot of people purposefully just stop deep striking stuff depending on the like. If you're up against Harlequins, don't put stuff in reserves. They're gonna they will completely screen you out. You definitely have to consider that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so
your
matchup dependent. Like I think when you roll up to a table, having the option to do strategic reserves is great when you might find there's not enough obscuring to hide the units you need to hide. So it's really matchup dependent. But then, like Raulo just pointed out, like against certain matchups, if they're going to push super fast and screen out the entire board, then you need to start on the board.
And like that was something I've had to do this entire season, being Dark Angels, where literally half my army could go into strategic reserves. You know, I had games where I put half my army in strategic reserves, and I had some where I put some, and then certain matchups where I put none.
Like the Blood Angels match that we screened earlier this week.
Oh yeah, I would not dare have done that with all those jump packs.
For those who didn't watch that game, that was 30 Sanguinary Guard, an entire squad of jump pack veterans, and then a bajillion MSU squads of intercessors, incursors, and a couple like a jump captain and a jump lieutenant. It was a lot of stuff all at once.
Like, nope, not putting anything in reserves here.
Nope. Okay, so it seems like the Hive Guard are moving out. Just getting away as fast as they possibly can, falling back. Now, I'm guessing the players have decided they can fall back over the Termagants here. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I would imagine the Termagants would have to move first, myself, because they have to go down before they can go out and away. This isn't Kill Team where models can jump. But,
Models can jump in Kill Team?
dude, they can jump 2-inch gaps without having to do anything about
What?
it. Yeah, dude. And in Warcry, it's even crazier. But yeah, like in Kill Team, they can jump small gaps and you know,
I've been
make
meaning to play
decisions like that.
Warcry.
Warcry's alright. I don't like it as much as Kill Team, but that's because it's not quite as crunchy. It is a lot faster, it's fairly brutal, and I'll tell you what, it's really fun to play Iron Jaws, who move only 3 inches, get a lucky wog off, and then you're jumping across a 9-inch gap. It is really funny to see your main boss jump 9 inches from building to building, and then stomp on a Stormcast bird so hard that it explodes. It's pretty
I've
great.
got the Daughter of Cain cards because I've got an army of those. So.
Yeah, Hawk, I would agree with you. The move here from the Hive Guard to fall back seems maybe generous from Joko. They only move 5 inches, falling back over the Termagants of all things, and then on top of that, they can only move 5 inches down. That would mean that from the top floor, they would have to go down and then back, or down and down, which would not be out of range of the knobs. So, yeah.
But then again, we are not judges.
Yeah, exactly. So we can't really say anything about that. If the 2 players are okay with what happened, then they're okay with what happened. Yeah. that's that. There is a way for them to fall back, though, and still be okay. Like, honestly, you just fall back along the second floor. These guys fall back to the second floor and then fall back some more. Yeah, there's definitely ways to do it. And again, I think the Termagants, I would have probably pushed the issue on the Termagants myself, but that's just me because I'm a stickler.
So disagree with this decision entirely.
I do disagree with this decision mostly, but like the end effect is the same. So it's fine. Yeah, and I would agree with Hawk. It puts them in a slightly more vulnerable position here. And then would actually make it a very viable tactic to screen out the Death Dread at this point, because...
I was going to say the Death Dread can probably shoot them where they are.
Yeah, actually definitely can shoot them. I can already see a line of sight onto the back guy's tail. So this does pose a problem. It actually would have been smarter for me to be a stickler if Jimmy had been as much of a stickler as me. So at this point, we've got Onslaught and Catalast onto the Dimacron already. Yikes. That's going to make that Dimacron really strong, and I can probably see an easy charge into the Shock Jump Traxxas. That'd be my guess, but we will see. Let's go ahead and turn up the volume on the players, see what they're thinking. Smites.
And Storm.
Coming down to the boys. The boys are still there. But digging them out isn't as important anymore.
Don't tell me he's going to put it on the Spore Cyst.
We'll find out.
On the Exocrine. Still.
Okay.
Now, the Exocrine is still only hitting on 6s, unless if he spends the points to make it stand still. To make it count as standing still. But, you know, even then, it's hitting on 5s.
How many psychic powers do you have?
The answer's lots.
Answer is Tyranids, minimum 6.
7 is enough.
Yeah. And several of them are Smite. Or Smite adjacent.
So I have the boss now. Actually, I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna take 1 on the boss knob.
Oh. That was the psychic phase.
Okay.
Ink phase.
To be fair, he doesn't have anything else to spend the command points on. So.
True.
Symbiote Biostorm doesn't trigger on 5s unless he gives himself the +1 to hit.
He's not.
Correct.
Which he very well might do.
Well,
He nearly killed
think
these boys. If he got
8,
another 3 off of
3,
Psychic
4,
Scream,
5,
that
6.
Hive Guard unit would have been free.
wait, you are touching it, right? So, yeah.
But he's...
At the Tyranid, you don't see anything.
8 gas save.
I would say, yeah.
shooting the flesh borers into the boys.
It's worth something. 5s of Symbiote Storm, it still isn't terrible, though. It's not terrible, but it certainly is a lot less effective than hitting on 3s.
He did not stand still.
Yeah. So, no
He
CP
moved
spec
out
on
of the
that.
woods.
Yeah, but there is a stratagem, I think, to make it count as if standing still.
6 is.
So,
There
that's a
might
possibility.
be. I don't remember.
That's
that one.
2 more
Yeah, there
dead.
is a
Oh, that's the whole
difference,
unit dead. The boys have been wiped. Tyranids have
interactive counters.
Tyranids have their priority objective back.
Yeah, with the strat, obviously, which that's what we said.
Probably not worth
Sporocyst
doing,
is
maybe if you're
going
already
for
degraded.
the only thing it can shoot.
Well, no, because the +1 gives you the simple biostorm extra hits as well. So it honestly might very well be worth it.
Right.
Yeah.
Depending
Sporocyst
what he's
is
shooting at.
just within range of the Mega Knobs.
Work.
Not sure what it's gonna do though.
Barb Stranglers might do quite a bit. Weapons ballistic skill 5 is the annoying thing.
4, right?
It's annoying. It's only AP -1 and 1 damage. Like it
66
might kill
shots.
a Mega Knob even with 66 shots.
5d6 shots.
Is it 5d6?
Yeah, there's 5 guns on the thing.
Oof! I thought it was 6. My bad.
Half them into the Maganops.
I'm lagging.
All right, so it seems it is 66 actually.
Oh.
Oh,
Even
and like
better.
a pretty much completely average with one with only a slight above average amount of rolls here. So like, you know, not bad. But these are hitting on 5. So even at 21, you're still expected
Rerolling
to hit.
ones with Kronos.
Yeah, but even then, it's not like it's gonna do a whole lot.
4,
I don't
actually,
think.
right?
Let's see. Let's split this up. That's like what?
23.
7 hits, rerolling 1s. You might get another one. So like 8 hits, wounding on 3s. You got like 5 wounds. Saving on 3s. You're expecting 2 wounds on the Mega Knobs. That's one of them dead because one's on 1 wound. That'd be my guess.
Sounds good to me.
This is 10 more, and this is
Personally,
2.
though, I would have
Yeah,
shot at the
that-
Grots on the objective.
I am with you.
I can't match.
11, 15, 21, 23.
Sure.
Oh, we have fun here.
Okay.
Billion streams. You can use Tabletop Simulator to play this. Okay. You forgot to reroll the 1s.
No!
3s to wound.
The only mods
5
we're using
wounds.
are
5
the...
times -1.
3.
2 wounds. I predicted it like a genie.
1, 2.
Hey, worth it. But the mods that we're using are just mods to get the models themselves. They are on the Steam Workshop. You can find them all over the place. Tables as well. All of the physics and everything is scripted into the game already.
Shots.
You can also put in the command TTS Disco,
Mega
!TTS, and then Disco,
questions here?
to get access to Discord, where we've got a lot of these mods helpfully compiled for you already.
Good boys. Didn't do
And
anything.
Hawk, good catch on the fortifications not getting the rerolls.
Why do you hit my food supply?
Interesting.
2, 3.
A wheel.
Right?
So 6 is to save if that is. Oh.
Hey, nothing.
Every time. Every time.
Orc saves, man.
Almost as good as Catalyst.
Almost. Okay, Exocrine's looking to shoot
Hold
the
on,
Mega...
hold
Now,
on.
this
I
is
got
the
it.
stuff that'll actually do some damage here. The Exocrine does have access to Pathogenic Slime. Symbiostorm is currently applied to it. Even though it's hitting on 6s, 5s if it's been spent, if the CP's been spent, which it has not been. So 6s, it still does have, like, some shots. Okay, the CP has been spent.
But I'm counting as not moved.
Alright, it's hitting on 5s, exploding on 5s with Symbiostorm. So that's something. And it gets to shoot twice. Yeah, that's a worthwhile CP spent. Exocrine now has awesome shots. And can shoot the Mega
That's why I would have
Knobs.
shot the Grots. I would have shot the Mega Knobs with the extra crown.
Why?
Because it's 3 damage if he spends the CP for it.
Mhm.
But I might
Now-
be thinking of 8 addition.
Let's ask.
Okay. What's the name of the stat?
I think they're asking if it still gets the double shots.
Okay, so I know that there's some contention over this,
No,
but I'm pretty sure that Alpha League
It
has
does.
said it does give them the double shots. That's the obvious intention of the rule and the obvious intention of the stratagem. It was ruled that way by the judge team, which includes Araver and Curry, who was in the chat earlier, and all that other stuff. So
Oh, you're so loud.
Joko is a very loud typer. I agree with
yeah,
that.
mechanical keyboards do that. I've even got like
I've got a mechanical keyboard. I have to
Devastation.
pound it.
that's a
if you
fair
hear
point.
that.
Just don't say that out loud too loud. This is a family-friendly stream currently, even with all the cursing from the
What are you
players.
talking about? I'm just talking about smashing my keyboards.
Exactly.
It's treated as not having moved.
You're supposed to treat your technology well. Now, that said, like honestly, we're expecting that they'll figure out that yes, it does allow you to shoot twice, which is
Let's just go with
100% the intention of the stratagem.
I don't wanna
The Exocrine will be hitting on 5s with Symbiote
yeah,
Storm doing its thing.
I just remember
So this
Symbiote
should do some
Creeper
damage.
has,
It actually has a
like,
good
some
chance of killing the
super
Mega
good,
Knobs, but it's not a
and
perfect
one of
chance.
my opponent called this. Like, what?
I am super annoyed at how many
Shots.
friggin' circles there are right now.
It's not actually family-friendly Creeper. I am saying that because I make
6s.
terrible jokes. I didn't say it was ever any good.
The Mega Knobs?
Those Mega Knobs are in mega trouble, though.
What are you shooting? What are you shooting?
Gun knobs.
Ah, Mega Knobs.
Okay, re-rolling the ones
Mega
because it
Knob.
counts as stationary, so 3
Yeah,
hits to
that's
start.
So 6 hits.
Yeah, 6 hits.
3,
Yep,
6 hits. Yeah.
which still absolutely works. Wounding on 3s, if I remember. No, 2s if it's strength 8. Is it strength 7 or 8?
Strength 7.
7, okay, so that's 3s. So that's a decent number of saves that he has to make. He's already failed most, if not all of them. I think that's the squad wiped. Yeah, that's the squad wiped.
5 fails, so
He didn't spend the
1
CP
dead,
for the extra damage, I
2
don't
dead,
think.
and a 3 dead.
Okay,
Don't
so
think
3
he
dead.
had
So
the
the one's
CP.
still alive. It's
only
the Mega
2 CP.
Boss.
So,
That's right.
Mm.
And this boy does actually have some hurt left in him.
It's not killers. You lost 4. Okay. You roll a.
And now the
Where
Exocrine
did
doesn't have
the
line of sight on them
other-
anymore.
where'd the other 6 shots go? Because he does have to
Oh,
declare
the
it
other
before.
6
Oh, does
the other
he?
6 goes
They
to
do
your
happen at the same
custom
time.
for stop blast.
Well, apparently that's
Minus
not the
1 to
way
weapon
that
there.
they've ruled it in this game. So let's see whether or not the Imperial Guard double shoot rule for the Exocrine makes it too broken or not.
Unless they
Now
change
that
it.
does pass over some obscuring terrain. By the way, out of curiosity, obscuring terrain,
Because you don't have bases.
the
with
footprint
question,
of these
it's really hard
walls,
to
do you
see.
consider that to be the floor as well, or just the walls?
I consider it the floor most of the time when I play.
Oh,
It
they have the
depends.
terrain,
It depends, because
right? Okay, the other
sometimes you
ones
have
don't.
these ruins with bases that like cut diagonally, and then at that point,
Yeah, but not in the Alpha League terrain. All the Alpha League terrain has these ruins with very straight-lined kind of footprints.
last season
That's like
we did.
WTC stuff. Yeah, so the extra like kind of inch perimeter that goes around it is like WTC, which is where these maps are from.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure how they rule it, but I would imagine that they do and count the floor as well. That's how I play it.
Hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
yeah,
Tonius, I thought the
The
Exocrine could declare
Exocrine
one
gets
after
to
the
shoot-
other. Well, it
Yeah,
says they
I'm
get to
sorry.
shoot twice, not that the
Someone
weapons
else.
shots get doubled. No?
So
Timonius, I would
it-
agree, but...
It does get to shoot twice,
Yeah.
but it just says, oh, you get to shoot all of your
Go
weapons
for
twice.
it.
Yeah.
in the phase. That does not mean they happen at different times. It still
It's a
happens
shoot
at the
twice.
same
It's
time.
not.
You're-
Yeah, it's a shoot twice. It's not a shoot again, which there is a distinction.
The Hive Guard, the 2 CP stratagem, is shoot again at the end of the movement phase. So
Mhm.
if it's shoot twice, it still happens
actually
at the
a-
same time, which means you have to declare all your targets before you shoot.
Does that make sense?
If it doesn't, I can.
It's the difference between shoot twice and shoot again, and
Yes.
there is a difference. So if you're shooting again, and usually with the shoot again, it'll be specified maybe at a different point in the phase in which you're shooting. It's like an end of the phase or what it may be, versus shoot twice, which is distinctly
Okay,
that when you've selected this model to shoot, it shoots twice, and therefore you don't get to
but before-
split.
Your whole life.
Or you do get to split, but you
Oh,
have
yeah,
to declare
yeah,
that.
you don't-
You have to
right,
declare
right,
that
right.
you're doing so.
Right. So I meant.
Moves basically by advanced video. Gotcha.
Wow, look at that advance over there.
Yep, he's a fast boy.
Checking.
I'm assuming he doubled this. No, he might not have, because he has an 18-inch work.
Regardless, that Demacaron is going to try to keep itself hidden and alive for another full turn by hiding behind some obscuring terrain and making it difficult to kill the thing. And that becomes a very strong threat. If that thing just charges in, kills off a couple of things, and then dies, then the Tyranids have nothing. As long as this Demacaron's alive, the Orcs have to respect it. And I think that's a good choice. It's kind of like having a Cold
probably-
Star commander. Like, how scared are
one-
you of a Cold Star that comes in and kills one thing on the first turn?
Yeah, the one thing though is that the Dima does have 18 plus wounds, so it does not get obscured.
And a 5-up. It has a 3+5++5++++.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm just saying it doesn't get obscuring though. So
That's a good point. But line of sight blocking is still a thing, and this gigantic building here does stop him from. It does stop the.
Sorry.
the mech guns here, right?
Yeah, to stop the mech guns from shooting him. He did not mean to click that button the way that he did, so keep in mind it is still very much the Tyranid turn. Don't get too crazy. Yeah, Timonius again. Yeah, the wording isn't perfect. This is why we have a judge team at Alpha League to be able to solidify these rules
That's-
for tournaments.
I've always had it ruled that way because I've had this. That comes up a lot in person tournaments every time you go up against a Tyranid player because a lot of them have exocrines and a lot of them misunderstand how that double shoot works. So I've specifically brought this up with so many TOs, and that's how it's always been ruled.
Yeah.
This is ITC, of course, so take that with a grain of salt.
Yep, but keep in mind that that's kind of what the FAQ has said too, at least as best as I can understand it. So, mind you, the FAQ for Blood and Ball has not been updated in some time, so it's worth keeping in mind that they will not, and it will probably never get another update, because the Blood Angels, half of it is now settled. There's nothing about the Blood Angels that's actually a viable thing anymore because the Blood Angel supplement is out. So. Yeah, that's just a prediction on my part, though. Business-wise, it doesn't make sense to make a...
It doesn't make sense to redo it. They'll just re-release the Tyranid Codex in like a year.
Yeah. Look at this nice laser pointer. Anyway, so the Demacron has come out, is charging in. It is successfully charged. Both of these shock jump dragsters are on a hit list. What are the odds the Demacron kills both?
I have a 6-up still.
Oh my god.
Not that high, but still plausible.
Strength 8, AP -3?
On both of them.
3
yeah, 6
plus
attacks.
3 plus D3 damage. That is hitting like a Redemptor.
You'd have to put 3 into each. You'd have to hit them all, which yes, you do get to roll a hit. When you're on threes. You're rolling the wound rolls. What's that from?
I think the Demacron just has that kind of rule.
4 and 2 plus the tail here. 4 and 2 plus the tail.
With the
He's
reroll.
spent a strat. He spent the strat.
Mm-hmm.
All.
Down to 1 CP. So next turn, if the Tyranid player
Okay.
spends no CP, the Hive Guard might be able to shoot twice.
Now the
High.
odds are actually high that he murders these things.
Yeah.
Son, give me 4 6s. And
No.
1 6.
That is
Nice.
minimum of 9 damage. That
Like
dude is
9
super
damage
dead.
at least. Does he explode?
Nope.
That's
Yeah, it's the end of one of them. Now the other one
not
gets
that's
2.
a mistake putting both of them there.
And no gets 2 in a tail, I think.
2 in a tail. Yeah.
2 plus the tail.
All hit. That's the end of that dragster for sure.
Yeah. That's
That is unless there's some really hot rolls. No,
yeah,
that's a
dead.
minimum
That
of
is super dead.
that is a minimum of 6 damage, but it does explode, so the Demacron might take D3
2
wounds.
mortal wounds.
2 mortal wounds. It does have Catalyst, however.
Stop.
Yep, also hits him. And
It also hits
mortal
the
wound on him.
Booster Blaster.
1 mortal wound on him.
Okay, so the Booster Blaster lives pretty well. The Demacron,
Once.
I rolled 3 on the mortal wounds.
okay, 5 up, feeling the pain for Catalyst, says it still takes the full
Yes.
3. Okay,
Yeah.
Demacron's down to 15. At least the Shock Jump Dragster goes down and takes a little hunk of meat with him.
This Dimacarion does notably not have the healing.
Oh, that's important.
It was an adaptive physiology for that.
Gotcha.
And I'm paying.
So, that Dimacron can only be targeted now by, let's see,
Move in advance.
the Mega Dread and the 3 Smasher Guns on the bottom side. It would take some maneuvering from the Smasher Guns on the north side here to actually get into range, but they could also move to do it. But at least by putting the Demacron where it is, and if it does
I'm
a
allowed to
subsequent...
move and once again and can go where I
Yeah,
want
so
to.
Jimmy's currently talking about whether or not he can consolidate. He can. That will make it harder to see from Smasher Guns and stuff in the future. There is still 1 Shock Jump Drax that's still alive. There is still 2 Custom Booster Blasts is still alive. The War Boss on Warbike is still alive as well. There is still quite a lot of firepower
Can
ready
they go?
to potentially do some
Smasher
damage
Guns?
to this thing.
How far can the Smashing Guns go?
3 inches.
Not very far.
48 inches.
He was asking for the range of the gun.
Oh, yeah, that's 48 inches. Those Smasher Guns will get range, 100%. Like anything with 48 inches nowadays is just like, is it in range? The answer is yes.
They made the board like a square foot smaller.
Yeah, and that makes a big
They're shooting
deal.
us,
We
okay.
talked about Deep Strike earlier. That hurts Deep Strike in a big way too.
It also it just
knows?
makes like almost every army can alpha strike. Almost.
Yeah. What is happening?
Oh, 1 CP to move again after you fight after you kill a unit. That is the thing. I used to do that with Gene Stealers. Real fun.
You could do it with a flying high tyrant. You just like pick
Maybe
up the
I should, like,
remnants of a
once
unit and then just
special
fly 20
Oh.
inches.
Okay, now that is interesting placement.
Because I have enough. I have enough.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't think you can hide his clothes though. He's a big boy.
He's
Yeah,
doing
that's
his
what I'm-
best to
that's
hide
what
the
I'm
big
thinking.
boy, and on this
Yeah.
terrain, it is 100% possible.
Edge of his clothes. I can shoot.
The mech guns are only moving
one
1 inch because they have 3-inch movement and they're enforced.
He's bugged.
Well, there's also 3 mech guns on the other side of the board.
For sure. They're definitely gonna be able to get a mech gun or two in line of sight.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
The trick here is whether or not the Booster Blastas, the War Killer, War Trike, the War Boss, War Bike, if the Mega Knob survives morale, and the Shocked Up Dragster can do enough damage together to kill this 15 wound Demacron.
Don't think I can shoot him. With
Is it even within range?
maybe with this 25 movement, but
Let's see, what's this advance? Yeah, with the 6-inch advance, that should be able to make it. Just being real specific. This is a big deal if the Demacron can't get shot by these scrap jets. Sorry, by the mech guns. Like, if it goes 3 inches, goes to about here. There is still a chance, though. There is still
That's
an arm.
laser pointer time right there, because that's going. You got to try and avoid that obscuring the ruin.
Yeah, exactly. But if it moves at a diagonal, moves to about here, with the edge of its gun and everything, it should be able to see a claw or something.
Can see.
Like,
No, that's what they're measuring right now, and the odds are probably not.
yeah. It's a tricky situation right now.
Let's move there.
The other option is to move backwards and just make it harder to get to from the melee, which means that although the guns can shoot it, it'll probably survive thanks to Catalyst. Allowing it to... like, this is definitely the queen piece of the Tyranids right now. If this Demacron goes down too easily, then Tyranids do not have much of a game left.
Because then the only thing that can shoot is it's this one right in front of me and this measure gun, right? And then the
yeah, can I move around the terrain and shoot them? But, these measure guns, I don't think they can shoot you.
Yeah, because those 3 in the forest can only move 1 inch, so it's not likely.
Yeah, exactly.
Killer Watch Strike.
And they've got other things they want to shoot anyway.
He has 5 attacks and attack 7, 82 d3 damage, and he goes well.
Like, as it stands, I think one of the mech guns, if it moves just a little bit, could potentially see the Exocrine, maybe. But you know, this is a tough call. It's like the players are doing their best. Oh, he's moving him back. Yeah, you have to be careful at this point. The Demacron can't hide behind obscuring terrain, but can at least try to get out of range of a variety of guns. Can stay out of melee range of the majority of melee threats. Those are maybe the biggest priorities for this Demacron right now.
If you move him there, I can shoot probably all of my smash guns at him. No, he can't. I can move him closer, so he can. I can move him closer, so he can shoot as well.
Now, the upside to moving him back there is that he won't be hit by the War Boss on War Bike or the Death Killer War Trike, both of which have some nasty melee. The Killer Claw would be hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s, rerolling failed wounds at AP -3, 3 damage flat. The Death Killer War Trike has a Snagga Claw, which in melee is strength 7, wounding on 4s, D3 damage apiece. And if this Mega Knob lives, which is possible, if it doesn't fall back, then that could also help. So there's definitely some stuff going on here. Like, it's a weird choice. Do you want to get meleeed or do you want to get shot? And the best thing to do is make sure you cannot get hit by both.
And I get to shoot.
Which one would you prefer at this point for the Demacron, Raulo? Like, is it better for him to be potentially meleeed at this point, and be protected from shooting, or would you rather just like get shot at by a couple smash guns and then just not be within range of these war bosses?
I would prefer to have it there, because if the war boss is again going after the Diamond, that means they're not going after this giant core over here.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
However, he has botched a couple things. Like, again, this Mega Dread will still be able to shoot those Hive Guard. this Exocrine is probably dead.
So
Yeah.
It's
I killed 1, 2.
yeah. The more you can divide attention, the better. But
You
this
killed, I
is
think,
going to be an interesting to see how it unfolds. It
4,
depends on what
5.
Joko
You get
does.
10 points on
Yeah.
But
the
I would
thing
I would
that-
also move the Dimacaryon there rather than away.
Engage on.
Yeah, the thing is that the mech guns don't have any real targets except for the Daima at the moment, right? Because everything else is pretty obscured.
Mm-hmm.
I will start my
So,
I'll go up with this.
If the mech guns can see the Daima, it'll be the only thing that they're shooting.
Primary target for
It's their only targets. It's that or the gaunts in the middle.
More output.
So with that in mind, I might have not given him the charge either,
Fine, actually. Nice.
because if you just look at the threat ranges of the units in the middle, it's possible that you could void all of them for a turn. Like, is he going to get any free movement? I mean, I wouldn't have put the gaunts in the middle because they're just dead. They served really no real purpose.
Honestly, I don't even know if I would have spent the CP to move it at all. But
Yeah, it was fine where it was. If anything, I would have pushed it back a little bit, maybe. Because right, you just look at every single unit in the middle, and you're like, what is the threat range of this? It's really like the war bosses,
it
right?
did get him engaged, so there is that.
The Termagants?
No, the Dimacaryon got
Yes.
him engaged.
Otherwise, they would not have gotten it at all. And I think the Termagants might have actually just been good to at least have the option of engage for 2 for sure, and then engage for 3 potentially. But yeah, we can see the Death Dread moving down on the south side there to potentially put some effort into the Hive Guard. Because although they're not going to be tagged again this game very easily, the Death Dread having the ability to shoot them is going to severely hamper their effectiveness. Having 3 Hive Guard alive rather than 5 at this stage will mean that their double shooting will be a far less effective use of 2 CP. And yeah, at this point, I'll let you two handle it for a second, as I need to do a quick bio break. But yeah, talk about the last turn. How do you think that last turn went for the Tyranids? Do you think it could have gone better? And then how do you think that Joko is going to go ahead and make use of his turn to potentially create some interesting choices for Jimmy in turn 3? How about you start there, EDT?
Oh, all right. I think he had a great counter turn, bottom of 1. Joko did with shutting down the Hive Guard, and I think these games often come down to little minor mistakes that are really easy to see when you're not actually playing the game. So hindsight is 20/20. Like, it's easy for us to look at that Termagant situation and say, well, why didn't he go into the bottom right corner for engage? Why didn't he move block the Dreadnought? Why didn't he move the Hive Guard in a way that they were still obscured? But I think, like, kind of what happens when your opponent makes little minor mistakes like that is it becomes your job to capitalize on it. And I think Joko is a solid, I think he's a solid player, and I think he'll be able to do that. And once he kind of capitalizes on those mistakes, assuming dice stay pretty average for both players, it seems like he'll be in a good position to take over the board, which is really going to be where the game falls apart, I think, for the Tyranids player.
I agree completely. The Tyranid player turn 2, that was not what it needed to be. There was a lot of just small mistakes which added up to be a very bad turn 2, in my opinion. It still was decent. He still got rid of those 2 jump jets. He got this boy squad, but he left himself in a position to get a lot of pain. Those Hive Guard are in a world of trouble. Exocrine's probably dead. Dimacaryon, there's just not enough for that distraction to work.
Your Vanguard Dread is...
And he has just enough, Joko has just enough to kind of apply the pressure to those units, those key units you just pointed out. So picking up the Exocrine, big blow. Putting some work on the Hive Guard, another big blow. The pressure of that Mecha Dread making the charge into, even if it's just the Gaunts, although they might be in a position where they can't get charged. It's hard to tell exactly.
I think they are.
Eyeball says they might not be, and that the intention was to make them unchargeable. And the Death Dread cannot fit through that gap. What it can do is shoot through the gap. So if it just pokes its arm out and starts shooting everything behind there, that's worth something.
Yep, and then he'll be doing exactly that. And then the other thing it does is it shuts out that corner for the Tyranid player. The Tyranid player is not going to really be able to move around that Dread, maybe if it's over there. And then if the Tyranid player wants to shuffle towards the middle, middle is where all the other orc threats are lying. So it really, the Tyranids player is lucky that there's no pressure on the Tyranid player's top left objective, because it means that the Tyranid player will likely be getting 10 on primary for at least this turn and maybe the next one too. But look at the board right now. How can the Tyranids player get to the center, the bottom right? You know, that is going to be that's going to be shut down a little bit.
Yeah, the fastest things that the Tyranid army has right now that are capable of taking those middle objectives safely are the Gaunts, sadly.
Yeah.
And there are 2 squads of them left that are
Right.
capable of doing that, one of which probably has to stay home to make sure that there's some sort of obsec on that 5. Otherwise, there could be a potential issue where enough orcs get on there that the priority objective gets stolen a second time, which is a problem. Shock Drop Dragster coming out there, making sure that it's within range and shooting ability of the Demacron.
The other thing is this Swarm Lord has done nothing but slingshot, which is good. It's important. It's what it's supposed to do. But it could also be helping a lot itself. I would have moved it out turn 2 to try and get it into a better position to hurt stuff as well. But
yeah, the mech guns are trying to move into a position where it can shoot the exocrine, but line of sight here is tricky. It seems like as if one of them could potentially get it happening, but it is very unlikely. It is potentially contested.
I don't think any of them can, honestly, because of the way these ruins are.
It is currently very tough. Even drawing a line here, it is, I think, a nope. At least in my point of view, those mech guns cannot see the exocrine. It was positioned to just be able to see the big boys, the Meganobs, but then past that, yeah, he had line of sight on nothing else. So the exocrine is relatively safe from everything else, unless there's any indirect fire or potentially a shock drasta that could potentially get some shots in there, but they need it to take down the Demacrons. So I think the exocrine lives yet another turn. To be able to get the CP necessary to make the same power level happen again, though, they have just enough CP to make that happen, but then the Hive Guard... Well, the Hive Guard never double shooting again. The Tyranid player's down to 0 CP. So, yeah, this is a weird one. I think that the Orcs are have the momentum. They've got the initiative. And they have the ability, but they have to be able to shut down the Tyranid shooting. Otherwise, they are going to get... they're going to be thinned down hard enough that the Tyranids will be actually okay after some time. The Death Dread is never going to be in position to really do anything melee for the rest of the game because of these woods stopping its movement. Even if it stays at full profile, moving 6 inches a turn is going to mean it's going to take another 2 turns, and it's turn 2 already from now. So it'll have to take turn 3 and turn 4 to be able to start actually moving through these woods. By the time that the melee becomes effective again, it'll be too late, is my thinking.
Yep.
So,
I would agree.
Yeah, the Orc player needs to keep these bikes and the buggies alive enough that the core of the Tyranid army can't just eliminate them and then push out with the Termagants largely uncontested. Because the Smasher Guns, once the Demacron's dead, honestly, their job's done. They don't have anything else that they're doing for the rest of the game.
And did the fortification have range on the bottom right Termagant squad? I mean, bottom right Gretchen squad?
I think it did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was...
That was one of the big ones that he could have moved the Termagants there and then used all the Barb Stranglers to mulch those Gretchen, but...
Yeah, I'm wondering why the Gretchen aren't moving out of line of sight of that thing, too, because the Sporocyst, if it's still alive, which it should be by the end of the turn, the Sporocyst will be able to actually do some decent damage against those Gretchen, considering that they are above 5 in the squad, and Barb Stranglers are blast, as far as I remember. So minimum of 3 on each dice.
Yeah.
That'll do some work.
The name of the game is Hindsight 2020.
Yep, it happens.
Yeah, it's like so easy to see these little minor mistakes when you're not the one playing.
Yeah, right? And then you play yourself, and then afterwards you go over your game, and you're like, wow, that was a blunder. How the hell did I not see that happening? Alright, so we're trying to see whether or not the Weird Boy can stay out of deny range and still be effective. 24.4 inches does look like it's out of deny range of at least the Swarmlord, who is the most advanced Psyker, like the most further pushed Psyker on the board. So it seems like that's okay. We got +1 attack on the War Boss, it seems.
I want to dispute that most advanced Psyker thing, but it's like, no, that's fair, and Earthrope Swarmlord. You know.
What I mean is like the most further advanced on the board from the Tyranid faction.
Ah.
And then I believe that's meant to be a smite. I don't see why you'd want to try to jump anything.
I have to do that before you. It's okay. No.
And it does 1 damage. Does the Macron feel it?
Everyone matters.
Eventually, maybe? Yes. Okay, so Demacron's down to 14. A good attempt at a smite there. It does do something at least.
I was a bit smarter. I would have left the captain a bit closer, but I'm not as smart.
Alright, let's go ahead and turn up the players so that way we can hear them a bit more.
Yeah, let's start the shooting phase. I'm gonna start with
Shooting
Shock
phase?
Start everything with Damacron.
Yeah, okay. Shock Dressers putting everything into Demacron. Surprise, surprise.
Rerolling one of them. One hit because he advanced.
That is a
And winning
surprise.
on a
I would have thought it
And
would have
also
shot the
winning at
Exocrine.
It's actually obscured. He can't see it.
I know. It's like I'm surprised he put it there.
He needs to kill the Demacron. If the Demacron goes down, then the Orcs have complete control of the board, pretty much.
Hitting on normal and treat because I have something called a Growth Canal and targeting speed.
Okay, so hitting on 4s.
Yes, I was hitting on
Yeah,
4s.
yeah,
I rolled a 3 and a 4.
Failed save. That's D6 damage to the Demacron now.
CP.
With what CP?
6 damage plus 1 mortal wound.
Oh, no! That's the big 6. That's a big deal.
6, 7,
5 of Feel No Pain, though, could do a big difference. Catalyst is odds on, pretty much, so it's another 5 wounds onto the
Then
Demacron.
I have a single rocket.
Putting it down to 6. There is a rocket on this thing, too. It could do some flat 3.
Which
Misses. Yeah, no reroll there.
Tax is going to be the Death Killer War pack. Everything. You should be on 9, right? You are at 14.
We're gonna have to see who's correct about that poll we did earlier.
Just 5. I had did 7 wounds
3.
because of the mortal wound in addition.
Okay, I believe you.
Again, check the fast roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, Death Killer War Trike doing some damage, potentially.
Save 2 and you take 5. A Death Killer War pack. At the 2 meta.
Wait, 2 what? Hold on.
Roll miss. You're only 1.
Oh, dude, it does have Melta shots.
Oh, should have declared before. So everything goes into him now. Okay, this is as well, and then I have 6 shots with the boomstick.
Boomsticks. 3 hits, 2 of which Daka Daka.
5. Good. Daka Daka Daka.
Okay.
Missed and wounding on 5s. I have not used my wound reroll because.
So that's 2 wounds, actually. 3 up saving the Demacron here. No AP for these shotgun sticks. This is my boomstick. And does it work? It works! It's 1 damage! Why am I sounding Scottish? And that's a catalyst save. So, Demacron's still very much at 9. Healthy-ish.
Rivet Cannon goes into the Dimacron, Flamer goes into the
Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. So the Flamer going to the Termagants. We got the Rivet Cannon going to the Demacron here. The Termagants probably die at this point.
Flamer down.
Probably.
Like, that's
Rivet Cannon,
4d3.
6 shots. Hitting on 5s. Rerolling one of them.
Rivet Gun doesn't do what it needs to.
Wounding on, not on that, not reroll because that's cool.
No, the Rivet Gun fails.
Okay, and then I have 43 Flamer shots.
Now, the 43 Flamer shots are probably going to do no work at all. It's 4 shots. With 3 wounds.
3 wounds at no AP on your gun.
So 6 up saves on these Termagants now. Will their Chitinous Carapace save them? No. That's 3 Termagants dead. They are outside of Synapse range, so those 3 already make it so that way they fail morale on anything but a 1. Because they only have Leadership 4, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's Leadership 5, my bad. So they could also still pass on a 2. The chances of that happening, though, are going to be very, very slim. There's probably going to be at least 1 charge into them as well to try to rip the objective off of them. And there still are some other shots that have no other targets,
Okay,
so...
I'm going to put my Gretchen into your guns. So, 2,
Gretchen
7 of
pistols.
them.
Now, funny enough, these Gretchen pistols actually do have the capability of doing some damage here.
Hitting on 4s.
Oh my god, I once ran a guy who ran 90 Gretchen. They could shoot anything off the board, let me goddamn tell you.
It's funny because they are practically las guns that shoot at the same way that guardsmen do, but for cheaper points. So it's 3 wounds with no AP. Do the Kindness Carapaces save them here? 1 does, but 2 Termagants go down. Now their morale is on anything but a 1. It's a failure, and they're also going to be below half if that happens, which means that morale is potentially a real issue.
It should be 3 that's on the objective. Oh, actually 5 that's on the objective.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, even if you take the last one, it's still Flamer range, so shouldn't be a problem. Boss Maganab going into the... Oh, started lagging. Boss Maganab going into the guns.
Alright, so we got the big shoot or the custom shoot sorry, from the Mega Knob into the Gaunts.
Getting a Daka Daka Daka.
Daka Daka Daka.
3 hits.
Okay, so 3 hits is not bad. So 3's to wound here. All 3 of them wound. Chitinous Carapace is needed to keep these guys alive. 6s. 1. Okay, so that's going to be 2 more dead Termagants.
Okay, the only Smasher gun that can see the Dimacron going into the Dimacron.
Okay, we do have a Smash Gun that's still able to see, though.
D3 shots.
It's the big 3 shots. That could be a big deal. Potentially, but we're going to see. 1 hit. It's something.
Wounding on 7.
It is a wound, so it's AP minus enough to put it on the 5-up invuln. Does Jimmy pull it off? Sadly not. And there's no reroll here. There's no CP for it. That's this full 6 damage. Oh no, that's not what you want. But Catalyst saves still a thing.
Give me dust.
Catalyst saves here, as Raulo has said before. Oh, jeez! And as Raulo has preached before, saves 5 of them. Oh, that's not what Joko wanted. Oh, man.
Fine. It's alright.
I gotta say, though, this game has turned out exactly as I hoped. Highly tactical, lots of moving parts.
The Termagant.
Okay, if this Termagant survives this Flamer, it's gonna be insane.
Into the Exocrine.
Rivet Gun into the Exocrine. Okay, it's gonna be at a -1, though.
-1 to hit.
Because of the woods.
Okay, hitting all 6s. Rerolling 1 of them.
2 6s, though, means 2 more Dekas. No, okay. Alright,
Okay.
roughly.
And wounding on 5s and rerolling 1 of them.
The Rivet Gun wounds once. Okay, so that's a big enough deal. The Rivet Gun itself can do some real work. It's 2 damage. And importantly, it's AP -2. But he passes the save. Well done, Jimmy. Jimmy Neutron. Boy wonder.
Shoot him.
He can't see. See.
Can he?
I mean, killing the Gaunts and shooting is not that important, right? Because he's going to want to charge them anyway.
Yeah.
He can see the base of the Exocrine, which is a part of the model.
So he's going to put the kill cannon into the Exocrine.
So the base is actually not part of the model.
It actually is.
Let's start with
I don't believe
kill
so.
cannon.
But even then, the edge of him can still see the tail. So yeah, he's gonna be able to shoot the Exocrine
Okay,
with
we
the
got
Death Dread.
That's cool. And getting a Daka Daka Daka.
So I've seen like TO rulings where it's like if you are building a model onto the base, so you're like building up your base, then the base does count as part of the model, but the actual base itself doesn't count as part of the model. You measure from it for sure, but it's not considered part of the model itself.
I thought the opposite was ruled.
just charge
The
up.
base is
That-
considered
that's fine.
part of the
No,
model.
Yeah,
You
that's
said
what
it,
I
you
remember
said
reading
it.
as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're not judges, so again, check your rule book and check the tournament organizers package. There is a primer package for Alpha League that we could pull up, but you know, in this case, it's still missed, so points moot.
For sure. And I think he'd see it anyway, so point was definitely moot. But it actually is interesting to know because I've heard different rulings
Exactly
on it.
enough.
And the Flamers.
Hear you? You're not talking anymore?
Oh, sorry. Flamer from the Mega Red into the Hive Guard.
Here goes.
So 4 wounds, no AP on the Hive Guard.
4 wounds, no AP on the Hive Guard. Okay, that does not kill
Flamer
anyone.
has strange.
It's 2d6
Okay.
shots.
The strange of the flamer.
The Flamer. It's 12 inch range.
So
Range.
All saves, no problem.
You save
1.
1. You fail 1, I think. So 1 dies.
Yeah, because one was on 1 wound. I'm
It's
silly.
not good enough.
Oh no, that does cause interesting thing. Is that a 2 more than 2-inch gap between the two? I wonder.
Smash against to shoot. He shots. He can't see. I can see the Spore 6 with this one. Should be in range. Oh, I
Oh.
can see the Hive Guard. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the Hive
Yeah, I do that too. One smasher gun into the hive guard. Good plan.
Guard. Are they in the bubble? Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the bubble for the mallet throw. So
D3 shots.
just the
shot.
one needs to hit on a 5.
Nope.
Okay, so smasher gun misses.
Can he see them? He can't see them.
No.
Oh wait, no, this one shot. The lemon drop. And he can't see them. Those are characters.
Those are
And-
characters within 3 inches of a thing that could count for Lookout Sir, and also there's a closer unit, so they're fine.
Some smash guns over from here. God, nah, it's not good. They're gonna hold
Yeah, the smasher guns are kind of in a sticky spot where there's a lot of good lines of sight, but the Tyranids are hiding from it. It gives them a pretty
Okay.
distinct advantage.
Charges.
Charge phase. Okay, this is
I
big.
need to start with charge. Actually, is it charging? Charge a clock. Can't charge anything there. I could charge a Swarm Lord, but I don't want to charge a Swarm Lord. Can't charge. That's the most area. Yeah. Okay. Charging the War Boss.
All right, War Boss on Warbike. Now this is a big boy. With Here We Go, it's not a guarantee, but it's very close. Although he had failed to charge before. That 5 will make it though. It's good enough, and sometimes it's all you need.
That killer war flag also charging.
Yeah, now this is gonna need an extra 2 inches just because of the terrain. That 6 should make it.
-2.
Yeah. But with an
Is
8
still
I
enough?
make it.
Okay.
And then the Mega Knob.
The Mega Knob's gonna need. Now this is like an 8-inch charge.
Actually, no. because
No, it would need a 10.
He's not gonna charge.
Yeah, he kind of wants to sit on the objective anyway to force the shots to have to go into him. The Gretchen literally can't. Now, here's an interesting question. Would you put the Weird Boy in here? Strength 7?
Yeah.
3 attacks?
How much charges?
Oh, it's just those 2 charging. Okay.
Let's start with the War Boss.
So, this is where the War Boss has to kind of prove his mettle. He didn't make the charge the first time. Can he manage to make his money up this time? If he kills the Macron, he'll have been worth it this game.
Let us see.
Rerolling. Okay, and then these are rerolling all the wounds.
12.
So, wounding on 3s. And with the Kill a Claw, it's going to be on 3s rerolling. All of them wound at AP -3. That's 6 that he's going to have to make on his 5-up invulnerable save. And then it's going to be, however many of those go through, it's 3 damage flat. That's 12 damage.
Each, so that's 12 damage.
That is probably a dead to Macron.
On average,
Unless if he pulls another catalyst. He almost did, but not quite. That's 7 wounds. That's a dead to Macron. Like... Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's on 1 wound.
Oh my god.
The Snagger Claw has to do the work now.
He hits on 2s.
And so far, so good.
Wounds on 4s.
4's rerolling one of them because of Death Skulls. Okay. Now it's 4 more 5-up invulnerable saves, followed by however many that goes through. That's D3 damage. That's 3d3 damage. Okay, this should be the end of the Demacron. That's 6 damage. Solid. Okay, now Catalyst saves have been incredible this game. So let's see if Jimmy keeps getting lucky. Not this time, no. That's going to be the 4 necessary to kill him.
They explode.
No. Okay, the second Demacron does not explode. That is the end of the Demacron, however, which means now that the Orcs kind of have free reign of the board. Not what the Tyranids were looking for. Now, it is worth mentioning that the Tyranids do have access to a lot of OBSEC over what the Orcs do, but they're slower than you'd like them to be.
I'm
And
holding 2.
Yes, you are.
yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at this. At the end of the round 3, Just to let you folks know, it would have been 39 to 36. So for those of you that bet orcs in our bet earlier, you're the winners. Congratulations. View results. Oh, it was a complete tie, too. Anyway, how do you guys felt that went for the orcs? Because, my opinion,
care of, like,
it went well.
Yeah, they did what they had. They got the team, obviously. They put the pressure on, and I think it's just a board control game from here, and that's really what the problem is going to be for the Tyranid player.
Yep. Here comes the Swarmlord, though. Finally.
At long last.
Murdered, because there's nothing else out there supporting him. He is only T7.
Which makes it a bit of a problem. Do you think that they'll get a buff in the Tyranids Codex when one of those comes up?
I expect him to get nerfed again, honestly. He's needed a buff for a long time, but also not really. But he keeps getting nerfed for some reason. So, no, I don't expect that much. To be completely fair, he did get a buff a while ago and where his points were decreased a lot. But that's it. That's all he's gotten. I expect nothing else.
Have to move.
GW, it's weird. Tyranids always like every now and then, and just like, oh, these are actually really good for some reason, and then the result is the next 3 books they get will just make them not as good. So my cynicism will not die here because I love Tyranids.
All right. Well, new poll. Who do you think is in the winning position in this game, folks? Go ahead and let us know. You have 10 minutes to vote. Right now, the Tyranid player is looking at a strange situation where engage on all fronts is looking damn near impossible. They need to get Gaunts out into 2 different table quarters, of which are guarded by Smasher Guns, Death Dreads, Shock Drunk Dragstas, and things that only a Swarmlord could kill. The Swarmlord is not so fast as to be able to kill absolutely everything on the field. The Exocrine is still on 1 wound, but has to make themselves vulnerable to be able to shoot. The Hive Guard are alive, but there's only 4 of them left, and there's only 1 CP, so they cannot double shoot anymore, unless if Jimmy just refuses to spend the CP, which he probably won't, but we'll see. What do you think, EDT, the Tyranid player, Jimmy, has to do here to be able to score the points that they need to and secure a position where they could potentially come back?
I think it's going to come down to primary, if you ask me. Like, he needs to use the Swarmlord's double move and the stratagem to double move, if he ever does need to do both in the same turn. He just needs to make sure that he can, like, contest primaries, and I think the turn that he had to do it was really last turn with that play into the Gretchen in the bottom right corner. Denying that 5 points of primary would have been huge. It would have kept him like kind of closer in this game. And unfortunately now, getting back on primary, I think he'll, at best, he's going to maintain 10 points for himself, and at best he's going to hold Joko to 10 points. So if you give each of them 10 points for the rest of the game, assuming they're tying on those points, assuming they're both going to get priority maxed out, engage, the Orc player is in a position to get at least 2 every turn, and the Tyranids player has to work now to get 2 every turn, right? So he's got to put something in the bottom right corner. So it's looking like he's going to maybe draw on primary. It looks like he's going to lose by a couple on engage, and then it's like, how much is he going to win by bring it down on? And that's kind of the question. Mm-hmm. So if he fails to, he needs to at first tie on primary every single turn. He needs to tie on engage every turn, and even then it's like, will that be enough with just bring it down points?
Then we're doing a conga line.
And keeping in mind that the Exocrine is a primary target and is extremely vulnerable, you know, like it's on one wound. If it even pokes its head out a little bit too much, one lucky smash gun hit could kill it. And then the Swarm Lord kind of has to go out and do some business now, and he's another 3 points for bring it down. And if those two models go down, that's bring it down for, well, 12 points. It's pretty good. The Sporocyst will probably live till the end of the game if this keeps up, but you know,
what's it gonna do, really?
Yeah, like at this point, you know, if Jimmy notices, Jimmy could just, you know, do a little bit of damage on some Gretchen, if you know what I mean. The blue squad of Gretchen in that southeast corner, the bottom right corner there, is looking a little bit on the thin side, compared to all those barbed strangler shots that could come into them. And it's not like they have great leadership either, so, you know, morale issues are a thing. And it's not like it's easy for the orcs to kill bigger creatures right now. They are down 2 shock jump dragstas. The Mega Track scrap jets are gone. The Deathclaw Dread, the Mega Dread, sorry, is in a position to effectively just sit in the bottom left corner and score. Engage on all fronts for 3 every turn at the rate this is going.
That's not worth it. This one.
And there's also the other issue where, like, the termagants in the upper left corner are potentially chargeable and stuff. If Joko really wants to, he could just send a buggy or 2 that way, remove them, and suddenly engage on all fronts is looking, and, you know, holding objectives is going to look really, really problematic for them. For Jimmy. So there's a couple things that needs to happen. In my opinion, as long as Jimmy can somehow get enough stuff asking the orcs questions, so the Swarm Lord potentially, the Hive Guard continuing to remove answers if possible, as well as the Exocrine doing the same, and some KG play from that long-range shooting, could force the orc player to be thin enough on the ground that it's an issue for them to be able to answer all the things that they need to. So, yeah, they need to continue to try and apply pressure, remove a couple of the problems. I think they need to ignore the Mega Dread, now that it's in a position where it's just like, it sits there and it tries to shoot into the backline a little bit, but that's it.
You screened it out. Quite nice.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, and the Lictor just can't find a spot. The launchers in the back just doing what they need to do. And they need to come down this turn, too, because they're put in reserves. If they're not put down this turn, then that's... Oh, wait, no, it wasn't turn... Turn 2 was last turn, was it not? So this is turn 3.
This is bottom... no, top of 3?
Yeah, top of 3, which means that the Lictor and the Rippers do need to come out this turn, otherwise they're counted as destroyed. The Rippers... having to go back down there is not where they want to be.
There's nowhere they can go.
Yeah, like they almost would have been better off being on the board from the start, if you look at it. Man, that is rough. But at the very least, this game is turning out exactly the way that I had hoped. Tyranids and orcs being forced to have to take 4 corners of the field. We knew that there was going to be some fighting. And I'm wondering if maybe there would not have been a better idea to take a slightly more defensive secondary for the Tyranids. I know engage on all fronts is normally an easy one, but against orcs like this, I'm wondering if maybe it wouldn't have been better to play a bit more defensively, stick to your 10 primary a turn, and then just use your shooting to the best of its effect. Secondary picks are hard to do, though. They're difficult to get consistent.
I mean, here's one thing. Like, on this kind of map, when you have 5 objectives, oftentimes it's better to take domination than it is to take engage on all fronts. So, as you can see right now, the Tyranid player would be scoring domination, and they're not scoring engage.
Like that.
Yeah. They actually would have done that last turn, too, with the blue Termagants. Which would have made that move a lot more useful.
And they would have no reason to be pushing in the top right or bottom right corners. They could just hold the middle and the top 3, like the triangle on the left. I was talking earlier in the game when deployment was happening about the sphere of influence and picking a triangle of 3 objectives. And you're going to be naturally doing that while you're trying to hold more. So domination goes right into that.
Yeah, for sure. And even though the Tyranid player might not have enough gaunts to squeeze that in every single turn, you only need it to squeeze in 2 times to get 8 points, 3 times to get 12 points. And if you get like 4 turns, we can somehow score domination with with a list that does not have a lot of obsec like the Orcs list. Yeah, that probably would have been doable for sure.
Domination is 3 a turn. But
Failing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was 4 for some strange reason. Okay, my
no,
bad.
it's line breaker. But
Yeah, line breaker would have been impossible this game
Yeah.
for both teams. Like the corner deployments like this are very hard to score line breaker on.
Yeah, go ahead. Don't think
But even then, like, you know, 12 points or 9 points is still a perfectly respectable amount while keeping your army a bit more defensive. You could have kept the Demacarons back for safety's sake, I guess.
Oh no, you didn't put him out of the range.
yeah, and then you start thinking about playing like while we stand, we fight or something.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you
The
could,
storm on
yeah.
the-
I mean, the way I would have approached this is like, how can you really max those secondaries without really doing the minimum amount required? And so, like,
Storm?
you
No,
could
the
have
other one.
taken while we stand, you could have taken domination, and you could take the priority targets, or maybe you even take deploy scramblers if you have the lictor for that. And then your whole game plan is like, I don't need to kill a single one of your models. I'm going to sit behind these 2 runes. I'm going to rush out a unit of Termagants to the
That's
middle
fine on
objective
your-
every turn, and I'm just going to score
Oh,
like,
big one.
my domination points every single turn,
Yeah.
and tie you
Yeah.
in primary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he could have started with the Ripper Swarms on the table then if he was going to go for domination as well.
This one is shouldn't.
Because then at
should
that
not
point,
be
like,
inside.
a squad of 3 Ripper
I-
Swarms
I-
just taking the middle is a kick in the teeth for the Orc player. Because it's just like, yeah, they've
Oh,
got
I
OBSEC.
didn't. Yeah, you're right.
They're annoying. They've got a decent number of wounds for their cost. Like,
Sure, start them on the forest too, -1 to hit.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I can't see him.
Alright guys, unfortunately I have to run at this moment. We've been streaming for
That's-
over 3 hours, but
Yeah.
That,
I will hopefully check in later and see how this game's going. I'm going to call it here for the Orcs, which is not what I called it earlier, so it's good to see that the game's developed in interesting ways. But
For sure.
it's been really fun streaming with you guys as always. I got my playoff game tomorrow morning, so we'll see if I get to round 2.
and
And
on the
hopefully that you guys can stream one of those games soon.
Yeah,
hope-
well, I'll be there tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be able to stream your games as well. And if it makes you feel any better, EDT, before you leave, the poll ended, and the Orcs are the ones that currently have the winning
So that was
position,
second.
according to chat.
Alright, me in the chat, all 3 of us, we all agree.
Well, there's 17 viewers.
Me.
Yep, I'm just gonna plug one more time. I've got this new channel, the Competitive Standard 40K. So if you want to watch bat reps, we're
Shooting
playing them
face.
all the time. We got a lot of tactical videos
Shooting
coming out
face.
too soon. So go check us out. I'll drop it in the chat, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more alpha.
Sounds groovy, EDT. You take it easy, stay safe, and we'll see you later, okay, dude?
All right, guys, take care.
All right, bye for now.
Yeah.
Now for the
Hey,
rest of
it's-
you, we're stuck with you're stuck with me and Raulo here.
Just the 2 of us.
You and
here, 5v5.
Not what I was shooting for, but I.
Anyway, it seems as if the moon phase is over. Psychic phase. We got Symbiostorm on the Exocrine. We got Onslaught on the Swarm Lord, but no Catalyst. Yikes. Got some shots coming out though.
Catalyst indeed.
Do up save.
No.
Fuck's sake. I want you to shoot him with something else, so I'm gonna CP this.
Oh, CP reroll on the Mega Knob. Okay, there we go. 2 up save. The Mega Knob is still alive.
Really hoping he was gonna fail it again.
Good.
Those Termagants almost costing a CP. Those Termagants are absolutely worth their points now. Spore assist.
3 of the Half Stranglers in him, in those Gretchens, and 2 in the Banger Noob.
Okay.
Okay, so ignoring the blue Gretchen on this bottom right objective here. 2d6 shots into the Mega Knob.
So far.
Okay, a little
hit.
above average, but not by enough
No,
to make a
nope.
big difference.
That's one hit. He rolled
Oh.
double ones.
Oh,
no
I
shots.
see.
These were the hit rolls, right?
These were the
Yeah, you rolled for number of shots and you are rolling for hit rolls and you had 1 hit.
Yes. Okay, 1 wound, needs a 3. Gets the wound.
Got it.
3 up save. It saves. The Mega Knob is still alive.
and 3 more.
To the Gretchen. That 2 turns into a
5,
3.
10.
No, it doesn't. There's only 5 Gretchen. I lied.
You did lie. How dare you? Still, 10 shots is, you know, something. I'm expecting about 3 or 4 hits. Never mind, that's 5. Each of those should wound on
Gretchen. Oh, -1
twos.
because they are.
Oh no! The -1 to hit makes a big difference. The 5s all go bye-bye. Oops!
Him?
Slightly below average then. And this will be wounding on 2s.
Yes, you can. I'm alright. Then you had 4.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, okay, never mind that he managed to find a different Gretchen to shoot. Alright, so these are wounding on 2s. Killing on 2s, actually. Unless if they have that 6 invulnerable, which they do, which all 5 of them die. That's the end of the Gretchen mob. Wonk! Barbed stranglers come out. Seed pods, thump, 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 flying out. Thorns ripping out of the ground and immediately tearing apart the Gretchen and eating their flesh. Added to the Tyranid swarm fleet. I love barbed stranglers. They're horrible.
Going into the custom blah here.
Ah, damn it. I used to have, like, all of that old stuff memorized on what each bioweapon did.
Oh, I still remember most of them.
I forget specifically what the Barb Strangler does, just because I never
Shoots
used
out a
it,
little
just ways
seed pod that explosively grows out and rips people to shreds with thorny, grasping, scything vines.
Don't you have Symbol Storm on him? So
that sounds like the visual
wait,
effect of
yeah,
Dawn
I
of
know.
War, if I remember it correctly.
Yeah, you do that.
Yup. Alright, so let's see what happens here. We got some shots from Symbiostorm.
2.
Okay. 2, and it's 6 is to save. Save 1, he's down to 6.
And the custom boosted blasted lives.
So. And yeah. Because here I would lens cover, right? I have to take lens cover here.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have 1 left. Yeah.
Interesting choices that Jimmy has to make right now. There is still a Mega Knob in the middle here. Not that it's controlling the objective, but at the very least, it's annoying, and it can definitely still do some work with a Power Claw. It has to kind of be dealt with a bit.
Okay.
No, not a Mega Noob. No, on a Buster.
Okay, so to answer chat's question, Marius Vander, hello and welcome to the show, for starters. Second, nothing was inside the Sporocyst. The Sporocyst just popped up in the back and has been spawning a couple Spore Mines, which are now here on the objective. Not that they're holding it, but they're at least presenting some sort of problem. Later,
the Sporocyst is not a transport. That's the Tyrannocyte.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's a Sporocyst. It's spawned some spores over here, like near the back. It's been kind of pushing out towards the middle ever since. And Orcs did not get turn 1 first turn. The Tyranids did, and had 2 Dimacrons that shoved themselves down the Orcs' throats. However, a proper response from the Orcs ended up with a situation where both of the Dimacrons are dead. However, it cost them all of their Mega Jet scrap jets, 2 of their Shock Jump Dragstas, and as it stands right now, I think at least 1 of the custom Booster Blastas. There's not much on the board for either player, but the Orcs do have enough back screening here with the Smasher Guns to cause some issues, and they've been doing well on the points. The Mega Dread has not been touched, and really everything that's Tyranid is here in this corner now, and in this side over here. So even engaging all fronts right now is extremely difficult for the Tyranid player to score. Let's go back to listen to the players.
-1 because you are going through the lens cover.
6. No, then I go against him.
Okay.
Get any dinosaur. So 10.
8. 4 left.
Nothing happens here.
You have 8 shots. You have 4 half guard.
He forgot. That's okay. So 4 Hive Guard. This is a big difference compared to before. That 1 turn of tagging definitely makes a difference, though. Kronos getting the reroll.
Huge difference.
Yep. Like, now that's 5. That could have easily been, like, 10, 12 hits. First turn tag does a big deal. Now it's 4 wounds. Saves coming out.
Yeah.
All of them. It's 43 damage. It's more than enough to kill whatever it touched, pretty much.
Ow.
Explosion.
Yeah, so even 4 of them does some work, but that is the end of the Shock Jump Dragsta.
So,
Which was the last thing that could probably shoot the Exocrine safely and easily.
Okay.
Now it's down to a rivet cannon, pretty much, on this Booster Blaster, if the Swarmlord doesn't charge into it. And the Swarmlord probably has some other targets. It's looking at this Deathkiller Wartrike pretty heavily right now, and yeah, it's not like the Orc player is looking that great either. A lot of his front line's nearly gone. And if these characters go, then that's the end of it, really.
Mm-hmm. He might
Too close.
try and go for both. No, I don't think he can.
No,
He's
you
gonna
can't
have to
go for
choose
both
one.
the Deathkiller and...
you
You can't go for the Wartrike and the Mega Knob, but he definitely wants to kill this Wartrike, which is, you know, worth something. It's within range. And then the Swarmlord's right in the middle of the lines and asking a very
One inch
important
away
question,
from each
can
of
you
them,
kill
because
me?
if I bring like that-
But at that point, there will be a lot of Smasher Guns that are within range and line of sight to be able to kill this Swarmlord. Yeah, and then a Warboss and Warbike to be able to kill it, and then at that point the Tyranids really just have shooting and nothing to do anything else there.
Nice line.
Yeah.
Wait, did Jimmy move one of the Hive Guard? It looks like it got pulled up. He did move one of the Hive Guard. This is true. But
Who are you charging?
it was one reroll, so I don't think it was a big enough deal that anybody really noticed or cared.
My God, and the Death Killer.
I don't know about the alpha fortification within 3-inch of ruin thing. That's new to me.
The fortifications can't be within 3 inches of terrain features. It's a part of the base rulebook and the FAQ that they did after the basic rulebook came out. And yes, someone did buy the Spore Assist fortification to make this happen.
Really?
And this isn't one of the lockjaw maps of the WC tournament maps.
Yeah.
Is it not?
I
and everything.
do not know.
I don't know either, but the players agreed to this, and we're not judges. So...
I actually no. I do remember that 3-inch thing, and that was specifically why I told a friend of mine to not bring a Spore Assist, because it just meant that you couldn't place it anywhere you actually wanted to.
So let's start
yeah,
with,
pretty much. It makes me sad, though, because it'd be kind of cool to have, like, a Hammerfall bunker or something, like, pop up, or, like, even any fortifications be very, very useful, but with the exception of the Death Guard one, which came out, which does look pretty spicy, and the Necron one is fairly cheap for what it does, they're still all kind of bad, sadly.
Yeah, it's... There's no bueno.
There's no bueno. At least it's not Age of Sigmar, where it's like you have to bring them because they're free. So it's like an auto pick. Like if you have, if your faction has a fortification, you bring it. End of story.
As Daughters of Cain, I don't have one.
And as Caradron Overlords, neither do I.
Wow.
Yeah. Although, if that sick new vampire model gets an army that is like its own army, like it's just like vampires, I'll be like, yes, I am in on this.
I'll be like, why'd you get rid of them in the first place then? But whatever.
Well, I never had a fantasy army before.
Oh yeah, vampire counts back in fantasy.
Yeah.
I'm paying 1 CP, 2 rolls, 2 more wound rolls.
It might be the correct trading positions, but it's not one of the ones Lockjaw made. Okay. Well, as it stands right now, the Swarmlord makes its
5
charge.
on him and 1.
And he's putting the 6 attacks, 5 into the Deathkiller Wartrike, fair enough, and then 1 into the Mega
There's
Knob.
so many circles on this board.
Yeah. So, of the 5, 4 hit, he's re-rolling one of them?
Question mark.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
Big question mark for me.
In my, what's the word? In the Dimacarion.
Okay, there we go. Okay, and then it's wounding on 3s.
Wounding on 3s.
It's 2 wounds. Each of these does 3 damage if it goes through. Keep in mind. And I think that 6s do mortal wounds with those bone sabers in close combat?
Yes.
Yes, so that's
they
at
do
least
mortal
already a
wounds
mortal
on
wound.
6s to wound in addition to normal damage.
Yeah, so right now that's already dealing 1 mortal wound, and then all these are saves.
Save 1 damage.
3. That is a dead Deathkiller Wartrike. It just took 10 damage.
Because there was a 6, so a mortal wound more, and... You're doing?
Isn't this flat 3 damage for the Swarmlord?
Yes, it should be. It's minus 3
9
flat
and a mortal
3.
wound 10.
Oh, okay. So it just dies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he just
okay.
straight up dies. Okay, so the Deathkiller Wartrike does not have a 4-up invulnerable save, which made him very easy to kill. Now the Mega Boss, or the Boss Knob. Let's see what happens.
Mr. Tail. Hit.
Tail hits. Tail's wounds. But it's only like minus a couple of AP. Oh, no, that's not going to be enough. The dude is super toast. All right, and now it can pile in wherever it wants. I would not pile into the weird boy, but looks like he's going to.
The weak boy can attack if he wants to.
Wait, you can consider it was 4?
It would stop the
No.
jump, I guess. But if he piles in, that's potentially just exposing himself to a couple of force staff
Just that I'm
attacks.
still in the- in
At
the-
strength
in the-
7, so it's wounding on
have
4s.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice.
Fine.
What happens here?
I don't disagree with it entirely, in the sense that now it can't fall back. But what it can do is it can just jump himself out of combat and then smite perfectly safely.
And then he wounds on my contact. Okay. And it's on to me, right? Okay. So my turn.
So,
All right, so yeah, no, it didn't do anything. We want.
points.
So at the end of the top of turn 3, currently,
You have R3. You don't have R3
Target
quarters.
3.
You have
Tyranids are sitting on 54 to 49.
You don't have anything in here.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So engaging all fronts does not happen though, I don't think. No, it does.
Killed
But it's only for 2 points.
2 more, so I maxed out, right?
Yeah.
And it's maxed out, bring it down. Alright, so
You max out, bring it down.
by the end of this turn for our Tyranid player,
Okay. I don't have
Jimmy,
this,
good job.
so we are
He's
going
currently
to
sitting at
take
56
that.
points.
Which
Which is a lot, you know, it's a fair amount. It's about where you want to be at the end of turn 3 if you're in a good position. But Orcs are definitely in position to do some damage as well. Bring it down. We're expecting to see the Swarm Lord go down, putting that up another 3 points. Engage on all fronts probably for the full 3 points. Priority target for 3 points. So we're expecting 9 from the secondaries alone, which would put them up to 58. But it's still really, really close if that all goes according to plan. We'll have to see, though. Yeah, because the Mega Death Dread, is just gonna walk here into the middle. That's scoring max points now for pretty much everything it wants to. It can probably kill the Exocrine if it's lucky, and if it does, that's another 3 points on top of that for bring it down.
A bit more.
And it wants to be within flamer range of the Termagants as well. So yeah, that Mega Dread is in a good spot.
One can shoot a Sporcist.
Swarm Lord is within range of at least a few of these, within shooting sight range of at least a few Smasher Guns, and it only being toughness 7 does make it fairly woundable. It does have a 4-up invuln, and but it doesn't have Catalyst. Catalyst failed, remember. So Onslaught, currently, you know, the only thing going for it right now, which means it is actually really killable without that 5-up Feel No Pain. Imagine how quickly those Demacrons would have died without Catalyst. Now imagine that on a Swarm Lord with less wounds.
Yeah, very.
Better invuln save, though. Probably adds up to being about the same.
You'd be surprised.
You
You would be very surprised.
Now, it's an interesting situation here, because where the Orcs looked like they were actually pushing really hard on this northwest quarter. Now, the northwest quarter is entirely within Tyranid control, with the Termagants and the Lictor there. Just controlling the objective and being ready to countercharge whatever. It's not like the Lictor is a complete slouch in combat either, with Rending Claws and Grasping Talons.
He doesn't have engage right now. The Booster Blast is too close to the center.
Correct. Well, he does have engage on all fronts because of the Mega
Well, he
Dread.
has 2. He just doesn't have it maxed.
Yeah, he doesn't have it maxed, which is potentially an issue, but we'll see. The Weird Boy fell back, so no psychic powers for him. The Warboss on Warbike is in a prime position to just charge, kill the Swarm Lord, and consolidate back towards the custom Booster Blasta, giving him the protection if the Exocrine doesn't die, and if the Hive Guard, you know, aren't, like, reduced a bit more.
The Warboss killing the Swarm Lord, that one's not anywhere near as likely. The Swarm Lord does have a 3+ invul in melee.
Yes, but the Smasher Guns are probably going to put in a dent. We'll have to see what happens here. It could go either way. But the Swarm Lord does have an extremely good way to kill the Warboss. Let's see what happens, though. This is it's definitely one of those tense games. And as far as time goes, because these guys are on a clock, it's worth mentioning that Tyranids are at 9 minutes left on their clock.
Orcs are only at 30. And we're
Yeah,
only on
Joko's
round
been playing a
3.
lot faster, so this could also win on time, which is a oops kind of moment for the Nids here. They're gonna have to really focus on what's important to making their points, and then just do that on their turns. Like, you do not need to move the Spore Mines. I don't think the Barb Strangler's gonna do much more unless if it's just in the Gretchen squad.
Wounding on 5s.
No wounds, brutal.
You love to see it.
Custom Rasta going to shoot the big gun there, and all small guns there.
Okay, so all the small guns going to the Termagants. By the way, the Orc player has 1 CP. The Tyranid player currently on 0. Okay, lots of 4s hitting there with that Riven gun.
That extra guy should be dead 2 turns ago.
Nope, no.
But not enough. Now for the 4d3 burner shots. Okay, that's about average. That's exactly average, in fact. Termagants getting wounded on 3s. They still have a save after this. Okay, all wounds. Good roll there.
Save.
Now, they are within Synapse range, so they don't really care if a whole bunch of them die here. Which all of them do. That's 8 of them gone. There's only 2 Termagants left. Oh, and if he's pulling from the back... Oh, no. If that Swarmlord dies and he's pulling from the back, that could be an issue. For morale here...
Another word of contention in Synapse versus Synapse.
Well, I say it would be like a synaptic node, but I guess it's synapse range. I would say that it would be synapse, actually, now I think about it. For like longer than 2 seconds. But Damacaron is definitely far more contested.
Oh, that's way far more contested. I've always said Synapse.
Daka misses. 4s to wound here. Strength 7 gun coming off of what? I don't remember.
Probably the Booster Blaster. Yeah, the Rivet. Maybe not. I don't know.
The Mega Dread hasn't shot yet, I don't think.
It's probably the Booster Blaster.
Okay.
Yes, it gets +1 to hit, wounding on a 4. So 1 wound from the grenade on the guns.
Yeah, it was the Booster Blaster.
Gotcha.
Something?
On the guns. No issue.
And let's check for chat. Yeah, that Neurothrope is definitely within range. What am I talking about?
1 more dice, and then I have 2, 4, 6, 7 Gretchen shooting.
Okay, the Gretchen shots aiming for the Termagants. Dead between the eyes, despite these gigantic red walls. How do people play with this?
And on force.
No wounds, though. The Termagants get to live another day. They might have to get charged by these Gretchen in order to get the kill necessary. Although it is still offset. Like, right now, there are more Gretchen than there are Termagants. Like, it's definitely within Orc control, not Tyranid control right now.
Yeah, most definitely.
Rerolling, because Def... No.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these dice.
So another Smash Gun, 2 shots this time.
On
Both hit, Daka. It also hits. Oh, that's a big deal. But even with that, not a wound.
Second one.
Does not wound. Oh no, that's not what you wanted.
Oh, you love to see it.
Do you though? Oh, it's gotta be so frustrating. Joko keeping his cool.
Joko should be as frustrated as humanly possible.
Next Smash Gun.
Next Smash Gun though. Just 1 shot. It fails to hit.
He probably can't heroically intervene the Swarmlord because the plan is probably to charge it with the War Boss.
Yep. He's gonna have to too. He's committed.
And then last Smash Gun.
Last Smasher Gun, not where you want to be. D3 shots, just the one. He's rolling so poorly. This is re-rolling the 1. No!
No!
Joko's shooting face completely whiffing. What a unfortunate series of events.
I think this one.
That was gorgeous.
I hated everything I just saw, if I'm being honest with you.
Because you didn't move. Last time you didn't move it at all.
Yeah, the Exocrine currently not dead still. It should have been dead many turns ago, but this Exocrine's an absolute champ.
Going through the terrain here.
Oh, man. You know, this looked like it was such an easy turn for the Orcs. And yet the Orcs do what Orcs do best. They rolled like a gambler does. Really hot, and then sometimes really cold.
No, I'm going to the...
To answer your question. I'm pretty sure all the Kraken Gants are dead, and the Kronos Gants are the ones in the ruins.
Yeah,
Come
that
to
seems to be
return.
the case.
To the terrain here.
I'm going to Neurotop base. Pretty much.
What is Joko aiming for here?
The Neurothrope, I
Just
think.
Here, of the Ripper Swamps.
I'm going to this part, basically. Look here.
I think Joko's
But
stretching
now you're
for
touching
a bit.
the ruin. Here.
I think Joko just has to assume that Jimmy's played properly here.
I'm going to the Neurotop base.
Oh, he's trying to shoot the Exocrine.
Yeah, and I really don't think he has a shot.
Okay.
Like, I am looking
If
at
you
this
want, you can
from
stop
the
it,
ground
but
floor. You can
let's
draw all
do
the
that.
lines you
Yeah,
want,
exactly.
but I see nothing, dude. Like, look at this. It's a perfect closed line here. These two ruins lined up like beautifully. Like, this is a thing. I'm not sure if Chad agrees with me here. I'm not sure if it matters because we're not judges. We're just here to watch. But I'm looking at this from my perspective, and there's nothing happening. Mind you, it's not like the Exocrine has a whole ton of shots outside of, you know, two very important targets. But
Yeah, no, I agree. This line that Joko's drawing shoots through the other ruin as well. Yeah, no. This is...
turn slightly more left, Marius Vander says.
I'm going to
Even then, dude, like, I'm drawing the straight line up there. No.
this part.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. But it's really just the pixel tip of the base, and I
Looking
am...
from the gun point of view, I can see the Spore Cyst. I don't know if I can see the Exocrine.
Well, okay. Take a look at the
Because
stream
my
for a second.
Neurothrope is standing in the building. That's why.
Ah! Okay.
That's why.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the shot.
Well, this is burning through Joko's time, so...
Yeah, he's got 34. He's got 30 minutes to do it, though. Have you gotten a judge yet? Well, it's up to them to call for the judge. Sadly, chat.
We're not in the semis yet, so they're not completely and totally required. Unfortunately.
Great.
Alright, so the War Boss and Warbike here has a DACA gun. It's not worth a lot. This is where the War Trike would have been sick, because it has Melta, but I am a judge. I was asking if I was the first. You are.
Spies because he's also on the
Got ruled no line of sight. Makes sense. Thank you, Timonius. DACA, DACA, DACA.
And I'm running on 5s.
2 wounds. Death Skulls reroll. 3 wounds.
2 with no AP. Sorry,
But with
3
no
with
AP. So the Swarm Lord is saving these on 3s. He rolls him.
1 hole.
1 wound into the Swarm Lord. After all that shooting, the only thing that managed to do any damage is this War Boss's shooters.
Okay.
Old shooting phase, yeah.
Not where you
That
want
was
to
not
be. This would be my face where I Joko right now.
Okay. Gretchen charge.
Exactly. So the Gretchen are charging the Termagants. No surprise there. It's not likely it's not impossible to kill it. It's not impossible for the Termagants to survive either, though. The big thing is just to make sure that it's removed off of there and there's no obstacle there, and it'll force another Termagant squad out there. And, I mean, like, almost the best case scenario is that nothing happens this turn, and they do a full 3-point, like, you know, just trap the Termagant. The Gretchen cannot be shot. And then they just hold the objective for free, kill the Termagant on the Orcs turn, and then call it a day.
A 3, right?
Yep. Happy fun times for everyone in.
Alright, War Boss is in. This could be the duel of the game. But the Weird Boy cannot charge, though, folks. Just to keep that in mind. He did fall back this turn. The Custom Boosted Blaster might be the only thing left that can charge it. And even then,
The terrain.
it's got a Spiked Ram.
the
That's
terrain, right?
That might not be enough.
And I can go to the wall.
Probably not enough.
And it's,
Okay,
you have to move him completely here, so it's
Yeah.
11
I think-
from here because your whole base.
Yeah. I think that's how much
It's
charges.
this one.
So So,
All right, that's all the charges.
I might as well not have fallen back to Weird Boy because
And he didn't even have to either. He could have just jumped in and smoked and then charged afterwards. But
wounding on trees, I think. Are you rolling everything? Okay. 6 wounds.
To be fair, it was a
6
-1
wounds.
cast.
Okay, that's a big deal. If enough 3-up invulnerables fail here, only the 1.
Ooh, yep, that's not
Swarmlord's down to 8. Yikes. Okay.
top bracket still.
Yup, which means the Swarmlord is going to put on some serious hurt. This is exactly what the Swarmlord wants to be, and there's precious few things that can kill him now. If he kills this war boss.
Fun times for everyone involved.
Oh, yeah. No, I can see some absolute thing. Like, run into the Smasher Guns in the back, completely rip them off the objective. There's nothing left in the game that can take the Swarmlord if this boss goes down, and the Smasher Guns go down too.
So 5.
That'd be very fun, I must say. I want to see this now. You've got me
what's
excited.
the toughness of this war boss is toughness? Oh, 8 because he's the biggest boss.
Force to wound.
Force to wound. Okay, so it's just still tough than 7. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, so he's hit with 6 of 6 attacks.
D7 base, and I get +1 toughness because of my Warlock.
Still really good, and 3 of those are mortal wounds already, which is not what Joko
Ouch.
needed. Oh no, the game takes another swing. 4-up invulnerables thanks to the biggest boss. He only takes the 1, so that is a total of 6 damage. Warboss and Warbike is still alive on 1 wound, though.
Tail? Did he do the prehensile tail?
Not yet.
I've never seen that kill
Okay.
anyone. I want to see that happen now.
6 them because I've rolled 3 6s. That's,
Okay, so
three
he's
mortal
down to
wounds.
1.
Yep, so he's down to 1, which means the prehensile tile still has a thing to do here.
Alive.
Yikes. Blue was the tail?
Okay, and I have to fight here, sadly.
Oh. Oops.
I'm hitting on 5s.
What a shame.
See, this would have been a situation where with proper pylons and everything, you don't charge and pin. You charge, pylon, fight, consolidate, and pin with the consolidate. So that way you... and it's even easier to do that now. What, with...
It's a 6. No, he's dead.
He's dead. Okay, so that's the end of the gun. Okay.
Shame.
Swarmlord Smite killing the war boss would be a huge deal. For sure, because it would allow him to charge in and kill the weird boy, or during the shooting phase, move him up to here and then charge into the Smasher Guns and kill them. Like if this war boss dies,
And I got 3, 4 priority targets.
it's practically game over. The Tyranids actually have more than enough to actually continue to just do what they need to do. The Mega Dread will eventually kill the Exocrine, but without this war boss and Warbike being alive, the Swarmlord will not die for the rest of the game, likely. Since it can put itself into these Smasher Guns and just really just rip and tear. Now, it's not a guarantee on the Smite. There is a weird boy here to deny.
He can charge in advance. So
Fall back and charge? I mean,
He is Kraken. He can fall back and charge.
Oh, brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Alright, so at the end of turn
where do you get
3,
fall back and
the
charge?
Orcs actually have the least points. So, hey, for people that
I
thought...
win.
Yeah, so for people that made the prediction at the very beginning of the game that the Tyranids would have the most points by the bottom end of turn 3, you were correct. Congratulations. This is not what, again, this is not what Joko needed. He's had some terrible luck dealing with the anything to do, honestly, with killing this, with killing the Exocrine. So it's not been super great for him there. Secondaries wise, he's been doing okay, but the bring it down being maxed out at 15 points already is pretty rough. Yikes.
Oh, they're talking about how all of the models are Leviathan colors, even though he's running Chronos Kraken. So to answer your question, there's not a lot of people that know where all of the Hive colors are. Even though you do have to just search for it, it's easy to just, oh, here's all the Leviathan ones.
The thing is, the models might not all be
all of
the
the
right
models
colors for them.
wrong.
Yeah, that's the problem. It relies on modders making enough colors for everything, which not
To
every
be fair,
faction
no,
has.
they're all out there. No, all Ouroboros is out there,
That's
Kraken
fine.
is out there, Chronos
Okay.
is out there, Leviathan out there, but you just have to find them.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
which is not easy. I've been trying for a long time to find like a variety of different like Tau models with different things, but it's not.
Well,
It's
no
not
one
simple.
likes Tau.
You know what? You shut up.
Going here. Just
Well, regardless, we stand in a situation where he's fallen back. If he smites now, it will go into the smasher guns. So the war boss lives with 1 wound. It won't live for much longer, is my guess, though, since there's an exocrine that can fire into the custom boosted blastas, and then there's the hive guard that can just shoot him afterwards. He's not close enough to the Gretchen to create a situation where Lookout Sir is an option.
Psychic phase.
And the Death Dread, the Mega Dread is just in the wrong spot. Now it's just horribly misplaced, sadly, because it just cannot kill this exocrine to save its life. Yeah, the smite's not gonna have
Psychic
to.
phase here. Smite on.
Well, smite. Let's see if it goes off. It
Goes
does
through.
for 1 mortal wound.
Damage.
Aw.
Prepare him for himself.
It's gonna have to go into the smasher guns. So the
What
smasher
he
gun takes
probably was hoping for was to kill one of the smasher guns with psychic powers and then charge another one.
Consume your storm
1. That's
on
highly unlikely, but he can
Highly
easily charge
unlikely,
into both
the,
and
on
kill
the
them
light
both,
part.
though.
Doesn't move.
Like
Oh
being tough.
yeah, he will have to play very quick. He's only got 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's that's the only thing that's really going to stop Joko from losing at this point. If they had infinite time, I would expect the Tyranids to win.
And, smite on.
Hello? Who casted Symbiote Storm?
This one.
Okay. I can deny.
Keep asking questions,
Sorry,
Joko. That's how you play to
And
win.
Smite.
Yikes.
Thing. Smite on him.
Can
Dreadnought. But, yeah.
you see?
Does the smite go off?
No, you can't.
1 mortal
You're
wound.
Gretchen.
And Gretchen
True,
are within range, so that
Gretchen.
does kill a Gretchen.
And the other one is advancing onslaught on the Ripper Swarms.
Gretchen are probably one of the only things that Whipper Storms could probably kill in close combat. So that would be fun.
Okay.
Wow.
Onslaught being cast on the Ripper Swarms.
Can they reroll for 1?
I'm gonna
Just-
deny this.
He's going to try to deny it.
Smite, okay, he's a 9.
On a 9, no deny.
Nope.
To get to
And there goes his
move.
deny.
It wasn't onslaught?
That's what before. I did it before.
It's hard when you're going
Yeah,
fast
it's
to
more of a
communicate
movement.
clearly what you're doing in an effort to try to avoid,
Shoot.
miscommunications like this,
like-
right? So,
Whenever I'm on my first, I'm like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. Like,
yeah, it's why I find a lot of the time
Yeah.
thinking for 5 minutes and then just going through each of your turns at a good
Right,
clip.
maybe
It's good to practice that kind of thing, for sure. And also, 95 minutes to play on TTS is not easy. In a regular tournament setting, you've got an hour to play, but like you're using your hands. You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
develop
an
the
hour.
skill and the manual dexterity to do that.
You normally have like an hour and a half, hour 45.
Yeah, maximum, right? But like on TTS, it's so much harder because you don't have that manual dexterity in some respects. But for Horde armies, it's almost easier because you can just drag and click select. It's something you have to learn how to do, though.
He's on the Gretchen? Or who? Who actually?
Usually, my army gets wiped out fast enough that I don't have time issues.
Extra coin.
Okay.
So the Exocrine's going into the custom booster blaster. That's pretty much perfect.
3 wounds, 6, say 1, 4 damage. Not 2.
And the booster blast is still alive, which
And
means the
here,
Hive Guard cannot shoot the War Boss.
Shots, 5.
So the War Boss is alive another turn, which does offer an opportunity to potentially counter this Swarm Lord.
1 more. Okay.
2 more. Williams roll this one.
Yeah.
And roll 5.
And also remember to slap the clock over to your opponent whenever they're making saves.
Oh
Helps you
yeah,
some time.
I was literally thinking that right now. It's like, make sure that like.
All right, that's 5 damage. Does he explode? He does explode. No! There goes the War Boss! Oh no! Oh no! That was not what you wanted. And D3 mortal wounds. The Gretchen are down to 1 Gretchen left. Oh, goodbye. Joko is going to have to count on time being his greatest ally because it's not where you want to be.
Weird boy.
Alright, so the Hive Guard are going to the Weird Boy now, just to wipe that out, and suddenly the battlefield looks so much better for the Tyranids when, like, 2 turns ago, this looked like an orc game. Joko's poor rolling against the
That is
Exocrine has really bit him in the butt.
That have gone off on Joko's face.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's the problem when you're feeling that many vehicles. We said at the beginning, you're bound to have some explosions.
I got
Oh no!
Yeah,
And like, you know what?
the
Part of this is
resource
really just the Exocrine living this long. Like, that Exocrine should have died, and it has not, and it's been a big blow, because it's been able to kill at least one buggy a turn, which has been a big
Yeah,
deal.
he said move again and advance. Yeah, just moving.
It's not for lack of trying, though. Joker's had some extra stuff, too.
Will he be
It is
able
not
to...
a dermic Exocrine.
No, the adaptive
They charging the
physiology
Gretchen,
went
he's charging there.
on the Dimacarion, and I don't think I saw another adaptive physiology, so I don't know where his second
Yeah,
one
like the
went.
Neurothrope is a yellow base, so I'm assuming that that's an important thing.
It didn't... It had a relic, not a
Gotcha.
adaptation, so I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
So the Swarm Lord has made the charge into there. The Ripper Swarms have made the charge into the Gretchen. 1 minute, 30 seconds left now for Jimmy to do what he needs to do.
10 attacks.
10 attacks from the Ripper Swarms into the Gretchen. The Gretchen's probably toast. It's not like Ripper Swarms are bad in
I'm
combat.
lagging like hell.
They're not
now.
great.
They are, but...
They're not the worst. Mind you, they are worse than Scarabs. Ouch. 3's needed.
They're,
2 wounds.
They're a lot worse than Scorpion.
The Gretchen just gets removed. And now for the Swarm Lord to just kill this one gun and then contest the priority
Gain
objective.
1 CP.
Yep.
So wound rolls.
That explosion, though. Oh, no.
That made me so happy.
Oh, that hurt to watch. Like, moral victory for Jimmy here, but...
Okay.
Joko deserves it.
6 is save. Nope.
6 to save.
Dead.
Yeah,
Sounds
that's
dead.
the first Magic Gun done. The second one gets piled into. The attacks back are going to be largely minimal. What, 6 attacks, hitting on 5s, wounding on 6s. Like, that's worse than Tau melee.
That means it's contested. And he's got 40 seconds left on the clock.
This one can. The smasher gun can engage me.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I can hit you. 6 attacks.
Alright, 6 attacks, hitting on 5s, 1 hit, wounding on a 6.
On 5s.
I was about to say Grot melee. Oh, wait, hold on. What's the strength of this? It's strength 2! Get out of here!
Back to me. I need 5. Right. I got 10 on primary.
Pause because.
Oh.
Wait, I have engaged for 2.
Yep.
You do
1,
Yeah, I
2,
guess.
3 points. 3 places with engage. Yep.
And I'm holding. No, do I hold yours? No.
Yes, you do hold mine. Oh no, it's contested.
It's contested, so it's not held, but...
But the orcs only have one objective right now.
Yeah, which means that this primary ends up being a bit of a rough one.
What do I have to do? I get 10 for...
Holding 1.
Yeah, not holding 2. Get out of there, Joko, you cheater. So at this point, that puts us up to 59 right now at the bottom of turn... well, at the bottom end of turn 4 to 71, which is not at all what we expected. This game has gone back and forth so many times.
Live, I will just watch him.
Yeah,
What I'm saying.
basically.
That's.
Okay, now the Mega Dread cannot move through woods like that. He is reduced by 2 inches normally.
He's also clipping through the table.
Joko.
My next dog.
Joko, you're cheating.
I have to take the objective
See,
from you.
Joko deserves all
Only
those
can-
explosions.
Joko deserves all the explosions.
Oh, yeah.
You only can move.
Yep.
Ah, you got caught.
Yeah. So this is why that Death Dread needed that Mega Dread needed to start moving this way through the woods turn 3 as fast as possible, to the point where I would have started advancing to make it happen. It is not
It's gonna be
good. That is currently
useless
pretty
there.
much like it's gonna have 1 turn to potentially charge into Spore Mines. Like, congratulations. It is within range to do maybe some damage to these Ripper Swarms, and the Weird Boy is still alive, but now this Swarm Lord is entirely alive, and this is not where you want to be. The Swarm Lord is like in your lines. He's contesting your priority objective. This Smasher Gun's gonna have to fall back. The other Smasher Guns are gonna have to move, and then pray to every bit of Gork and
It's
Mork.
not gonna die.
Yeah, like, pray to Gork and Mork that these Grot guns are hitting through woods well enough to kill the Swarm Lord with a 4-up invulnerable save. And they have to do it this turn, where there isn't
And
a
it's
catalyst.
-1 to hit from the woods.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like 5s to hit with D3 shots apiece. It's not likely, folks. And this Swarm Lord is absolutely causing a ruckus. Oh, and if this thing doesn't move far back enough, which it can't, Like I don't think it can literally fall back out of engagement range if it's been based. Because it can only move 1 inch.
because it can only move 1 inch.
Yeah, so it literally can't fall back either. So, which means that actually, if this is being played correctly, the Swarmlord can't even be shot. Which means on its turn, it kills the thing, and then it earns the primary.
It can heroically intervene into it as well.
Oh, yeah, like this is just not where you want to be. Oh,
this is
no.
Gorgeous.
Oh, that is... Look, this is where Smash-A-Guns kind of immediately start being like a big of a whoops moment for orcs.
I rolled a 9.
8.
How many points are Smash-A-Guns? Does anybody know?
Oh god, they're actually like a lot.
Because, like, imagine how many boys this could have been instead.
Well,
They did a little bit of damage to
they
Demacron,
had
but
that many Smasher Guns do it. It did a lot of. No, most of them were.
they had one good turn of shooting, but since then, Jimmy's done an excellent job screening out the Smash-A-Guns and really abusing their lack of movement.
Okay.
Yeah. What if these guys were tank busters instead?
Oh, that I agree with. I think tank busters are extremely overlooked. I do not know why people don't bring more tank busters.
Yeah, they seem like they'd be pretty sick in this situation specifically. But, oh well.
Tank busters are.
Flamer's coming out. It's a total of... What is going on?
What's the toughness? 3 wounds, no AP.
3 wounds, no AP from the Flamers. I'm assuming into the Ripper Swarms.
Dead.
Okay, it takes 3, so kills 1, please.
Yeah, 1 base is down. There's still 2 left. And although they're outside of Synapse range, Ripper Swarms... Oh, wait, no. They could fail leadership. Okay.
Yeah, they're terrible leaders.
Rerolling because of oh no, Death Skull's rolls just not helping out as much as you like him to.
I guess I have to put some Smash Guns into there. Smash Gun number 1 there. D2 shots. Oh, shit. I rolled.
D3 shots. It's the big 3 shots from the first Smasher Gun.
1 hit.
1 hit.
One hit. That's 1 hit. Joko! Joko, no!
He deserves this, remember?
Wait, no.
Oh,
it's a
it
monster.
wounded.
It's a monster, right? Monsters don't get it. Do they get it?
No, everybody benefits from Dents. Everybody benefits from Dents. That's not a problem.
So he's just cheating.
Wow.
Wow.
The reverse form, so D6 kills 1 base, and then I can roll the other 2 together. Kills the other base. So get that.
Alright, so the Ripper Swarms have been removed from the objective, which means the Weird Boy holds it for whatever good that's going to do.
Next is Smash Gun into Swarmlord. 3 shots, 2 shots.
I was pretty sure that Dents worked for pretty much everything. I'd have to read the book for that one. The only thing that Dents, the only thing that 18 wounds stops is obscuring, as far as I know. But if on these tables,
the Swarmlord doesn't
matters.
have 18. Swarmlord's only got 12.
Yeah, exactly.
Wounding 1 wound.
But Timonius, you're probably right. I need to reread my rulebook again. My brain, it's so dumb.
Fearless. Damage.
D6 damage. It's only 2.
Let's see if we roll it.
He has a CP to reroll, so he's going to try to reroll it.
Hmm.
There's the big 6.
Thing and
Which one? Other Smash Gun next to him, he shouldn't have any minuses. 2 shots on force, 1 hit. He's gonna live. And nothing on the wounds. Okay, charges. Mega Red gonna charge your new throw.
Alright, that's a long charge to have to bomb around that.
36 charge of the lowest.
Okay, thank you, Timonius. Good to know. Helps to deal with
don't have any
Magnus
results more.
and helps to deal with Morty.
So,
Are you making that
No,
charge, dude?
No, there's
With
no
a
way.
minus
Not on
2?
Right? So
This is
6.
6 inch. It's not happening.
You
No.
don't reach it.
or I don't get it. So
Nope, that's a failed charge.
And he
even with-
cheated. He moved it even
Intervention.
farther forward.
Yep.
And then this guy heroically
Oh, you
intervenes in,
You don't.
I am done charging.
as if it wasn't already in combat anyway.
For continue.
40 seconds. Go. 30.
All he needs to do is kill this thing, and then he scores 15 for the primary.
20
He scores-
seconds.
He can do it. He just needs to roll fast
But
enough.
he still dies.
He's still super dead, which means he needs to just stay there.
So last turn.
And then that means that the Tyranids should win. It doesn't matter what, like, he could just stand still on his turn. He won't. But, like, you could just shove the Termagants in front of the Mega Dread, move block it, and then that's the end of your turn and call it a day. Kill the weird boy with the deck from the Hive Guard if you have the time.
Oh yeah,
One,
loading
two,
3.
three.
Shit. Ah, fuck. Yeah. I was hoping I could kill him or I make this.
Yeah, that's probably game, folks. Top of 5, 86.
I do stop the clock.
Now for our nids.
So I do get 3, 4.
Yeah.
Timer's been paused.
No, 2 for.
It's worth mentioning the timer's been paused.
They're counting it out.
And that's basically it.
Yeah, because Joko scores no points.
Or just.
Joko should score 5 points
He'll
for
score 5.
these things, and it's extremely unlikely these Hive Guard kill him.
Huh? Well,
But it won't be enough. There's no more bring it down points coming out. Priority target's gone. Engage all friends is gone.
okay, start your
Yeah.
clock.
Going here.
He's got to move fast. Fast.
Yeah, he's got 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. You should just shoot the weird boy, dude.
3, 2, 1.
Clocked.
That's game for him. And okay. He did the Mataba. Boom.
Okay.
Turns over.
All right, so at this point, he at least controls the objective, but now the Mega Dread has a chance to like potentially pick up a couple more points. If it had been move blocked instead, and he had just shot the weird boy, that would have been probably better.
3 Gants die there,
I
I think.
needed to. Jeez, man. I need to either make this charge or I needed to kill a swarm or one of these. So that way you can get 15, and I do have my.
I'd just like to go ahead and point this one out. Just to make sure
points
everybody
will-
knows. The Tyranid player is out of time.
Normally.
But, again, the players can do whatever they need to here. It's up to them. And,
Joko's working through his turn, I think.
yeah, well, there's not much he can do. He can't fall back with anything. The chance, like, if he kills the Swarm with this, that's worth 3 points.
Yeah.
But his primary earns him 5 points. The best he can do now is wrap this Mega Dread around, try to kill the Exocrine, and then, like, charging and killing characters does nothing for him.
2 more on engage.
Yeah.
I might be able to kill.
He should be able to score and engage on all fronts, though. The weird boy can advance, and if it needs to, it can teleport
Yeah.
to get engaged on all fronts for the 3 points.
Quick him. Ugh.
No, he calls it. That
He
is
calls
a
it.
game.
All right, 68 to 91.
Die turn 2 or 3.
All right, well, let's go see where they are in the alpha room and see if we can't give them a quick
Basically won you the game because.
Oh, they're not in
so
the alpha
much
rooms.
things.
All right.
Yeah, they're all talking through
One thing
in-game
for-
chat right now.
Could you,
Yeah, that's a
could
good
you
point.
add the questions a base that because you it's so easy to forget.
Oh,
I mean,
they
When you-
should
when-
supposed to have
when
a
you-
face, like, I
So,
have a blue
Why don't we go ahead and
circle
interview
on
them quickly and see how
Yeah,
our players
okay.
feel about this one? But end score is in the Tyranids' favor, which is just like really well done. 91 to
It's really,
68. Brutal
so
stuff.
hard.
Yeah.
And that was a really back and forth kind of game. Like, by no means was that a decided game at any point throughout this.
You just had to die.
I'm mistaken.
All right, so how are we gonna
But
do
yeah,
this? Go in
That's a
game,
good question.
And I didn't play my
mute
website.
ourselves in
Should
Discord, and
have-
just
I
jump
did a
in
mistake.
game.
Okay, so choose the prediction. Choose outcome. It was the Tyranids that won.
I
So
think
complete the
biggest
prediction.
mistake was-
Complete the prediction. Well done for those of you that predicted correctly.
I think that
Yeah,
was my
I'm
biggest
going
mistake. I
to
should
mute
have
myself in
moved them actually here
Discord
to this
and
one.
go in-game
And
chat.
Yeah.
stay
Yes,
here
I will do the
behind
same.
him and staying behind and for you.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello.
I actually need to go in and
What a swingy game that was.
Yeah. Got the Exocrine. Did so many things.
I don't know how that thing didn't
One
die.
no
Okay,
idea.
no, that's not it. Give me a second. I'll figure this out
And
eventually.
of course, how could I forget Kraken being able to fall back and charge? You did that, and I was like, oh yeah, that's
I
a rule.
totally forgot.
Oh boy.
Also, my warp was dying to an explosion. That was also huge.
Yeah, that was a
In
that was a
your-
crazy game. It was super back and forth. Congratulations to both of you, Jimmy and Joko. Really well played between the two of you. We knew at the beginning of this that it was going to be a really crazy game in the sense that both of you picked engage on all fronts. Both of you have armies that have a lot of shooting and a lot of melee. It was going to be crazy, and the game ended up being just that. It was super back and forth. And there really wasn't an easy way to call it until near the very end. Why don't we go ahead and start off with Joko? Joko, for you, you were doing really well, actually, turns 1, 2, and even through a good chunk of turn 3 before things really started to turn south. How did you feel going into this game against Tyranids? Were you feeling like you were fairly confident? Did you have a good plan? And if you did have a plan, did it kind of go through the way you expected it to, or did things go really south quickly?
So I was kind of having a plan, but it didn't go well. Like, I was probably planning to actually take turn 2, just survive the Alpha Strike, and just block in the Dimacrons and let them come to me. But probably still would have preferred to go first. Just take the orb.
Yeah, I would think that you having turn first would be huge. Your shock jump dragsters could have easily put the pain wherever it needed to go. And like your tag on the Hive Guard was really, really strong. And would imagine if that were turn 1, that would have been fantastic, because it would have kept the Dimacrons out of your zone effectively. In the sense that they would have somebody would have had to deal with those would have had to deal with those knobs, and the Dimacrons were a perfect fit for them. One thing I noticed
that they are allowed to change. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest things for me was the 3 explosions in the game. All 3 of them only fight me.
There was 4.
4?
Yeah, dude.
You had 1 blow up in your line. You had the Dimacarion death throw. You had the 1 blow up that the second Dimacarion charged, and then you had that final explosion right there at the end.
Oh yeah, I had 1 explosion in my favor. But the 2 explosions really hurt. Like, I lost 2 wounds Scrapjet because of the explosion, and I lost my Warbus because of the explosion.
Yeah, and when you're playing a super vehicle heavy list like yours, that's always a risk. Is that something that you expected to Is that something you expect to happen in every game, or is that always kind of a surprise when things explode?
I kinda expected like 1 or 2 explosions not going my way. Nah.
Well, Joko, if
they
you
come
remember,
at the worst time, to be honest.
you literally are the person on this server with the worst luck with explosions. If you have forgotten. Remember, sisters.
I have good luck on hits, and I have good luck on wounds. I have shit luck on saves, and shit luck on explosions.
Did you guys count his explosion?
I did.
Yeah, Raulo definitely did.
Yeah, I think the biggest trouble for me was the exocrine leaving turn 2.
Yeah.
If I kill that exocrine turn 3, I think I take this game.
Yeah, we were saying the same thing, actually.
But yeah, Jimmy played it really well.
For sure. The line of sight blocking with the exocrine to keep him out of line of sight of the mech guns was huge. Really, really good play there, and making sure that it could still shoot things that were important, like the boostas and any of the other buggies, whilst still remaining hidden from the only things that could really kill it on the field reliably, being those smashes. And the poor smashes in the woods just couldn't move away from the Swarmlord fast enough for it to matter either, which kind of sucked.
Yeah.
The Mega Dread is an interesting addition to the list, and although it definitely took over the corner where it was, how do you feel it performed throughout the rest of the game?
It performed like shit, couldn't even finish off the Exocrine, and one of my biggest mistakes was move blocking myself with my Gretchen, because I had to take my Mega Dread towards these objectives where the Gretchen are, instead of bringing him towards the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because he ended up spending turns 2, 3, 4, and 5 just being like, yeah, these woods block me, and I could try to shoot, but that's not where I want my. It's not where I want my Redemptor fist damage Dread Rippa Claw.
Yeah.
I was moderately surprised you didn't just keep the Mega Dread in this corner, just try and kill the Exocrine or Hive Guard with that.
Last turn I need to take the objective for me to catch up in points. I need to deny him other points, and I need to get other points I could, because he was out of time, couldn't do anything if I take it.
Indeed.
So I had to move him that way.
Jimmy, when it comes to your Hive Guard, there was that one like right in the first turn. They got tagged by the boys and everything. It was not looking good for you. what do you think you would change in that case? Because having a Hive Guard tag turn 1 was almost a game-defining, was like a really big game-defining moment, actually, and could have cost you the game if things had gone worse for the Exocrine. Do you think that do you think that your deployment there would have changed, or do you think that you would do the exact same deployment again? And if you're talking, I can't hear you.
You mean that?
Hello, hello.
There we go. Hey, how's it going, Jim?
Oh, we lost you out there. Hey.
No,
Oh, should we go up
Oh?
to Discord and talk there because it's a
Do
lot
you mean?
easier?
we can hear
I would
you.
be okay with that.
Hi, how you doing? I don't think he can hear us.
So again.
Oh.
I hear you. Hearing me?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Go answer.
Yeah, I would definitely deploy them another way. I thought, oh, look, I can then deploy in the ruin, and that's good. They're close to him, and is that jump? I forgot to screen that out. I forgot to screen it out. I really forgot that.
Yeah. And like when it comes
I
to
would like actually probably deploy them like they're here now. With
Yep.
With a gun carpet around them that they're not allowed to.
Agreed.
yeah, super agreed. And even where they are right now, they still control 4 objectives on the table relatively safely. And then you would have been able to double shoot with them pretty much all game, which would have been sick. Mind you, you didn't have a lot of CP by the end of turn 1. It was a lot of CP spent by then. Is that normally a part of your plan, or do you normally have a more reserved use of your command points?
Normally, yes.
But not this game. Why?
It's like let's say I use one for the exocrine. I did use hive guards. Then I turn.
First turn, you used
one more
one
for
to double move
Yeah,
Gans.
4. And that was silly to hear because I just give it. I thought, okay, put them in the corner. I put them here. I get 4 points, but yeah, that was not work.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing that and one thing that EDT said before he left was that considering the kind of army you have, you could have played a little bit more reserved and actually had the Demacrons. Like the Demacrons could have done what the Demacrons have done, but if you had focused your objective holding not on that southeast objective, the one with the blue Gretchen on them, but if you had focused on like the center 5 and like your priority objective, and then the one that's close to your term against that never moved all game, the Lictor, then like you would have probably been able to score domination pretty well as well if you decided to go for a different secondary, and things could have definitely been different on that front. Joko, to you for a second. So your deployment was more or less what you could fit. You didn't really have many options on that front, though your Megatrack scrapjets, the poor things, got blown up and killed more or less before they could be useful. Do you think that you would still deploy the same way again, or do you think that because you like did you have?
Yeah, you're cutting out pretty hard.
Oh no! I didn't mean to cut
You're
out.
back.
Yay! As like what I was trying to say was your Megatrack scrapjets. They got killed off pretty early on, sadly. And I think that was, in my opinion, that seemed like a bit of a missed opportunity. Like that was a suck kind of moment for you.
If I deploy differently, I would lose a lot more to the Dimacron, the big boy charge.
Mm-hmm.
So I think my deployment was fine.
Okay.
Maybe I could have put the smash gun somewhere else because they didn't really do anything this game. Like he played really reserved. I shoot what he allowed me to shoot.
Yeah.
Basically.
And yeah, the smasher guns really don't have any options outside of that because their mobility is super low. Which kind of brings up another question. When Raulo and I were talking for a minute, we thought that maybe the smasher guns, could have been better. Like the points spent on the smasher guns. Now that you have an opportunity to revise your list for next season, do you think that the smasher guns are still like a great include for you?
Stay staying.
They're
Unlike
staying.
most armies, they have to come to the middle with more important stuff, with like elite infantry, elite monsters. They are really good against those, and they are staying. only thing I would change about my list, I would somehow squeeze in 1 or 2 Stealth Commandos for actions.
Yeah, it's a good point.
That's the only thing I would change about my list, but I'm going back to Eldar next season.
Something a little bit
Don't do
faster with a
that.
bit more firepower. Fair enough. So, Joko, then, here's some standard questions that we ask everybody. When it comes to your army, who do you think was the MVP and why? And then who do you think was the one who kind of like, stank the bed?
Definitely the MVP was one of the Shogun Dragsters who like did 11 wounds to the Exo Queen.
Yeah, yeah, that
In one
dude,
shot.
that dude rocked.
The Warbass was also pretty decent. Like he was also really good.
Yeah, like he did the damage he had to do.
Yeah. Like the worst was the Smash Guns, definitely.
No.
They barely had anything.
Oh, and that poor somehow that Swarmlord surviving the hail of fire on turn 3 was just, that was absurd.
I was loving every second of that.
I hated it.
All the shots. I was so angry I CP rolled one of the wood rolls. I shouldn't have done that.
And then, Jimmy, you played a really good game. Congratulations again on your win. Who do you think ended up being your MVP all game? And then who ended up being kind of your stinker? Joko has his vote.
The thing is, I have to say the extra crying just because he survived everything.
Yeah, he forced a lot of overextension to try to kill him, and he just didn't die. He doesn't even have the 5-up invulnerable save either. He just went full commando. Yeah, okay. How about, what do you think didn't do super well on your list? And at least in this game, and then I'd like to actually ask you about the Spore Assist afterwards. Because I'm pretty sure the entire casting team went that Spore Assist is a weird pick.
It was, let's say, and that was, about it, and yeah, I on for some sentimental terms, so it will not come again, Spore Assist, and I will that I more resilient against blast. Yeah, and the Hive Guards actually they didn't do so much except in turn 1, so
I would keep the Hive Guard. I love Hive Guard. But the Spore Assist is definitely...
I will keep them. But I will go for 5 of them, not 6.
Oh.
Mm.
Because there some of the blast weapons or they or line of sight and some, so it's only not automatically 3 hits against them. That's what I mean. So the Spore Assist will get rid of the Spore Assist, and probably I will give both of my mass or one of the for the exocrine.
All right.
And, I try not to be so greedy with the demers, and I forgot totally. I didn't see the Gretchen, or because they are no base. It's really hard for me to see because of the color.
I had the exact same problem. I was like, wait, there's Gretchen there?
I only saw it after I shot with the Hive Guards. Probably there was one Gretchen unit 2 months. Try to get a decent charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did agree with your Demacron at least, trying for the big long bomb charge. But it would have definitely been cool to kind of see them wipe out like aggression squad and then like completely block out that center so that way no one could get through for a full turn.
I was scared of that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because he's got a long enough base he can.
And actually, yeah, if the charge would be.
Like, yeah, I super agree that like the
would
yeah.
be that, yeah.
Yeah, I super agree that the risk was worth the reward. If you had gotten that 9-inch charge, which honestly on a reroll, like it's a coin flip, it's worth a shot. If you had been able to kill that war boss early, that would have made the game a very different thing. You would have been completely tying up the Gretchen. You would have still been blocking the thing. Killing the war boss would have meant that you would have very easily just taken the rest of the game to do whatever you wanted, because there is going to be very few things that could have killed the other Demacron, and then the other like Swarm Lord just rampaging around the board at that point. That war boss was a big deterrent and ended up killing at least a Demacron on like nearly on his own. So yeah, I can see the risk and the reward there, but it was definitely the more consistent play, I think, to go after the Gretchen. So yeah, I guess that kind of shows that you're more of a ballsy player than I am. Nice. It worked out overall, though. You ended up winning despite a couple of things going pretty south your way in the beginning of the game. So like again, congratulations, Jimmy.
And hey, you knocked out one of the caster crew on a casted game. So
I think that means that we're all out.
No,
I
EDT
think
has
that-
not played any of his games yet.
Sucker.
think he
I made
played
it to
one.
round 3. I won.
Oh no, the custom crew is out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got
have to
knocked
say,
out
It was a really nice game. It was a really
Yeah,
nice game. I have to get,
Yeah.
I think
have to get a little bit faster still.
Yeah. If some rolls go differently, like I'm killing the extra crime.
Yeah, like if like there are a lot of points that were like pivotal points in the game. Killing the Exocrine was one of them. Not killing the Swarm Lord was another. Your war boss not making the charge on the Demacron, so that way your other bikes could just pile in and consolidate into the middle. Like there were just a variety of little things that just changed the game every time they happened. And that's the great thing about Orcs versus Nids, is that no matter who wins, it's always going to be a pretty crazy game. The two armies just play well off of each other. So it was really fun for us to watch.
But I have to say, I have to say actually, Joko, because so much didn't not for in his actually each.
Sorry? You are cutting off. I only heard like half of that.
Same.
Except when actually, I have to be honest, actually, Joker had to win the game because there was too much like it was planned to. So, thank you for your bad luck.
Yeah, yeah. If Joko's luck had kind of been normal, I think that would have been this would have also been a different game.
For my good luck, so
Is that true? Is that a fact now?
Yes, I am famous
I-
for my good luck.
Every time I think of you, I think of, oh yeah, the time that everything blew up in his face, or the other time where everything blew up in his face. The other time.
I hit the extra kill once. I did 11 wounds to it with 2 shots.
Yeah.
You somehow didn't capitalize.
Well, like he couldn't. He tried, but like the wound rolls didn't work out in his favor, and like just a variety of other little things and some mistakes here and there. Like remember, at the end of at the beginning of turn 3, the entire caster crew was kind of on the this looks really good for the orcs. And as soon as EDT left, I put out a poll: who do you think's in winning position? Orcs. And then it just took 2.5 turns to completely turn that around. Like the orc side of the board vanished because an Exocrine was able to kill a buggy a turn, and not somehow die. If that Exocrine had died, then there would be at least another 2 or 3 buggies still left on the board to at least continue to shoot the Swarm Lord. The Swarm Lord would have been hurt. There would have been a lot less things on the board. Yeah.
Yep.
So like again, a couple of things here and there changed things entirely, and the Mega Dread never getting to melee also hurt.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than the points show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it was a nice match, though.
100%. All right, well that's all the time I think we have for the stream. Are there any other last minute things that you guys would like to say? Let's start with you, Joker. Is there anything you'd like to tell everybody that words of wisdom for orcs?
Go Xenos. Xenos has to win. Going for Jimmy.
Jimmy, anything you'd like to say before we turn off the stream?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, I know, right? And if you missed that,
But
well,
you
you
didn't
just
hear me, right?
correct.
No, we did not.
I was gonna say that you said the secrets to life, the universe, and everything, but
That's just 42.
42.
that's the answer. I'm
42,
not
yeah.
saying that those are the secrets. We understand them.
42, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
In that case, then we're gonna go ahead and sign off. Thank you.
I didn't get a message.
Oh, fine. You can get in your message too.
All right. Whoever goes up against EDT, knock him out before he gets to round 3, please, so I can get all the clout. That's it for today.
Look, I still think I take the moral victory for the caster crew, somehow getting Tau into the playoffs, but okie doke.
No, you don't, because no one liked him.
Alright, so I'm going to hop out of Tabletop Simulator and hop off the Discord and then sign off for everybody.
Thank you very much for the stream. See you guys.
See you guys. Again, excellent game from you guys. Alrighty then, and that's going to be it from us. Thank you for watching, folks. We hope that you enjoyed yourselves. Both Raulo and I still here, still talking. But we're going to sign off here because we've been streaming for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I need to eat.
Everybody does. So, unless there's anything else you want to say, EDT, I think that it's time to call it a day.
EDT left like 2
And by
hours.
EDT, I mean Raulo.
No, I said my piece.
Well, in that case, then, thanks everybody so much for watching. We hope you folks enjoyed yourselves. If you did, be sure to let us know. Toss some feedback over onto the Disco. If you want to go ahead and check that out, the link was just put into the chat. We've also got a game hopefully coming out tomorrow. It depends on whether or not anybody schedules a game. We're hoping that that's going to be the case, in which case you'll see me again coupled with some more of the caster crew. If you want to go ahead and know about the music we played during today's stream, I ended up playing the album Death by Dice Volume 1 by Midwinter Minis. You can find them on Bandcamp. Please toss some support if you're interested in more of this grimdark kind of ambiance. I also played briefly some of the music from the Wargroove soundtrack, a video game that is created by Chucklefish, but Phonetic Hero is the composer, and in all cases the music is actually solid. We're probably not going to do that again, though. If you have any feedback about the stream itself, please do let me know on Discord or here in the chat. I check messages on Twitter, Twitch, and all that stuff. You can find me on @Slowwolf and all that. And yeah, we'll be back again tomorrow. Thanks again. Stay safe, stay warm, stay healthy, and wear a mask. We love you, and we'll see you in the grimdark future of Warhammer 40k very soon.
Bye.